I call this July meeting of the County Commission to order. This meeting is being held pursuant to Executive Order 51 issued by the Governor of the State of Texas. It is being held electronically due to the needs to protect health, safety, and well-being of the citizenry, and without objection, will proceed in that manner. As such, all members of the committee must be able to hear the chairman and each other. If you cannot hear other members, please notify the chairman immediately. All votes will be done by roll call. When you can speak to a matter, please identify yourself. The meeting is available to the public on Public Access TV as well as streaming live on YouTube. At this time, we will have our invocation by Commissioner Barb Sturgeon and our Pledge of Allegiance by Commissioner Chad Story.
Thank you, Chairman. For our convocation, I'm going to read the prayer for the United States of America, composed by His Excellency Archbishop Carlo Maria Vigano. Almighty and eternal God, King of kings and Lord of lords, graciously turn your gaze to us who invoke you with confidence. Bless us, citizens of the United States of America. Grant peace and prosperity to our nation. Illuminate those who govern us so that they may commit themselves to the common good in respect for your holy law. Protect those who, defending the inviolable principles of the natural law and your commandments, must face the repeated assaults of the enemy of the human race. Keep in the hearts of your children courage for the truth, love for virtue, and perseverance in the midst of trials. Make our families grow in the example that our Lord has given us, together with his holy, most holy mother and Saint Joseph in the home of Nazareth. Give to our fathers and mothers the gift of strength to educate wisely the children with which you have blessed them. Give courage to those who, in spiritual combat, fight the good fight as soldiers of Christ against the furious forces of the children of darkness. Keep each one of us, O Lord, in your most sacred heart, and above all, he whom your providence has placed at the head of our nation, bless the President of the United States of America, so that, aware of his responsibility and his duties, he may be a knight of justice, a defender of the oppressed, a firm bulwark against your enemies, and a proud supporter of the children of light. Place the United States of America and the whole world under the mantle of the Queen of Victories, our unconquered leader in battle, the Immaculate Conception. It is thanks to her and through your mercy that the hymn of praise rises to you, O Lord, from the children whom you have redeemed in the most precious blood of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
So I don't know, it might be best if I just do it, and because it gets a little crazy if everybody does it. So I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Again, reminder, if you are not speaking, to please keep your mic muted. That holds down on the feedback. Next, we will have roll call. Jeff, are you there? Can you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Aiello.
Aiello, present.
Commissioner Alsbrooks.
Present.
Commissioner Beal.
Beal, present.
Commissioner Bethard.
Bethard, present.
Commissioner Chalfant.
Chalfant, present.
Commissioner Herbert.
Herbert, present.
Commissioner Hester.
Hester, present.
Commissioner Hudson.
Present.
Commissioner Dwight Jones.
Commissioner Dwight Jones, present.
Commissioner Ricky Jones. Commissioner Landrum,
Commissioner Landrum, present.
Commissioner Lawrence,
Mr. Lawrence, present.
Commissioner Little,
Little is present.
Commissioner Lathers,
Lathers, present.
Commissioner Mason,
Commissioner Mason is present.
Commissioner Morton,
Morton, present.
Commissioner Nations,
Nations present.
Commissioner Rainey, Commissioner Rainey, Commissioner Smith,
Commissioner Smith, present.
Commissioner Story,
Commissioner Story, present.
Commissioner Sturgeon,
Commissioner Sturgeon, present.
Commissioner Tunnicliff,
Commissioner Tunnicliff, present.
Commissioner Webb,
Commissioner Webb, present.
Commissioner Williams. Commissioner Williams.
Williams, present.
Okay, yes, sir. Thank you. So I have 22 present, 2 absent, and I have Commissioner Ricky Jones and Commissioner Rainey absent.
Thank you. At this time, we will have the approval of the minutes. These were emailed to each of you. We'll entertain a motion.
Herbert, motion to approve.
I got a second.
I'm sorry, who was the second?
Smith.
All right, Commissioner Herbert, the motion, Commissioner Smith, the second. Are there any additions or corrections? All right, we can do this by voice vote, right, Jeff? All right, everyone in favor, please say aye.
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 Are there any opposed? Hearing none, the minutes are approved. At this time, I would like to request that we suspend the citizens' communication as we do not have a method for including citizens' communications in this. I'd also like to ask if there are no objections, then we will suspend citizens' communications. Are there any objections? Hearing none, they are suspended. Next, we would like to, our rules call for at this meeting for us to select the rotating committees. Since we do not have a way to adjourn and do small group meetings, I'm requesting that we will suspend this rule, and we'll do that at our next meeting in September. Are there any objections to suspending the rotating committee selection? Hearing none, that is suspended. And next, we have one late filed resolution, late filed 7-20-33. Are there any objections to hearing the late filed resolution? Hearing none, it will be added to the end of the agenda. Next, the announcement about speaking to a resolution. I made this earlier, but I wanted to make this official. Everyone, please keep their chat open and on everyone. The chat is the 5th button over on the bottom of on most of them, it's the bottom of the screen. If you wish to speak to a resolution, you need to type your last name. Diane is going to, or somebody is going to type the resolution number in after each vote, and then we will recognize you to speak on a resolution in the order in which your name appears on that list. We think that's the easiest way to be able to see who requested to speak when, and to not have everybody speaking over the top of each other. So again, keep your chat window open on everyone. Remember, just type your name. Anything that you type in the chat is open and viewable by the public. So again, I ask that you, unless you have a question that you just, but please just type your name in there, and then we will use that for the order on the resolutions. Are there any questions on that? All right, hearing none, we will move on with our reports of county offices. Mayor?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, County Commissioners. Because of the complexity of this meeting, I'll turn to Nina and let her give a snapshot of the things other than the budget as she sees fit. Nina?
Thank you, Mayor. We have included in your packet that was mailed out to you our reports that go out monthly. Diane also emailed out a couple of reports to you. The fund balance report and I think our debt service report. One thing I would like to get into the minutes is our collections, total collections for the fiscal year for the education impact fee were $20,734,944. We did end the year, I think, very well, considering everything going on with COVID and the impact that it had. As you can see in your estimated fund balance report, the total fund balance for all funds is a little over $181 million. If you have any specific questions, I'll try to answer them.
I'm so mad.
Does anyone have any questions? All right, hearing none, I guess we will move on. Mayor, are you still there?
Mayor's still here. I thought when you meant move on, you were moving on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me say, first of all, thanks to the Budget Committee under the direction of Paul and getting us through a very difficult year. Also to the staff here, particularly Nina and her staff, Diane and Jamie for working. We actually did two budgets this year, one in January, February. And then because of COVID-19 coming around March the 5th, we had to start over again. And to all of the employees that have had to go, and I mean school employees as well as county general employees, thank you for the ability to be flexible enough so that we could spend this budget around and keep it so, as you will see later on, there's no tax increase at all on this budget. We're not out of the woods. Nina and I had a conversation on Friday. We're not out of the woods, but we feel very comfortable in presenting this budget to you this year. And a lot of that credit goes to the Budget Committee and certainly to staff and to all the employees that work very diligently not to spend all of that money that they had in their account so we could roll it over to this year. Other than that, Mr. Chairman, I'll be here all day and try to answer the questions.
Does anyone have any questions of the mayor?
Tommy, Mr. Chairman, one more time, I did leave somebody out, and you always do when you start naming names, but since COVID, I couldn't tell you how many people have been involved on the decisions we're making every single day, but my attention specifically goes to Jeff Mosley and Lisa Carson that have worked tirelessly on this every single day, every single email or text that we've had back and forth. And a lot of the interpretations, most of the interpretations that come down from Washington or from Nashville, or our own decisions here made at the local level, have been scrutinized, and both of those individuals have worked very hard to make it a lot smoother transaction than than what it normally is, and I'm indebted to them. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Lawrence, you have a
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning, Commissioner.
You hear me? Okay, I just wanted to ask you, you said we're not out of the woods. What are you foreseeing coming up that are going to be challenges for this coming up budget that we're going to approve today?
I think the biggest challenge, Commissioner, is we need a vaccine or some kind of long-term remedy to COVID-19. I think all of us would realize the numbers today or the last 24 hours have been very good as compared. We were having a lot of increased positive tests. You all can read numbers like I can, but we had positive tests of way up in the mid 40 percentile last weekend, and so that was one of the decisions we made to have the mandate. And I know that's not popular. I know I'm a conservative, like majority of people here on this board, but looking at it from a public health standpoint, trying to flatten that number so that Jason and the schools could get open was part of the decision that was made into that. As we go through the processes, hopefully Jason will come up after me, Mr. Chairman, but the schools are an important part of keeping our budgets intact. The biggest single loser that we've had across the state, which is also involves us in Williamson County to date, would be the highway fuel tax. When all of us were parked at home or we didn't go to work, we weren't out buying gasoline or diesel fuel the way we normally do for our automobiles. And that's resulted in a very significant change in the fuel tax revenue that the state of Tennessee. And of course, all of you know, we get a certain portion of that. So that's been a big number that's going to be hard to be made up at the state level, but that trickles down. Thanks to our legislators, they did send some money to us in the forms of grants. It was started out as a grant, and now there's ways we have to sign up for it. But Christy Ransom has spent a great little time working through that, and we've got those applications filled out to the state that we'll get it. I'm hearing, and I'm sure Jason will address it here in a few moments, that there may be some more money for schools coming through the legislators, and some of it in the form of grants, but some of it in COVID activities. So, Commissioner Lawrence, thanks for the opportunity to say it. I think you'll see it as we go through it. It's a very, very conservative budget with good, strong fund balances to make it through the year. You look at the things that we've done, you all have done over the last 3 to 4 years in working with Sam Cruz and Nina and getting our sales tax revenues flowing. We're good going. We finished up strong and we're good going into the year. But I always have a little tongue in cheek when you look at things like that, because we all know what COVID-19 or 20 and top of that, the flu, how we deal with that at the economic level. That's it.
Thanks, Mayor. I just want to thank you for all the hard work you put in on this budget, and Commissioner Golden as well, and presenting us a budget that doesn't require a tax increase. I know that wasn't easy, but as we all know, every citizen of this community has been affected by coronavirus, and I've talked to a lot of constituents, some of them in the entertainment industry. If you're in the entertainment industry, the restaurant industry, hospitality industry of any type, it's been a devastating year. So we've just got way too many citizens that are really hurting right now. And all of us have followed what's going on in Nashville with their tax increase and the reaction to that. It's just not a year that we could do that to our citizens. And I think we all recognize that. So I just want to I think it's important for the people of the county to know that we know all of you out there are tightening up your belts, the businesses are tightening up their belts, and we're right there with you at the county government level. We're tightening up our belts too. So I think that's important for everybody to know.
Commissioner, thank you, Commissioner. And Mr. Chairman, if I could, I think Kathy Montgomery's on this call. I hope she is. At some point, I would like for her to jump in if she's not on, maybe in the committee reports, to kind of give you a snapshot of what's going on in our county. And Todd Horton and Bill, I know, are on there, who, again, their whole staff has worked around the clock trying to get these orders carried out and overseeing the total operation, particularly Todd in emergency management. What a great job he's done also. I left him out, but you always do when you start naming people, but the entire staff has just been wonderful. Thank you. If Kathy's on.
I do have her on my list to call on, so.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I think now Commissioner Mason has a question.
I do, yes. Good morning, Mayor.
Morning,
Can you hear
Commissioner.
me? Good morning. I'm just going to kind of ask the $1 million question because apparently that's just what I do anymore. So I've gotten emails, of course, from people who are very upset about the mask mandate. I've got people who are very grateful for the mask mandate. My question is, I know the schools kind of have a number in mind, that 5%, 5 to 10% when they start looking at making changes. Is there a number or a time frame for the mask mandate, or is it just a kind of every day see where we're at? Is there a threshold that we're looking for to have that lifted? What's the thought process on how we're going to get that changed, or are we kind of looking at doing that for quite some time?
Well, thank you for asking the $64,000 question. And I do appreciate that. First of all, the mandate's only good to August the 3rd. The governor has seen fit to give us the county mayors. I know many of you got emails, why didn't I take it before the county commission? And that mandate did not go that way. It said the county mayors. There were mayors, other counties that went at it a little different approach than what we did. At the time we made that decision, our numbers were positive tests were climbing and each inching forward. And I personally feel that masks do protect the individual, which protects others. Others say they don't, and everybody's entitled to their opinion. But in this particular case, I looked at the entire 230,000 people and tried to objectively protect our community, protect our citizens, both the elderly and the millennials and unders. I didn't get involved in the conversation with the school's numbers. I know how they arrived at them, but that was not something that we did. And many people said that wearing masks for children in schools is a result of our communication here, and that's not accurate because we August 3rd is the date the mandate rolls out. And so school personnel have to deal with those issues, which is a very important part to do at. Looking at the numbers, in all honesty, I was a little nervous last week when it was in the 40%, and they're beginning to come down a little bit. And so we'll make that determination based on scientific evidence. I'm not a doctor. The only mayor who operates in our county is Dr. Ken Moore, but he's not an infectious or public health doctor. He was a orthopedic physician, but I do respect him very much in his opinion. In making that decision, all of the city managers and the mayors were on that decision, that process. And so I guess I overlooked saying that to them too. They were there because you can't have an order countywide and not have consensus across the board. And naturally, we wouldn't have 100% consensus, but all of the leadership at that time said this is the right thing to try to do and flatten out that curve. So we'll be following that, Commissioner. That's not giving you a direct answer, but I'd rather not work off of direct numbers at this time. I'll let the medical community and public health people tell me that number, and we'll feel more comfortable about it.
Thank you for addressing that question. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All right, Commissioner Sturgeon, I think you had a question.
Thank you, Chairman. I sent an email to the hospital staff on Friday and copied everyone. Is the hospital going to have a report today?
Yes, ma'am. They're on here. When you all finish asking me questions, the next one's up is schools. The next one up is the hospital report. They're on here.
Wonderful. I just like, especially since we don't have public comment, I would like to also express, I've had so many constituents that are very unhappy about the executive order to wear a mask. I mean, it's pretty unprecedented for the government to tell people what they should and should not wear. And it's rankled a lot of my constituents. And to be honest, there's quite a few that think it's a good idea, but there's a significant portion that are unhappy about it. And August 3rd can't come fast enough. But the point is does this set us up for even further encroachments into our individual liberties? That's the big concern. So it's not really a question. It's more like a comment. There's just a lot of people that are unhappy about the masks for them and also for their kids in schools. So it's just unfortunate that we're in this situation to begin with. So I wanted to say that, especially for my constituents who can't be heard at public comment. Thank you.
Yeah. Does anyone else have any questions of the mayor? Commissioner Lathers?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm like everyone else. I've had different responses, but I just want to personally thank Mayor Anderson, our county health director. These folks are in meetings every single day at high level that we're not in. So we can all second guess and we can all disagree based on ideology or principle. But I thank you for the hard decisions you had to make. And I think on the whole, people understand your good intentions. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Law. There's nobody will ever say that I don't love this county. You know, it wasn't an easy decision, and we understood the implications of that. I can respect what Commissioner Sturgeon has indicated, and believe me, Commissioner Sturgeon, I have heard those two loud and clear. But I still stand by the decision that I made at the time that I made, that it was the right decision from a public health standpoint, without regard to a lot of, I don't necessarily, we don't want to get into a philosophical conversation about liberties and freedoms, but I think this is unprecedented times that we're in, and I would rather do this than give anybody the opportunity higher than me to look at restricting how we do business. There's an old conversation to me that I have to make. If you're going to be the head of the parade, you got to make some decisions, and you're not always popular. I get it.
Are there any other questions of the mayor? Okay, hearing none, we will now move on to Jason Golden, Director of Schools.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our report actually has some similarities to the mayor's report. First of all, I want to thank everyone. There are so many departments at the county level who've helped us go through a number of processes this summer with our plans and planning for this fall. We also have released our draft plan as actually we did back in June. But just on Thursday evening, we released our plan for reopening schools. As many of you know, that includes a metric that we introduced back in June that we've been able to vet and improve on as we've had multiple conversations with representatives of the Tennessee Health Department and our local health department. So I want to specifically thank Kathy, also Todd with EMA as we went through that. So the metric that you all hear about is our standard for the point at which we will have detailed conversations with our local health department about the impact of the active cases in the community on WCS and the extent to which WCS is contributing to that growth. So the short version of that is that there is not an automatic shift from all our students being on campus to our remote learning options based upon those metrics that you've heard so much about. But it is the point at which we have a very deep, detailed discussion with our local health department to make the best decision for our students. So number one, our goal is for our students to be on campus this fall. I believe that we have a plan in place that gives us our best chance to do that. The Department of Health, about a week or so after our June meeting, had a letter published that made some pretty detailed recommendations to schools for reopening. We've gone through every one of those recommendations, and our plan is designed to implement what we feasibly can so that our students can be on campus. You all know that what you hear mainly from the community is two big things: questions about masks. I know that Commissioner Mason and Commissioner Sturgeon both referenced that in their questions to the mayor. We, of course, are facing that same issue. The Tennessee Department of Health very clearly recommends that we require masks of our faculty and of our students. Of course, there'll be some exceptions. There are some health exceptions, especially for some of the smaller children. There are some who can't tolerate that for whatever reason, and our plan is designed to address that. Again, we believe that it gives us our best chance to actually continue school on campus for our families. If we reach a point based on our conversations with the local health department that we can't reasonably continue on campus, we have a staged process to reduce student activity on campus and switch to a remote model for most of our students in the event that social distancing overlay becomes an absolute necessity. Again, given that we don't have the power to really enforce social distancing if all our students are on campus. Our board is going to be reviewing our plan tonight at a 6 o'clock meeting, and there'll be a vote on that plan. So that burden is now on our board to make a decision on the plan that we published on Thursday. I do want to thank the mayor and the governor for their decisions related to the cloth face coverings that were, of course, described in this mask. We don't know what the future holds, but what we are trying to do is do everything we can to make sure that students can be on campus this fall. There are a ton of details related to that our board will be discussing tonight. On the budget side, as many of you know through the process of y'all's committees, we greatly reduced our budget request really before our board even voted on our budget, cut it by about $12 million before it even reached you to honor the mayor's request that we present you with a continuation budget with growth only. I know that it's been vetted through your committees. I'm open to any questions about any of that. We have a couple of other smaller items on your agenda for today. But I'm open to questions if you have any.
Commissioner Story has a question.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Jason, for all that you do, and for your staff. I know this has been an unprecedented time, that hit us late, and the ongoing uncertainty continues to drag on. But just wanted to share with you the overwhelming consensus that I've been getting from the people who reached out to me is again, they want kids in school, and they and to the best of the ability to try to minimize the amount of disruption from one process to the next, from one trigger point to the next. And I think that's one of the questions that is always followed up is, what does that magic number of, I think, 0.5 or 1,100, around 1,100 active cases. And I think you addressed a little bit of it. And I think just because information's flowing so quickly, not a lot of people get the same information at the same time. So, communication seems to be a little bit of an issue out in the mainstream, because everybody hears one thing, and then things change and plans change, and then the next thing what was reality a week ago has been altered a little bit, but that trailing information is still flowing out there. So I know you're battling that, and I can appreciate that. But I think the biggest issue again is just what active cases look like, and I think you did address a little bit of it in some of the communications I've seen, where just because we might hit, and I use the term magic number, just because we may hit a number, that doesn't necessarily mean that it completely triggers the corresponding response, correct? You're looking, I think you indicated, and correct me if I'm wrong, that there's some, there's some guidelines. Those trigger points are the point to where then you look to see, is action warranted and what it is, and is it specific or is it widespread? So can you kind of take us a little bit on, explain a little bit what the active numbers are, and are they pertaining to the community, or how it's spread, or how the active numbers are effective to the school population?
Sure, that's a great question. One of the issues when this started, in March and on down the line, we evaluated as a school system where we were and what the state expected of us. And so what we've learned from the state as school officially let out in May, after the governor had everyone close in March, was that it was largely going to be up to the locals come this fall. So we started doing an analysis, communicated with a lot of county departments about what kind of information was going to be available to schools, knowing that schools were going to be closed over the summer, but we had to make a plan for what was appropriate to open this fall. So one of the few metrics that we had available to us was that active case list. You all also know that the total number of cases is available, but the reality is if you had the total number of cases and somebody's recovered, then it's not really directly relevant to any decision because there's a recovery. So when we walked through our plan in June, in our planning in June, we, in consultation with these local departments, set up a metric for the point at which we determine, that's a point at which it's a really serious issue, and we might need to have planning for different structures. Over the course of this past month, we've been able to vet that planning. You all also know that there's been a pretty high increase in the curve of positive cases and of active cases, not only here but elsewhere. The governor made that decision a couple of weeks ago that he was authorizing the local leaders to require masks. It's pretty apparent that from the state level, they were recognizing that there was a real challenge. As part of that, we had some detailed discussions with Kathy Montgomery and her staff and with representatives of the state health department. And what we learned was that while we didn't have, as a school district, additional detailed information, the health departments did have more information about issues such as what medical professionals describe as clusters, the basic sources for where some of those positive tests were coming. And of course, with schools being closed with minimal use of our buildings over these past couple of months, we are comfortable that at this moment, because schools aren't open, that there are no clusters in our buildings. And likewise, there's not a significant contribution to the overall increase in the cases based on what's happening at WCS. However, with the schools starting this fall, knowing that our number one priority is to have all students in the building, there's always that potential for there to be clusters in and on some of our campuses, and for what's going on in the schools to be contributing to the spread in the county. So through the course of all those detailed discussions with the medical professionals, what we determined was that the appropriate thing is, when we hit those metrics, to do an analysis of the extent to which WCS is having that challenge internal to our campuses with those positive cases and those active cases, and the extent to which we may be affecting the overall number. So to your point, and what I was trying to make clear is those metrics, those points are the points at which we will have those detailed discussions with a local health department to determine if we have to go to our next level. We have a low, medium, and high threshold. Those are our terms. Those aren't the governor's terms, and those aren't the county mayor's terms for a total number. But low means that all our students are on campus, that we are applying all the health protocols that are recommended from the health department to try to ensure that we are not promoting that spread. We all know that there's not 100% protection against that. Our medium threshold is in essence the point at which it's happening so much on our campuses, or that we're affecting the community, that we in essence apply the social distancing requirement that has been recommended by the health department. I just want to make sure everybody sees the picture of this, that when all our students are on campus and you've got our classrooms full of students, that social distancing that we've heard so much about is a practical impossibility. But there may come a time, based on our discussions with the health department, that we have to do that. That's our medium standard, where most of our students are remote, but we do have some social distance work in the school building. Our plan, as we prepared it, includes grades pre-K through 2 actually in the building and separated out in essence by half, scattered through the entire building, while grades 3 through 5 are out. We found a way applying social distancing to make that a possibility for those youngest grades, really because phonics and reading instruction is so critically important at those youngest grades, and because it's just right at being feasible for us with staffing. We'll do a little bit of that at that medium level at the secondary as well. The high point, if we reach a point with in consultation with the health department that the active cases and what's going on in the community is so serious that we have to go fully remote, we also have a plan for that at full. I know I gave you detailed questions, but detailed answers to your question, but I think it's important for everybody to grasp that as we've refined our plan, we know that the health department will have some information that we might not have access to as educators that will help us inform those steps. I can't emphasize enough one thing I really haven't mentioned, which is it's really important for parents to make those decisions about their children on the front end of the school day. If your child's sick, keep them home. We've emphasized that for years, but I think that's even more important now. Likewise, we're encouraging our staff on that same basis. You all know that so many of us will push through illness, but we're really strongly encouraging our folks, if you're sick on a particular day, don't come in. I don't know if that fully answers your question because it's so complex, but I felt like it deserved a little bit of detail.
Yeah, thank you, Jason. And I think the biggest, like I said, the biggest piece that I'm sure you've heard and what I've heard is just all the massive transitions that might occur when these magic numbers hit, but those numbers may not actually reflect the impact or the school's impact to the number. And I think you guys have addressed that a little bit from what I've heard, where you're not necessarily going to pull a trigger even if you hit a number, because you have to, you're still going to give some review on how the impact of the population is affected by the school population, correct?
That's exactly right. And one of the things I mentioned at our June meeting when we introduced this metric was I was convinced there was more information out there from the health authorities at the state level. And within a week of that, we received from the Commissioner of Education a letter from the Department of Health with some specifics. And again, likewise, we've been able to have some more detailed discussion with state and health authorities for those metrics to be a trigger point for an analysis for them to give us some advice. Now, I know that the health department will likely not say close schools, that what we got this spring is probably not going to happen in the way that it did this spring, based on what I've heard from our state authorities. And largely speaking, it's going to be left at the local level. So again, our plan is designed for all students to be on campus, if at all possible, for as long as possible. So one of the things that the mayor did in emphasizing that mask was, I hope, increase the likelihood that our community is aware that the numbers are going up, and that what they do has the potential to have an impact on what we're able to do on campus. We have 41,000 students. They have families. Those families, meet and see other folks as well. So we're all in this together. But again, just to reemphasize, we're going to make decisions based on all the information that we can get when the time comes, rather than automatically determine we have to go remote.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sturgeon, do you still have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Hi, Jason.
Hi.
Thank you for everything you're doing for the schools. I know this is a very challenging time. My question revolves around active cases. It sounds like 1,200 is like a trigger point. Could you please define what an active case is versus a positive case versus, do we track recovered cases? I mean, can you put a little light on there?
Sure. I'm not a medical professional, and so what we're basing that on is what the medical professionals describe as active cases. I can speak to what I've heard from them. Ms. Montgomery may be able to give you the medical evaluation of that and how that's being tracked at the state and local level. But if the county and the state have websites that actually describe active cases. So it is those cases, as I understand it, that are in the community that are positive, with a process for them to actually roll people off the active cases when it's established that they have recovered. And as I understand it, it is either another test that establishes negative, or a point at which the medical professionals determine that somebody has recovered from that case. And I can't speak to exactly when they do it, because we actually look at those numbers that they've posted on the internet on a daily basis. But I believe it's in somewhere between that 2 and 3 week range, where there's a professional determination that the patient has recovered, even if they don't go back and get a test.
Okay.
And I'll defer to Ms. Montgomery for the details of that.
Will we be doing any antibody tests to see what percentage of the school population has immunity to the disease?
WCS is not going to be conducting any test or requiring any test of our staff or students. That's really outside of our capability in our protocol. I will tell you, from what I've heard, Williamson County is doing what I would describe as a lot of tests. The details of the antibody test, I know about the antibody test along the same lines of what so many of us do from media reports, and the complexity of that test as opposed to a positive test. We've been asked that question: will we test folks? And you might hear those stories about, like, the SEC football team has shown back up and they're testing them. One of the things we know is that those tests, the positive tests, are snapshot tests, and that's really beyond our capability of doing that on a daily basis to make a determination. So we are relying on the health authorities for the testing portion of that.
All right. Thank you so much, Jason.
Commissioner Lawrence.
Good morning, Jason.
Morning.
I want to echo Commissioner Sturgeon's thanks to you. I know it's been a difficult year. I know you never expected to be having any of these conversations and be in this position, but I know it's a huge challenge for you. I think you've done a great job of coming up with a plan. It sounds like. Just a couple of questions. It sounds like the threshold number, that 1,200 number, is that changing? Is that what you said earlier, or is that still in place according to what you put out?
It's still in place in our plan as a trigger point, a monitoring point for us to as a point to have a conversation with the health department. Now the reality is we've been talking to Kathy a lot. We're going to continue those conversations, but as we introduce this in June and then continue the vetting process, what we learned from the health department is, while that's a good point to trigger a conversation, it really requires some detailed discussion of the extent to which WCS is being impacted by the virus. I'm not a medical professional, but I've learned so much, and I'm now using medical terms that I typically didn't use, like differential diagnosis and more likely than not kinds of discussions that educators don't typically use. But one of the challenges we faced early this summer was when the state, in essence, said it's going to be a local decision, and so we had to search out what metrics were out there that we could even look at as an educator. And active cases to us are much more telling than total cases. Referencing again Commissioner Sturgeon's question about how active is measured, that individuals do roll off. And so in our discussions with the health professionals, active cases is a very important metric because it shows the trends. Ordinarily you'd think they go up and down, hopefully down as people roll off, but those numbers have been going up. So that 0.5 of our total population, again, is a metric to trigger and let the public know that we're triggering an analysis of the extent to which WCS needs to consider moving to that next level to increase social distance.
Okay, so what's the real concern, Jason? I know initially when coronavirus started, it was political leadership was concerned about hospitals being overrun, ICUs being overrun with patients. Is that still the main concern? I mean, we're not getting a lot of deaths from this, according to official statistics. We had 9 the first month, and according to the Brentwood website I looked at this morning, it's 16 now. So fatalities have not spiked up in conjunction with the spike in cases. So what is the real concern that if the cases go up? Is it the hospital or something else?
Well, for us as educators, my concern is I have about 41,000 students in the building and educators plus staff as well. So my concern is protecting the health of them as much as I reasonably can. Like you, I've heard those media reports. When this started in March, there was a concern about hospitals. I've heard a number of concerns medically about the issues. So I can't speak to the medical side of it. What I can speak to is the decisions we're making at the school level with the spread. And so it's very important to us to have those conversations with the health professionals and what's going on in our community. The governor has been very clear, and the Department of Ed has been very clear that this is a local issue. And so that's why tracking what's happening locally is very important to us, and having those detailed discussions with the locals. I've heard a lot of discussion about from a broad public health perspective, all the factors that the healthcare professionals are considering. Staffing at hospitals, numbers in hospitals, the number of ventilation units. We've heard that discussion, the spread, the percentages of the death rates, positive tests, the impact on individuals who might have immune compromised systems, comparisons to age, particular health issues, and we've heard all that detail. And so from a school perspective, it's very important to me to do everything we can to protect our students, because I can't pinpoint which individual person might be that person who might fit that statistic. And so from our planning purposes, we're balancing that clear understanding that for most of our students, the vast majority of our students, being on campus is best instructionally. So when the health department gives recommendations for our requirements to minimize the risk, knowing that you can't eliminate it, that's been the important part for us, to follow those healthcare professionals, because that's outside our expertise.
Okay, thank you, Jason.
Are there any other of Mr. Golden? All right, seeing none, moving on. Hospital report. Who have we got from the hospital today? Do we have somebody from the Williamson Medical Center? While we're trying, I'm not hearing anybody. Am I missing it, or I thought they were supposed to be with us? If somebody could check on that, I'm going to move on to Kathy Montgomery in the health department.
Mr. Chairman, this is Diane. I have tried contacting Miss Montgomery, and she is working the line out at the testing site. They moved locations. They are outside today, so maybe she'll get on the call later, and I will check with Williamson Medical.
Okay, what about Todd or Bill? Are they available for a report?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. This is Todd Horton, Emergency Management Agency. Kathy is working the line, as Diane said. It's all hands on deck right now outside as they're trying to manage the crowd. Last week, they tested 3,831 individuals for the entire week last week. And since April 1st through July the 10th, they've tested 21,572 individuals. Several of those individuals have come back more than once to be tested for various reasons. Some mandated by employers to be tested every week, some who are just fearful of the virus and think that more often they get tests, the better the results might be. And then, of course, there's those who have just come from one time. Some are coming out of convenience because we do have testing 4 hours a day without appointment. Nevertheless, they are staying busy. And as Diane mentioned, we had to move the testing site outside this past Friday to make room for the graduation that will be happening inside this coming week. We will be operating outside through Monday of next week, and then we will return inside the facility. So we do have provisions. We've tried to put as many provisions out as we can to protect the health of those that are working. Our health department employees, as you might can imagine, are quite exhausted of doing these tests every day for at least 4 hours a day. And in most cases, Mondays, Tuesdays typically go past till around 1:30 to 2:30 in the afternoon, just because the volume of people that come in after the weekend. And then it begins to slow off as we get closer to the end of the week. And we typically finish just shortly after the 12:30 hour. While we continue to have National Guard and State Guard assisting us on a daily basis, it becomes quite unclear sometimes from one day to the next what kind of support we're going to have and if we're going to have support. As their numbers or orders are set to be up early August, we typically find that gets extended, but we often don't know that until close to the very end of the cycle. So while the health department has been allocated some additional personnel to hire, they are not having many applications that are coming in to be able to fill those spots. And they've lost 2 of their employees. One has already left and one has turned in a 2 weeks notice. So the mental toll is, as you might imagine, is taking its toll as individuals are not able to get full hour lunch breaks and other breaks that they would normally take. It can be quite exhausting. So Our concern obviously is to being able to maintain the testing that we're currently doing and serve the community in the best way that we can. And certainly our concern as a government agency continues to be as we start to see numbers increase. Our concern continues to be our ability to provide government services. As more people become infected, more of our government workers stand to risk to become infected as well. And when government employees are not able to show up for work, then government services begin to decline. So that is I think that our biggest concern is being sure that we have methods in place by which to conduct county business and certainly city business as these numbers continue to rise. I'm happy to answer any questions that I can if I haven't addressed anything that you're concerned with.
All right, Commissioner Story, have you got a question for Todd?
Yes, Chair. One quick question. Todd, you had mentioned last week was around 3,000 or so tests provided. I mean, knowing the positive population is a big thing and is very important, but I think from over the past 3 or 4 months, wasn't there kind of a rolling average of per day around the 2 to 250 range, and then over the last week and a half, that's 2 weeks, that's where we've been bumped up to well over 5, 8, and even over 1,000 tests a day. I mean, can you quantify a little bit of the increase of total tests per day as it stands the last 2 weeks versus typical? I know you may not have the exact number, but you know, as it stood for several weeks prior or months prior to the last couple of weeks. So the average number of people being tested on a daily and weekly basis, how much has the increase been in your estimation?
So we have more than doubled and in some cases tripled the testing that our local health department has been doing this past week compared to 3 weeks prior to that. There are numbers, of course, reflecting total tests across Williamson County that are available on the state website, and I'm happy to cite any of those like for me too. But there's testing that locally, but there are also testing that are being done of Williamson County residents that are not occurring in Williamson County. So I'm not sure exactly which numbers you would like me to talk about, but I can certainly say at the Ag Center, we're testing about 3 times as many people as we were testing just within the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, and Todd, that was my point, just to kind of validate what over the last 2 weeks, we've definitely increased the number, which in theory, in the past, we've had a lot of asymptomatic carriers that didn't get tested. Now it looks like we're catching those cases because of the increased testing. And that's, you know, even though it bumps the numbers, I think in reality, that is actually a good thing. That way folks know, you know, what their circumstance is, and then they can better protect themselves and the folks around us. So I appreciate the work that you guys have done, because it's, as you said, you know, this has been a long, difficult trog, and it's only increased in the last couple of weeks. So we appreciate everybody's continued effort, and thank you for all you do. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Commissioner Mason.
Hey, good morning. Thank you. Todd, my question is, I've heard from several people about the amount of time it's taking to get test results back. I know one individual who got tested on July 2nd, here we are 11 days later, they still don't have their results. What can be done to speed up the result process? And because of the increased number of people getting tested, do you foresee us going back to where we only test people with symptoms? Because if it's taking 11, 12 days to get results, at that point, you already kind of know if you have it or you don't have it. So what's the benefit of testing if it's taking this long to get the results? So I'm just curious if we're going to start changing our criteria to test for those reasons.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner, that's a great question, and I won't be able to answer all of that for you, but I can tell you what I do know. Last week, about Thursday of last week, Kathy Montgomery reported that they had test results from one of the private labs back to June the 29th that still had not been received. The state, realizing the deficit that it's been happening at some of the private labs, has now taken over again, doing all COVID testing for all of the local health department test sites. And we were, when they began taking that over, we were seeing test results coming in again within 48 hours, which is what we were more accustomed to. Certainly the state at some point, depending on the volume of testing, will be overwhelmed and their test results will start to lag as well. I wasn't able to talk to Kathy this morning to see if we were still on the 48-hour turnaround, but I'm hopeful that we are, at least at this point. I certainly don't know what the future is going to hold for that. As well as you asked the question about, are we going to go back to the point where we're testing symptomatic people versus all people? And that's really a decision that's made at the state level. It's not a decision that the local health department has the ability to make. We are told who we will test and basically when we will test, and the volume of our numbers have been substantiated at the state that they're not willing to allow us to do anything different than what we're currently doing, because they're relying on some of the health departments that have the largest volume of testing to help generate the data for them to make informed decisions to the best of their ability. So to our knowledge, we will continue to test as we're doing for the foreseeable future until we start seeing a trend in the numbers going down. I know those discussions are being held every day, and certainly something may come down that I'm not aware of, could even come down today, but our understanding is we will continue to test at the rate that we're doing today.
Thank you very much.
I would also like to add, Commissioner Mason, that while we're collecting information about whether people are symptomatic or not when they're receiving their test, it is not a metric that the state is currently reporting on. So while we know a number of people are testing positive who are not symptomatic, they're not sharing those results out publicly for us to be able to see, nor for the community to be able to see. And it is something that we're asking them to make available.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Sturgeon.
Thank you. Hi, Todd. I'm looking for someone to explain how you calculate active cases, what is an active case, and what is a positive case. If you could talk about the efficacy of the test to begin with, because there's a lot of rumors about false positives and false negatives. And if you could tell us how many active cases we have in Williamson County today. And also, do you track recovered cases? Sorry.
Yes, ma'am. So I can do that. I can answer some of that question for you. And I'm going to start with the one about the first question that you asked about active cases. And on the State Department website, State Health Department website, where they're posting these numbers for the public to be able to see, there's a frequently asked questions section. And so I'm going to read, how do I calculate the amount of active cases? And it says, while we do not currently report out active cases on our website, you can calculate the number by subtracting the number of recovered cases and the number of cases who have died from the total number of cases that are reported. So I think it goes back to the term that Jason mentioned earlier. What we have asked for is, what are the metrics that the State Health Department is using to determine when someone is recovered? And Jason cited the number roughly 2 to 3 weeks, I believe, is what he understands and the best he can get. It's also the best that we can get.
That's even if they're asymptomatic?
Well, once a person has tested positive for the virus, there's at least a 10-day window before they are considered no longer active case of the virus, is my understanding. I don't have the facts on that. They are questions that we have asked of the State Health Department. I'm just trying to explain the best information that I have available. And that is anywhere from 10 days up to 21 days, a person may be considered no longer contagious with the virus. And again, sometimes that is done because they've received a test that says they're no longer infected. Other times it's just the time interval that from their history of watching this disease, they determine that a person is no longer infected with the virus. I wish I had a better answer, but that's the best one that I can provide from the information that's been shared publicly with us.
Okay. Will they, is there any attempt to make estimates of untested population? What the number of cases could be if everybody was tested? Because we're only going on people who voluntarily go in to be tested, right?
Yes, ma'am. There's no matrix that I've seen that is providing the information that you're requesting.
Thank you, Todd.
To answer your other, one of your other questions, there are 1,050 total active cases currently in Williamson County as of today. That's 39 more cases than the last 24 hours and 306 more active cases than in the last 7 days.
Thank you, Todd.
Yes, ma'am.
Are there any other questions? Hearing none. Thank you, Todd. Now we will go to Williamson Medical Center. I think they are back online.
Yes, can you hear me? This is Julie Miller, Chief Operating Officer.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I am very sorry. We were on the call. You just could not hear us, but we could hear you earlier. Also on the call is Paul Bolin and then also Dr. Levi Benson. And I'm going to have Dr. Benson first give just a clinical update, and then we'll see if you have other questions after that.
Morning, everybody. I'm Levi Benson. I'm an internal medicine hospitalist here. I also function as our clinical business development officer for the hospital. So just to give a trajectory of how we've seen things here, in our prior peak back in early April when we were in the heyday of this, our max number, our top number of COVID patients we had in the hospital was 12. For a good portion of June, we had none. We started picking up several weeks ago. About 2 weeks ago, we still had 0 to 3 patients. Last week, we were averaging a census of about 7 per day for COVID. Today, we've hit a new peak. We currently have 14 patients in-house with COVID. 5 of them are critical. 2 are on the ventilator. So we are busier than we were in April when we were at our previous peak. That's our general. Our age range, we're seeing anywhere from age 40 to 90 here. So we're seeing young people requiring hospitalization as well.
Dr. Levi? Oh, sorry.
Any specific questions?
Yeah, Julie, I sent this email to everyone, and there's a list of 8 questions. Does Dr. Levi have access to that email?
I do.
Yes.
Okay, so how many people have we had die in Williamson County?
So thank you for the question. That is difficult for us to answer because a Williamson County resident doesn't necessarily have to come to our hospital when they pass away. They might go to a hospital north of us. So that specific number of how many Williamson County residents have passed away is on the state website. It's the same website that Mr. Horton referred to, and you can go to that and it updates it daily.
Okay, well, can you answer how many have died at Williamson Medical Center with COVID?
We've had 11 die here.
Ah.
Started.
That's very sad. I'm sorry. Do you know how many people actually die in Williamson County on average per year?
No, we do not have that number.
Who would?
We would have to pull those numbers. It would take us some time. That's not something that we look at on a regular basis, and we would have to pull that from our system. you're looking for all deaths?
Yeah,
That would be a State Department of Health number, Commissioner. The
for
State
Williamson
Department of Health
County.
for the state per county, because they don't necessarily go through the hospital. People can die in nursing homes, in their home, anywhere. The Department of Health aggregates all death certificates, so they would have those statistics.
Thank you, Jeff. Okay, have the furloughed medical staff been brought back to the hospital yet?
So 93% of our furlough staff have returned, and we continue to look at when we can bring the remainder of those back. And that has been a process throughout different service lines reopening. That brings me to one of your other questions, which was elective surgeries. We resumed elective surgeries May 5th. We have caught up on any backlog, but there were some patients that have chosen to delay their surgery to a later date. That was patient decision, and the physician offices are working with those patients to reschedule when the patient is comfortable to do so.
Okay, there's one more question, wasn't on my list, but as far as capacity, how much more capacity do you have to handle an influx of COVID patients?
That capacity varies based upon where we are in the hospital, and it depends on how big of an influx we get. Based upon that influx, decisions would have to be made again of whether we would start canceling elective surgeries, whether we would stop other services. And as that moves, our capacity increases, because then you would use alternate care units for a CCU patient or a medical patient. So it really varies based upon where we are with our patient mix and the number of patients coming in.
Okay, well, let's just talk about the area that you're keeping them right now.
The area that we are keeping them in right now, we're probably at 70% capacity for an ICU COVID patient. And remember, our ICUs are we have patients in there that are non-COVID. We have patients in our hospital that are non-COVID also. So it's different when you break up the COVID patient capacity versus hospital capacity.
So you're not keeping COVID patients in a segregated section of the hospital?
We are. Yes, ma'am, we are.
Okay.
I just wanted you to know when I said 70%, I was speaking of the COVID patients.
Gotcha. So when you say you're at 70% capacity, that's free capacity for more people, or that's how much is being occupied right now by COVID patients?
That is how much that is being occupied currently by COVID patients.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Julie. That was helpful information.
You're very welcome.
Do we have any other questions of the hospital? All right, hearing none. Moving on. Are there any other committees that need to make a report that I haven't called on? All right, moving on. Next is elections and appointments. First up is Public Building Authority, a 6-year term expiring July of 2026. Term expiring Eric Bear and Ron Crutcher. Nominees are Eric Bear, Ron Crutcher. We'll entertain a motion.
So move.
Second.
Thank you. We have the motion and the second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? I didn't announce it. Jeff, did you catch who made the motions in the second? I didn't announce it.
I know the motion was Commissioner Shaw. I wasn't sure on the second.
Who made the second? I'm sorry, Lawrence?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Lawrence, the second. I'll try to remember to do that. Next up is the Wastewater Authority. Commerce Representative, 5-year term expiring July of 2025. Jerry Rainey, term expiring. Nomination, Jerry Rainey. Entertain a motion.
Brooks, move for approval.
Chalfant, second.
Motion and the second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Carries. Next is the medical examiner. There is a typo there. It is a 5-year term expiring in July of 2025. Term expiring is Samuel A. Smith. Nominee is Samuel A. Smith. We'll entertain a motion.
Chalfant, move for approval.
Rainey seconds.
All right, got the motion and the second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
Opposed? Resolution passes, or nomination passes. Next, we have our consent agenda, and Commissioner Herbert has requested that we pull the notaries off the consent agenda, so they will be considered separately. So we'll entertain a motion for the consent agenda.
Beathard, so moved.
Sturgeon, second.
There's motion and the second. All in favor, say aye. Or does this needs to be a vote, doesn't it? Roll call. Jeff, nod your head. Does this need to be roll call? Does not need to be roll call. Okay. So all in favor of the consent agenda, say aye.
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 All consent agenda passes. Next, we have the notaries. We'll entertain a motion to approve the notaries.
Brooks, so moved.
Beathard,
I'm
second.
sorry, there was. Jeff, did you catch who made what? I did not.
Smith motion, Osbrook second, Commissioner.
Thank you. All in favor of the notaries, say aye.
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 Opposed?
Herbert abstained.
And we have one abstention. Any opposed? All right, if you got that, Jeff? 2201.
22, yes, sir.
All right, so the resolution or the notary list has passed. Now we're on to our resolutions. And I want to confirm with Paul Webb and with Jeff Mosley what we had. I don't think I've talked to Paul about this. We are going to do each section, unanimous consent, and then a voice vote on the totals for each section. Is that correct, Jeff? Is that what we decided? All right.
Yes,
So
you have to vote on the total funds separately, but the major categories can be voted on by voice vote.
All right, so we'll take, if you're looking at the resolution, we'll do each subcategory like general administration, finance, administration of justice. We'll do a motion and a second unanimous consent. Please state unanimous consent, Paul, with your motion, and then we will do the total general fund and total special drug fund. All those will be done by roll call vote. Is everything clear? Are there any questions on how we will proceed with the budget?
And you still need a motion for the general resolution as well. The overall resolution.
Yes. Right, I've got that note. So. Okay. First, let me read the resolution, I guess. We need to get it on the table. Resolution number 7-20-3. Resolution making appropriations for the various funds, departments, institutions, offices, and agencies of Williamson County, Tennessee for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2020, ending June 30th, 2021. Commissioner Webb?
Move for approval by unanimous consent, the sub-items, and then
Not
voice vote
on
for the
this
total.
one.
Okay.
Okay, all right, got you. Yep. All right, sorry.
All right.
Sorry to interrupt. Okay, is there a second?
Osbrook, second.
I heard several seconds there. Jeff, did you get one? All right, we have the motion and the second. So first up, we will have general administration, $16,363,869.
I'm going to share you asking for a motion for approval on this one with unanimous consent.
Yes.
So move, Commissioner
Yes.
Webb.
Mr. Smith, second.
All right, Commissioner Smith, the second. Any discussion on the general administration section of the budget?
Mr. Chair, let me note that the Budget Committee passed all of these 5-0.
Thank you. I forgot that part on the last page. All right, any discussion on the general administration? Hearing none, I assume you're ready to vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, general administration passes. Next is finance, $5,584,220.
Commissioner Webb moves for approval by unanimous consent of finance, $5,584,220.
Herbert, second.
Commissioner, are there any I will note that we do have Nina on here as long as department chairs, if anyone has any questions. Are there any questions on the finance portion? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Are there any opposed? Finance passes. Administration of Justice, $4,838,160.
Commissioner Webb moves for approval of administration of justice by unanimous consent.
Story, second.
Commissioner Story, the second. Are there any questions on the administration of justice?
Chairman Little, if I could be heard, this is Commissioner Mason.
Let's go ahead, please.
I will need to abstain from this vote simply because I do get compensated through the judicial commissioners as a speaker at their conferences. So I will be abstaining from this vote.
Thank you. Commissioner Beal.
I'm sorry, I wish to speak to the public safety, not the administration of justice. Sorry to slow us down.
Okay. All right, you step ahead. That's all right. Are there any other questions on administration of justice? All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Any opposed? And abstention.
Commissioner Mason.
All right, we have that passes with one abstention. Public safety, $33,784,898. Commissioner Webb.
Commissioner Webb moves for approval of public safety, $33,784,898 by unanimous consent.
Herbert, second.
Commissioner Herbert, the second. Are there any questions? Let's say, Commissioner Beal, you had a question here?
Thank you, Chair. Just a general question. Does the Sheriff's Department budget include the about $1.5 million of new vehicles that are later in the resolutions? Does that budget include that amount?
This is Nina. That will be in a resolution that comes later under capital request. It's not within the operating budget.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions on public safety? Hearing none, I assume you're ready to vote. You're in favor, say aye.
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 Are there any opposed?
I need to abstain.
I'm sorry, who is that?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Nations.
Commissioner Nations abstained, so we have a vote of 22-0-1 on the public safety. Next, we have public health and welfare, $5,481,385. Commissioner Webb.
Commissioner Webb moves for approval of public health and welfare, $5,481,835 by unanimous consent.
Commissioner Smith, second.
Commissioner Smith, the second. Are there any questions on public health and welfare? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Are there any opposed? Any opposed? Section passes. Next, we have social, cultural, and recreational services, $18,630,069, excuse me, $18,630,069. Commissioner Webb?
Commissioner Webb moves for approval by unanimous consent of the social, cultural, and recreational services of $18,630,069.
Are there any questions on this section?
Commissioner Smith, second.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Commissioner Smith, the second. Are there any questions? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? That section passes. Next is agricultural and natural resources, $630,308. Commissioner Webb?
Commissioner Webb moves for approval of agricultural and natural resources, $630,308 by unanimous consent.
Herbert, second.
Commissioner Herbert, the second. Are there any questions on this section? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? That section passes. Next, we have other general government, $24,631,556. Commissioner Webb?
Commissioner Webb moves for approval of other general government, $24,631,556 by unanimous consent.
Are there any questions on this section?
Commissioner Smith, second.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Commissioner Smith. I keep missing that. Are there any questions on this section? You're seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. All in favor of this section, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? This section passes. Next, we have a roll call vote on the total general fund of $109,944,915. Commissioner Webb.
Commissioner Webb moves for approval of total general fund of $109,944,915.
Is there a second?
Herbert, second.
Commissioner Herbert, the second. Any discussion on the total general fund budget? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. Call the roll, please. Jeff?
Commissioner Aiello,
Aiello, yes.
Commissioner Osbrooks,
Osbrooks, yes.
Commissioner Bill,
Bill, yes.
Commissioner Bethard,
Bethard, yes.
Commissioner Chalfont,
Chalfont, yes.
Commissioner Herbert,
Herbert, yes.
Commissioner Hester, Commissioner Hester,
Hester, yes.
Commissioner Hudson, Commissioner Hudson, Commissioner Dwight Jones,
Commissioner Jones, yes.
Commissioner Ricky Jones is absent. Commissioner Landrum,
Landrum, yes.
Commissioner Lawrence,
Lawrence, yes.
Commissioner Little,
Commissioner Little, yes.
Commissioner Lathers,
Lathers, yes.
Commissioner Mason,
Commissioner Mason, yes.
Commissioner Morton,
Morton, yes.
Commissioner Nations,
Nations, yes.
Commissioner Rainey,
Rainey, yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Smith, yes.
Commissioner Story,
Story, yes.
Commissioner Sturgeon,
Sturgeon, yes.
Commissioner Tunnicliffe,
Commissioner Tunnicliffe, yes.
all right. Commissioner Webb,
Commissioner Webb, yes.
Commissioner Williams.
Williams, yes.
Okay, and Commissioner Hudson, I know was on earlier because I didn't hear from him. So I have 22 yes and 1 absent, with Commissioner Hudson absent.
What about Ricky Jones?
Okay, sorry, Ricky Jones, I guess, is absent. Commissioner Hudson is out because he was here present when we started the meeting.
That section passes. Next, we have total solid waste and sanitation fund, $6,742,391. Commissioner Webb,
Commissioner Webb moves for approval of the total solid waste sanitation fund of $6,742,391 by unanimous consent.
Herbert, second.
be a roll call.
Has to be a roll call.
This section has to be a roll call.
Commissioner Webb recommends solid waste sanitation fund be approved.
Commissioner Herbert, the second on that.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on the solid waste sanitation fund? Okay, Jeff, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Aiello,
Hello, yes.
Commissioner Alsbrooks,
Osbrooks, yes.
Commissioner Hill,
Hill, yes.
Commissioner Bethard,
Bethard, yes.
Commissioner Chalfont,
Chalfont, yes.
Commissioner Herbert,
Herbert, yes.
Commissioner Hester,
Hester, yes.
Commissioner Hudson, Commissioner Dwight Jones,
Mr. Dwight Jones, yes.
Commissioner Ricky Jones is absent. Commissioner Landrum,
Landrum, yes.
Commissioner Lawrence,
Lawrence, yes.
Commissioner Little,
Commissioner Little, yes.
Commissioner Lathers,
Lathers, yes.
Commissioner Mason,
Commissioner Mason, yes.
Commissioner,
Yes.
Commissioner Nations,
Nations, yes.
Commissioner Rainey,
Rainey, yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Commissioner Smith, yes.
Commissioner Story,
Story, yes.
Commissioner Sturgeon,
Sturgeon, yes.
Commissioner Tunnicliffe,
Commissioner Tunnicliffe, yes.
Commissioner Webb,
Commissioner Webb, yes.
Commissioner Williams.
Williams, yes.
So we have 22 yes and 1 out. Commissioner Hudson out, sorry.
I'm sorry, I was muted. Next, we have where are we now? On the solid, which one are we on? I've got lost.
Drug.
Next, we have the total special drug control fund of $166,750. Commissioner Webb?
For clarification, Mr. Chair, all the rest of these will be by roll call. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Webb moves for approval of the special drug control fund, $166,750.
Herbert, second.
Commissioner Herbert, second. Is there any questions? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. Call the roll, please.
Commissioner Aiello,
Aiello, yes.
Commissioner Alsbrooks,
Allsbrooks, yes.
Commissioner Beal,
Bill, yes.
Commissioner Beathard,
Beathard, yes.
Commissioner Chalfont,
Font, yes.
Commissioner Herbert,
Herbert, yes.
Commissioner Hester,
Hester, yes.
Commissioner Hudson, Commissioner Dwight Jones,
Commissioner Dwight Jones, yes.
Ricky Jones is absent. Commissioner Landrum,
Landrum, yes.
Commissioner Lawrence,
Lawrence, yes.
Commissioner Little,
Little, yes.
Commissioner Lathers,
Lathers, yes.
Commissioner Mason,
Commissioner Mason, yes.
Commissioner Morton,
Morton, yes.
Commissioner Nations,
Nations, yes.
Commissioner Rainey,
Rainey, yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Smith, yes.
Commissioner Story,
Story, yes.
Commissioner Sturgeon,
Sturgeon, yes.
Commissioner Tunnicliffe,
Commissioner Tunnicliffe, yes.
Commissioner Webb,
Commissioner Webb, yes.
Commissioner Williams.
Williams, yes.
So we have 22 yes and 1 out. Commissioner Hudson out.
Sorry, I was muted again. Next, we have the special drug control fund passes. Next, we have the total highway and public works funds budget of $13,100,327. Commissioner Webb?
Move for approval of the total highway public works fund of $13,100,327.
Rainey seconds.
Commissioner Smith with the second. Any questions on this section? Seeing none, call the roll, please, Jeff.
Commissioner Aiello,
Aiello, yes.
Commissioner Alsbrooks,
Allsbrooks, yes.
Commissioner Beal,
Bill, yes.
Commissioner Beathard,
Beathard, yes.
Commissioner Chalfont,
Chalfont, yes.
Commissioner Herbert,
Herbert, yes.
Commissioner Hester, Commissioner Hester.
Hester, yes.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Hudson,
Hudson, yes.
Commissioner Dwight Jones,
Commissioner Dwight Jones, yes.
Commissioner Ricky Jones is absent. Commissioner Landrum,
Commissioner Landrum, yes.
all right. Commissioner Lawrence,
Mr. Lawrence, yes.
Commissioner Little,
Little, yes.
Commissioner Lathers,
Lathers, yes.
Commissioner Mason,
Commissioner Mason, yes.
Commissioner Morton,
Commissioner Morton, yes.
Commissioner Nations,
Nations, yes.
Commissioner Rainey,
Rainey, yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Smith, yes.
Commissioner Story,
Story, yes.
Commissioner Sturgeon,
Commissioner Spurgeon, yes.
Commissioner Tunnicliff,
Tunnicliff, yes.
Commissioner Webb,
Commissioner Webb, yes.
Commissioner Williams.
Williams, yes.
So 23 yes, 0 no.
Highway and Public Works Fund passes. Before we go to the school fund, I need to make an announcement. You should have just received an email. The conflict of interest statement that we have to sign every year was left out of our packet. They were just emailed to us. Those will need to be signed and returned. Jeff, do you want us to email them to you? How do we need to get those back to you?
Whatever's easiest for each commissioner. It doesn't matter. They email is fine if they can do it that way, or they can mail it in, whatever's easiest for them.
But they will have to be signed and returned to the clerk's office. Are there any questions on that before we move on to the school fund?
Chairman Little, I included Jeff Whidby's email in the email with the conflict of interest statement, so they'll have his email readily available.
That's very important, so we have to get those back in.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I request either a quick recess or to let another member of the budget committee continue. I need to take a quick break.
Do we want to take a quick, say 5-minute recess? Anyone object to that? Okay, I have got 10:48. Let's say we will reconvene at 10:05.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I will call the commission back to order. Jeff, did you see my question? Nod your head. Is what she wrote okay, or do we need to make a public statement?
No, what she wrote's fine. Let's make sure, Creed, if you can hear us, let's make sure that that's included, and Jeff Whidbey needs to make sure it's included in the minutes, but the statement itself is sufficient. I was trying to type a response, but didn't get it quick enough.
Yeah, I called the meeting back to order on you. All right. Sorry about that. Next, we have the General Purpose School Fund, $395,925,769. Commissioner Webb?
Move for approval of total general purpose school fund, $395,925,769.
Herbert, second.
Is there Commissioner Herbert the second? Let's see. Commissioner Herbert has a question for Director Golden.
Okay, Director Golden, this is Commissioner Herbert. My question is, I noticed that the biggest increase on your budget from last year's original budget to this year is the special ed, and it is a huge portion. Can you, I guess the question is, address that some way, any way y'all can try to control that somewhat? Is it possible?
Well, first of all, of course, our overall budget is substantially less. Special education is really its own unique case, as many of you know, we've talked about over the years. The federal structure is that each student's services are to be driven by an individualized education program, what educators call an IEP, the acronym. And that team makes a decision for how best to serve that student based on what they call a free and appropriate public education. We constantly work on ways to be efficient with special education services, but so much of that is driven by that federal program. I will tell you, in the time I've been here, we have especially, I think, improved how we evaluate the need for students to have special education teachers' assistants. The individuals who might sit with a student and help them through the instructional process. That is something that we really deeply vet when those IEP teams meet. And I tell you that because the reality is in just about any business is budgeted, and that's true for us as well. People are the most valuable items, and they're also the largest expense. Today, as I sit here, I can tell you that we've been as efficient as we can, but I also have to tell you that that as expectations grow nationwide and even locally, it's very apparent to us that over the years, the special education services will continue to increase. One of the issues that we know at the state level, when there's a discussion at the state level about per pupil expenditures and averages, we all know that from an averaging perspective, generally speaking, more students with disabilities we spend a little bit more on, but we don't break it out that way. We really talk about serving all students based on their individual needs.
Superintendent Golden, I guess my question also is, are we still having a big influx of residents moving here because we provide such a great service to special ed students?
Commissioner, I think the answer to that question is yes. We hear that across the board. We hear that for general education students, and we hear that for students with disabilities as well. You all may recall over the years, we would celebrate issues like, for example, a few years ago, I remember specifically, there was a lot of talk about our students with disabilities actually outperforming the state average for general education. So yes, we are attractive, and that continues to rise. I think that's part of our service. That's part of every public school service. So we do celebrate that, but the key is to provide what's appropriate to students And that's what we continue to try to do with every team meeting.
Thank you. I appreciate your response.
Commissioner Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I said this during Education Committee. I'll say it again. I believe that Dr. Golden has proven incredible leadership of our schools. I'm not saying that just to be nice. I think the morale of our schools is good. I think he has a handle on our budget, and I do not believe that he tries to take advantage of us when he comes in with his budget. With that being said, as we were going through the Education Committee process, a couple things came up with regard to Dr. Golden requesting on behalf of the schools to replace uh, a lot of cars regarding just because they had gotten too old. I believe Dr. Golden stated that once they reach about 85,000 miles, they're looking to replace those cars. There were also some expenses as it related to whether the bleachers in some schools needed to be, the automated function needs to be repaired or not. All told, it came to about $750,000. An amendment was made in the Education Committee. It was made by me to adjust the school budget 750 grand.
If I can make a point of order, that is, excuse me, if I can make a point of order, that is capital expense. This is general operating. So those would need to be made for the capital expense, and that will be considered later on. They are not part of this budget.
Is that when I just say never mind then?
All right. Are there any other questions on the school budget? Hearing none, I assume you're ready to vote on the school budget. Call the roll, please, Jeff.
Commissioner Aiello,
Aiello, yes.
Commissioner Alsbrooks, Commissioner Beal,
I'm a little worried to speak, but Bill, yes.
Commissioner Bethard,
Commissioner Bethard, yes.
Commissioner Chalfant,
Commissioner Chalfant, yes.
Commissioner Herbert,
Herbert, yes.
Commissioner Hester, Commissioner Hester, Commissioner Hudson,
Hudson, yes.
Commissioner Dwight Jones,
Commissioner Dwight Jones, yes.
and Ricky Jones is absent. Commissioner Landrum,
Commissioner Landrum, yes.
Commissioner Lawrence,
Lawrence, yes.
Commissioner Little,
Little, yes.
Commissioner Lathers,
Lathers, yes.
Commissioner Mason,
Commissioner Mason, my spouse is an employee of the Williamson County School System. However, I will vote my conscience and vote yes.
all right. Commissioner Morton, Commissioner Nations,
Nations, yes.
Commissioner Rainey,
Commissioner Rainey, yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Smith, yes.
Commissioner Story,
Commissioner Story's spouse is an employee of the Williamson County School System. I will vote my conscience and vote yes.
Commissioner Sturgeon,
Commissioner Sturgeon, yes.
Commissioner Tunnicliffe,
Commissioner Tunnicliffe, yes.
Commissioner Webb,
Commissioner Webb, yes.
Commissioner Williams.
Williams, yes.
Okay, Commissioner Alsbrooks.
Osbrooks, yes.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Hester, yes.
Yes, ma'am. And then Commissioner Morton, I didn't hear, probably was just me.
Commissioner Morton, yes.
Yes, sir, thank you. So we have 23 yes, 0 no.
The general school fund passes. Next is a total central cafeteria fund of $14,557,636. Commissioner Webb?
Commissioner Webb moves to approve the total central cafeteria fund of $14,557,636.
Rainey seconds.
Commissioner Rainey the second. Any discussion on the cafeteria fund? Seeing none, call the roll, please, Jeff.
Commissioner Aiello,
Aiello, yes.
Commissioner Osbrooks,
Osbrooks, yes.
Commissioner Beal,
Beal, yes.
Commissioner Bethard,
Commissioner Bethard, yes.
Commissioner Chalfant,
Commissioner Chalfant, yes.
Commissioner Herbert,
Herbert, yes.
Commissioner Hester,
Hester, yes.
Commissioner Hudson,
Yes.
Commissioner Dwight Jones,
Commissioner Dwight Jones, yes.
Commissioner Ricky Jones is absent, Commissioner Landrum,
Landrum, yes.
Commissioner Lawrence,
Lawrence, yes.
Commissioner Little,
Little, yes.
Commissioner Lathers,
Lathers, yes.
Commissioner Mason,
Commissioner Mason, yes.
Commissioner Morton,
Commissioner Morton, yes.
Commissioner Nations,
Nations, yes.
Commissioner Rainey,
Rainey, yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Smith, yes.
Commissioner Story,
Story, yes.
Commissioner Sturgeon,
Sturgeon, yes.
Commissioner Tunnicliffe,
Tunnicliffe, yes.
Commissioner Webb,
Commissioner Webb, yes.
Commissioner Williams.
Williams, yes.
All right, 23 yes, 0 no.
Cafeteria fund passes. Next, we have total extended school program fund, $7,153,988. Commissioner Webb?
Commissioner Webb motions to approve the total extended school program fund of $7,153,988.
Herbert, second.
Commissioner Herbert the second. Any discussion on the extended care program? Seeing none, call the roll, please, Jeff.
Commissioner Aiello,
Aiello, yes.
Commissioner Osbrooks,
Osbrooks, yes.
Commissioner Beal,
Beal, yes.
Commissioner Bethard,
Bethard, yes.
Commissioner Chalfant,
Commissioner Chalfant, yes.
Commissioner Herbert,
Herbert, yes.
Commissioner Hester,
Hester, yes.
Commissioner Hudson,
Yes.
Commissioner Dwight Jones,
Commissioner Dwight Jones, yes.
Commissioner Ricky Jones is absent, Commissioner Landrum,
Yes. Commissioner Landrum, yes.
yes, sir. Commissioner Lawrence,
Lawrence, yes.
Commissioner Little,
Little, yes.
Commissioner Lathers,
Lathers, yes.
Commissioner Mason,
Commissioner Mason, yes.
Commissioner Morton,
Morton, yes.
Commissioner Nations,
Nations, yes.
Commissioner Rainey,
Rainey, yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Smith, yes.
Commissioner Story,
Story, yes.
Commissioner Sturgeon,
Sturgeon, yes.
Commissioner Tunnicliffe,
Tunnicliffe, yes.
Commissioner Webb,
Commissioner Webb, yes.
Commissioner Williams.
Williams, yes.
All right, 23 yes, 0 no.
Extended school program fund passes. Next is total general debt service fund of $44,940,100. Commissioner Webb?
Commissioner Webb moves for approval of the total general debt service fund of $47,940,100.
Herbert, second.
Commissioner Herbert II, are there any questions on the General Debt Service Fund? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. Call the roll, please, Jeff.
Commissioner Aiello,
Aiello, yes.
Commissioner Osbrooks,
Commissioner Osbrooks, yes.
Commissioner Beal,
Bill, yes.
Commissioner Beathard,
Beathard, yes.
Commissioner Chalfant,
Commissioner Chalfant, yes.
Commissioner Herbert,
Herbert, yes.
Commissioner Hester,
Hester, yes.
Commissioner Hudson,
Yes.
Commissioner Dwight Jones,
Commissioner Dwight Jones, yes.
Commissioner Ricky Jones is absent, Commissioner Landrum,
Commissioner Landrum, yes.
Commissioner Lawrence,
Lawrence, yes.
Commissioner Little,
Little, yes.
Commissioner Lathers,
Lathers, yes.
Commissioner Mason,
Commissioner Mason, yes.
Commissioner Morton,
Morton, yes. Morton, yes.
all right. Commissioner Nations,
Nations, yes.
Commissioner Rainey,
Rainey, yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Smith, yes.
Commissioner Story,
Story, yes.
Commissioner Sturgeon,
Sturgeon, yes.
Commissioner Tunnicliff,
Tunnicliff, yes.
Commissioner Webb,
Commissioner Webb, yes.
Commissioner Williams.
Williams, yes.
23 yes, 0 no.
Oops. There I was muted again. General Debt Service Fund passes. Total Rural Debt Service Fund, $33,940,000. Commissioner Webb,
Commissioner Webb moves to approve the total rural debt service fund of $33,940,000.
Herbert, second.
Commissioner Herbert II. Any discussion on the Rural Debt Service? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. Call the roll, please, Jeff.
Commissioner Aiello,
Aiello, yes.
Commissioner Osbrooks,
Osbrooks, yes.
Commissioner Beal,
Bill, yes.
Commissioner Beathard,
Beathard, yes.
Commissioner Chalfant,
Chalfant, yes.
Commissioner Herbert,
Herbert, yes.
Commissioner Hester,
Hester, yes.
Commissioner Hudson,
Yes.
Commissioner Dwight Jones,
Commissioner Dwight Jones, yes.
Ricky Jones is absent, Commissioner Landrum,
Commissioner Landrum, yes.
Commissioner Lawrence,
Yes.
Commissioner Little,
Little, yes.
Commissioner Lathers,
Lathers, yes.
Commissioner Mason,
Commissioner Mason, yes.
Commissioner Morton,
Yes. Morton, yes.
all right. Commissioner Nations,
Nations, yes.
Commissioner Rainey,
Rainey, yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Smith, yes.
Commissioner Story,
Story, yes.
Commissioner Sturgeon,
Sturgeon, yes.
Commissioner Tunnicliff,
Tunnicliff, yes.
Commissioner Webb,
Commissioner Webb, yes.
Commissioner Williams.
Williams, yes.
All right, 23 yes, 0 no.
Rural Debt Service Fund passes. Now we have a total county budget of all funds, $629,471,876. Commissioner Webb,
Commissioner Webb Motions to approve the total county budget of all funds, $629,471,876.
Rainey seconds.
Commissioner Herbert with the second. Any discussion on the total county budget? Seeing none, call the roll, please, Jeff.
Commissioner Aiello,
Yes.
Commissioner Allsbrooks,
Osbrooks, yes.
Commissioner Beal, Commissioner Beathard,
Yes.
Commissioner Chalfant,
Yes.
Commissioner Herbert,
Herbert, yes.
Commissioner Hester,
Hester, yes.
Commissioner Hudson,
Yes.
Commissioner Dwight Jones,
Jones, yes.
Commissioner Ricky Jones is absent. Commissioner Landrum, all right, thank you. Commissioner Lawrence,
Lawrence, yes.
all right. Commissioner Little,
Little, yes.
Commissioner Lathers,
Lathers, yes.
Commissioner Mason,
Commissioner Mason, yes.
Commissioner Morton,
Morton, yes.
Commissioner Nations,
Nations, yes.
Commissioner Rainey,
Rainey, yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Smith, yes.
Commissioner Story,
Story, yes.
Commissioner Sturgeon,
Sturgeon, yes.
Commissioner Tunnicliffe,
Tunnicliffe, yes.
Commissioner Webb,
Commissioner Webb, yes.
Commissioner Williams.
Williams, yes.
23 yes, 0 no.
The resolution passes.
Thank you all.
Good job.
Thank you.
Next, we have Resolution 7-20-4. Will be a roll call vote.
Chairman
Resolution fixing, I'm sorry?
Chairman Little, I apologize. I think you all voted on each of the funds. I think you now have to vote on 7-20-3 in its entirety to include the remainder of the resolution. You voted on the funds, but not the actual full resolution.
Okay,
Diane's correct.
all right. So now we need to take a vote on Resolution 7-20-3. Resolution making and appropriating for the various funds and departments, institutions, offices, and agencies of Williamson County, Tennessee for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2020 and ending July 30th, 2021. Commissioner Webb.
Move for approval.
Second, Rainey.
Commissioner Rainey, the second. Any discussion on the resolution as a whole? Seeing none, call the roll, please, Jeff.
Commissioner Aiello, Commissioner Allsbrooks,
Osbrooks, yes.
Commissioner Beal,
yes.
Commissioner Beathard,
Beathard, yes.
Commissioner Chalfant,
Commissioner Chalfant, yes.
Commissioner Herbert,
Herbert, yes.
Commissioner Hester,
Hester, yes.
Commissioner Hudson,
Hudson, yes.
Commissioner Dwight Jones,
Dwight Jones, yes.
Commissioner Ricky Jones is absent. Commissioner Landrum,
Landrum, yes.
Commissioner Lawrence,
Lawrence, yes.
Commissioner Little,
Little, yes.
Commissioner Lathers,
Lathers, yes.
Commissioner Mason,
Commissioner Mason, yes.
Commissioner Morton,
Morton, yes.
Commissioner Nations,
Nations, yes.
Commissioner Rainey,
Rainey, yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Smith, yes.
Commissioner Story,
Story, yes.
Commissioner Sturgeon,
Sturgeon, yes.
Commissioner Tunnicliff,
Cliff, yes.
Commissioner Webb,
Commissioner Webb, yes.
Commissioner Williams.
Williams, yes.
23 yes, 0 no.
The resolution passes. Resolution 7-20-4. Resolution fixing the tax levy in Williamson County, Tennessee for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2020, and it will be a roll call vote. Commissioner Webb?
Move for approval.
Herbert, second.
Commissioner Herbert, the second. Any discussion on the tax rate? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. Call the roll, please, Jeff.
Commissioner Aiello,
Hello, yes.
Commissioner Alsbrooks,
Osbrooks, yes.
Commissioner Beal,
Bill, yes.
Commissioner Bethard,
Bethard, yes.
Commissioner Chalfont,
Commissioner Chalfont, yes.
Herbert,
Herbert, yes.
Commissioner Hester,
Esther, yes.
Commissioner Hudson,
Yes.
Commissioner Dwight Jones,
Commissioner Dwight Jones, yes.
Commissioner Ricky Jones is absent, Commissioner Landrum,
Landrum, yes.
Commissioner Lawrence,
Lawrence, yes.
Commissioner Little,
Little, yes.
Commissioner Lathers,
Lathers, yes.
Commissioner Mason,
Commissioner Mason, yes.
Commissioner Morton,
Morton, yes.
Commissioner Nations,
Nations, yes.
Commissioner Rainey,
Rainey, yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Smith, yes.
Commissioner Story,
Yes.
Commissioner Sturgeon,
Commissioner Sturgeon, yes.
Commissioner Tunnicliff,
Tunnicliff, yes.
Commissioner Webb,
Commissioner Webb, yes.
Commissioner Williams.
Williams, yes.
23 yes, 0 no.
The resolution passes. Resolution 7-20-5 will be a roll call vote. Resolution making appropriations to nonprofit charitable organizations of Williamson County, Tennessee for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2020 and ending June 30th, 2020. Commissioner Webb?
Move for approval.
I'm sorry, who was the second?
Smith.
Commissioner Smith, the second. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, Commissioner Webb.
As you can see, these are the various agencies, nonprofits that the county funds typically every year. And if anybody has any questions, Nina is ready to answer them.
Are there any questions on 20-5? Seeing none, call the roll, please, Jeff.
Commissioner Aiello,
Aiello, yes.
Commissioner Alsbrooks,
Osbrooks, yes.
Commissioner Beal, Commissioner Beal,
Bill, yes.
okay. Commissioner Bethard,
Bethard, yes.
Commissioner Chalfont,
Commissioner Chalfont, yes.
Commissioner Herbert,
Herbert, I'm gonna have to say I have an indirect conflict, but I will vote my conscience as I'm a volunteer for CASA, and I vote yes.
okay. Commissioner Hester,
Hester, yes.
Commissioner Hudson,
Hudson, yes.
Commissioner Dwight Jones,
Commissioner Dwight Jones, yes.
Commissioner Ricky Jones is absent, Commissioner Landrum,
Landrum, yes.
Commissioner Lawrence,
Lawrence, yes.
Commissioner Little,
Little, yes.
Commissioner Lathers,
Mothers, yes.
Commissioner Mason,
Commissioner Mason, yes.
Commissioner Morton,
Morton, yes.
Commissioner Nations,
Nations, yes.
Commissioner Rainey,
Rainey, yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Smith, yes.
Commissioner Story,
Story, yes.
Commissioner Sturgeon,
Sturgeon, yes.
Commissioner Tunnicliffe,
Yes.
Commissioner Webb,
Commissioner Webb, yes.
Commissioner Williams.
Williams, yes.
All right, 23 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 7-20-6 will be a roll call vote. Resolution making appropriations to nonprofit emergency services organizations for Williamson County, Tennessee for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2020 and ending June 30th, 2021. Commissioner Webb,
Move for approval.
Herbert, second.
Commissioner Herbert, the second. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Webb.
Mr. Chair, you can see this is the annual appropriation to the volunteer fire services. We typically do this every year.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. Call the roll, please, Jeff.
Commissioner Aiello,
Hello, yes.
Commissioner Alsbrooks,
Allsbrooks, yes.
Commissioner Beal,
Bill, yes.
Commissioner Beathard,
Beathard, yes.
Commissioner Chalfant,
Commissioner Chalfant, yes.
Commissioner Herbert,
Herbert, yes.
Commissioner Hester,
Hester, yes.
Commissioner Hudson,
Yes.
Commissioner Dwight Jones,
Dwight Jones, yes.
Commissioner Ricky Jones is absent. Commissioner Landrum,
Yes.
Commissioner Lawrence,
Lawrence, yes.
Commissioner Little,
Little, yes.
Commissioner Lathers,
Mothers, yes.
Commissioner Mason,
Commissioner Mason, yes.
Commissioner Morton,
Morton, yes.
Commissioner Nations,
Nations, yes.
Commissioner Rainey,
Rainey, yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Smith, yes.
Commissioner Story,
Story, yes.
Commissioner Sturgeon,
Sturgeon, yes.
Commissioner Tunnicliffe,
Tunnicliffe, yes.
Commissioner Webb,
Commissioner Webb, yes.
Commissioner Williams.
Williams, yes.
23 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 7-20-7 will be a roll call vote. Resolution appropriating $4,900,000 adequate school facilities privilege tax funds and appropriating the related operating transfers for the 2020-2021 general debt service expenditures. Commissioner Webb.
Move for approval.
Herbert, second.
Commissioner Herbert, the second. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Webb.
As you can see, this is moving the adequate facilities privilege tax over to the general debt fund, service fund to pay the principal on those bonds.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. Call the roll, please, Jeff.
Commissioner Aiello,
Hello, yes.
Commissioner Alsbrooks, Commissioner Alsbrooks, sorry, I didn't hear you. Commissioner Beal,
Bill, yes.
Commissioner Beathard,
Beathard, yes.
Commissioner Chalfant,
Commissioner Chalfant, yes.
Commissioner Herbert,
Herbert, yes.
Commissioner Hester,
Hester, yes.
Commissioner Hudson,
Commissioner Hudson, yes.
Commissioner Dwight Jones,
Commissioner Dwight Jones, yes.
Commissioner Ricky Jones is absent. Commissioner Landrum,
Landrum, yes.
Commissioner Lawrence,
Lawrence, yes.
Commissioner Little,
Little, yes.
Commissioner Lathers,
Lathers, yes.
Commissioner Mason,
Commissioner Mason, yes.
Commissioner Morton,
Morton, yes.
Commissioner Nations,
Nations, yes.
Commissioner Rainey,
Rainey, yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Smith, yes.
Commissioner Story,
Story, yes.
Commissioner Sturgeon,
Sturgeon, yes.
Commissioner Tunnicliffe,
Tunnicliffe, yes.
Commissioner Webb,
Commissioner Webb, yes.
Commissioner Williams.
Williams, yes.
All right, 23 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 7-20-8 will be a roll call vote. Resolution appropriating $7,700,000 education privilege tax and adequate school facilities privilege tax funds and appropriating the related operating transfers for the 2020-21 rural debt service expenditures. Commissioner Webb,
Move for approval.
Herbert, second.
Commissioner Herbert, the second. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please.
As you can see, we're taking these privilege tax funds and appropriating them to pay the principal on the rural debt service bonds.
Are there any questions on this motion or resolution? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. Call the roll, please, Jeff.
Commissioner Aiello,
Aiello, yes.
Commissioner Allsbrooks,
Allsbrooks, yes.
Commissioner Beal,
Bill, yes.
Commissioner Bethard,
Bethard, yes.
Commissioner Chalfant,
Commissioner Chalfant, yes.
Commissioner Herbert,
Herbert, yes.
Commissioner Hester,
Yes.
Commissioner Hudson,
Commissioner Hudson, yes.
Commissioner Dwight Jones,
Dwight Jones.
Commissioner Ricky Jones is absent. Commissioner Landrum, Commissioner Landrum,
About that. Landrum, yes.
all right. Commissioner Lawrence,
Lawrence, yes.
Commissioner Little,
Little, yes.
Commissioner Lathers,
Lathers, yes.
Commissioner Mason,
Commissioner Mason, yes.
Commissioner Morton,
Morton, yes.
Commissioner Nations,
Nations, yes.
Commissioner Rainey,
Rainey, yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Smith, yes.
Commissioner Story,
Story, yes.
Commissioner Sturgeon,
Sturgeon, yes.
Commissioner Tunnicliffe,
Tunnicliffe, yes.
Commissioner Webb,
Commissioner Webb, yes.
Commissioner Williams.
Williams, yes.
23 yes, 0 no.
We're starting to get some echo, so again, I'm going to ask if everyone, if you're not speaking, to please mute your microphone. Please mute your microphone. Resolution 7-20-8 passes. Resolution 27-20-9 will be a roll call vote. Resolution of the governing body of Williamson County, Tennessee, authorizing the issuance, sale, and payment of interest-bearing 2020-21 general purpose school fund tax anticipation notes not to exceed $23,500,000. Commissioner Webb?
Mr. Chair, on the first whereas, I want clarification from the Finance Director, Mrs. Graham. Is
Can we
that,
get it on the floor first?
okay, motion for approval?
Smith, second.
Commissioner Smith, the second. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Now go, Mr. Webb.
The question is this really July 1st, 2019 through June 30th, 2020, or is it 2020 and June 30th, 2021?
It's July 1, 2020 through June 30, 21.
All right, thank you. Do we need to amend that, or can we note that?
Clearly a typo, we can just fix it.
Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Chair, that was my question. You can see this is the resolution to issue these bonds if needed.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. Call the roll, please, Jeff.
Commissioner Aiello,
Aiello, yes.
Commissioner Allsbrooks,
Allsbrooks, yes.
Commissioner Beal,
Bill, yes.
Commissioner Bethard,
Bethard, yes.
Commissioner Chalfant,
Commissioner Chalfant, yes.
Commissioner Herbert,
Herbert, yes.
Commissioner Hester,
Hester, yes.
Commissioner Hudson,
Hudson, yes.
Commissioner Dwight Jones,
Commissioner Dwight Jones, yes.
Commissioner Ricky Jones is absent, Commissioner Landrum,
Landrum, yes.
Commissioner Lawrence,
Lawrence, yes.
Commissioner Little,
Little, yes.
Commissioner Lathers,
Lathers, yes.
Commissioner Mason,
Commissioner Mason, yes.
Commissioner Morton,
Morton, yes.
Commissioner Nations,
Nations, yes.
Commissioner Rainey,
Rainey, yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Smith, yes.
Commissioner Story,
Story, yes.
Commissioner Sturgeon,
Sturgeon, yes.
Commissioner Tunnicliffe,
Tunnicliffe, yes.
Commissioner Webb,
Commissioner Webb, yes.
Commissioner Williams.
Williams, yes.
23 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. This is normally the time when we would be adjourning for lunch and then going to the Ag Center or the complex, not the Ag Center, or the other.
Academy Park.
Not working for lunch. So we need to decide what we want to do for lunch, when we want to break and how long we want to break. That has not been determined yet. So what are the wishes of the commission? Does anyone have an idea? Not everybody speak at once.
Keep going. Why don't we just keep going? I agree. Let's go.
Mr. Chairman.
One break. Yes,
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was wondering if maybe we could keep going till noon and then take a lunch break. I don't know.
I concur with that.
I agree with that as well, even if it's
I
a
agree.
short break.
So we'll take a
Go till 12 and then take about a 15, 20 minute. Oh, well, Jeff didn't like that, but what do we got?
I mean, more like 30.
30 minutes.
20 minutes, good gracious. What do you need?
Hey, peanut butter jelly.
For those that might be at their office, that might make it a little difficult. The question is, do we want to take 30 minutes or an hour for lunch or 45 minutes? I think it needs to be at least 30 minutes. Is that enough for everybody, or do we need a little longer? That's staff and everybody, speak up or hold your peace.
Well, is 45 a happy medium, or do we need to go that way people can leave and come back, or? or do we need the full hour?
Okay with 45.
All right, so let's say we will break at 12 o'clock for 45 minutes and come back at 12:45. Is that agreeable?
Yes.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
All right, that is okay. We will move on with 7-20-10 will be a roll call vote. Resolution appropriating and amending the 2020-21 County General Fund budget by $432,813. Revenues to come from County General Fund balance. Commissioner Webb?
Move for approval.
Herbert, second.
Commissioner Herbert, the second. Budget Committee was 4-0 against. Please, Commissioner Webb.
As you can see, this is projects, capital projects, 432,000. They're listed here in the resolution.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. Call the roll, please, Jeff.
Commissioner Aiello,
Hello, yes.
Commissioner Allsbrooks,
Osbrooks, yes.
Commissioner Beal,
Bill, yes.
Commissioner Bethard,
Bethard, yes.
Commissioner Chalfant,
Chalfant, yes.
Commissioner Herbert,
Herbert, yes.
Commissioner Hester,
Hester, yes.
Commissioner Hudson, Commissioner Dwight Jones,
Mr. Dwight Johnson, yes.
Commissioner Ricky Jones is absent, Commissioner Landrum,
Commissioner Landrum, yes.
Commissioner Lawrence,
Lawrence, yes.
Commissioner Little,
Little, yes.
Commissioner Lathers,
Lathers, yes.
Commissioner Mason,
Commissioner Mason, yes.
Commissioner Morton,
Morton, yes.
Commissioner Nations,
Nations, yes.
Commissioner Rainey,
Rainey, yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Smith, yes.
Commissioner Story,
Story, yes.
Commissioner Sturgeon,
Sturgeon, yes.
Commissioner Tunnicliff,
Tunnicliff, yes.
Commissioner Webb,
Mr. Webb, yes.
Commissioner Williams.
Williams, yes.
23 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 7-20-11, be a roll call vote. Resolution amending the 2020-21 capital projects budget, appropriating up to $1,900,000 for capital improvement costs. Revenues come from unappropriated highway fund balance. Commissioner Webb?
Move for approval.
Herbert, second.
Commissioner Herbert, the second. Highway Commission was 4-0 against. Budget Committee was 5-0 against. Explanation, please, Mr. Commissioner Webb.
Mr. Chair, you can see this 1.9 million of fund balance going for work on the expenditures, the road projects listed on the resolution.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. Call the roll, please.
Commissioner Aiello,
Hello, yes.
Commissioner Allsbrooks,
Osbrooks, yes.
Commissioner Beal,
Bill, yes.
Commissioner Bethard,
Bethard, yes.
Commissioner Chalfant, Commissioner Herbert,
Herbert, yes.
Commissioner Hester,
Hester, yes.
Commissioner Hudson,
Commissioner Hudson, yes.
Commissioner Dwight Jones,
Mr. Dwight Jones, yes.
Commissioner Ricky Jones is absent, Commissioner Landrum,
Commissioner Landrum, yes.
Commissioner Lawrence,
Lawrence, yes.
Commissioner Little,
Little, yes.
Commissioner Lathers,
Lathers, yes.
Commissioner Mason,
Commissioner Mason, yes.
Commissioner Morton,
Morton, yes.
Commissioner Nations,
Nations, yes.
Commissioner Rainey,
Rainey, yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Smith, yes.
Commissioner Story,
Story, yes.
Commissioner Sturgeon,
Sturgeon, yes.
Commissioner Tunnicliff,
Tunnicliff, yes.
Commissioner Webb,
Commissioner Webb, yes.
Commissioner Williams.
Williams, yes.
23 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 7-20-12, a roll call vote. Resolution appropriating and amending the 2020-21 capital projects budget by $920,000, revenues to come from unappropriated solid waste sanitation fund balance. Commissioner Webb.
Move for approval.
Herbert, second.
Commissioner Herbert, the second. Budget Committee is 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please.
First off, that's my dog that may be barking in the background, Mr. Chair. And then the $920,000 is for the replacement repair of equipment using the solid waste sanitation fund balance to fund those.
Are there any questions at this time? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. Call the roll, please, Jeff.
Commissioner Aiello,
Hello, yes.
Commissioner Allsbrooks,
Allsbrooks, yes.
Commissioner Beal,
Yes.
Commissioner Bethard,
Bethard, yes.
Commissioner Chalfont,
Chalfant, yes.
Commissioner Herbert,
Herbert, yes.
Commissioner Hester,
Hester, yes.
Commissioner Hudson,
Hudson, yes.
Commissioner Dwight Jones,
Dwight Jones, yes.
Commissioner Ricky Jones is absent, Commissioner Landrum,
Landrum, yes.
Commissioner Lawrence,
Lawrence, yes.
Commissioner Little,
Little, yes.
Commissioner Lathers,
Lathers, yes.
Commissioner Mason,
Commissioner Mason, yes.
Commissioner Morton,
Morton, yes.
Commissioner Nations,
Nations, yes.
Commissioner Rainey,
Rainey, yes.
Commissioner
Smith, yes.
Commissioner Story,
Story, yes.
Commissioner Sturgeon,
Sturgeon, yes.
Commissioner Tunnicliff,
Tunnicliff, yes.
Commissioner Webb,
Commissioner Webb, yes.
Commissioner Williams.
Williams, yes.
23 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 27-20-13 will be a roll call vote. Resolution appropriating and amending the 2020-21 capital projects budget by $430,000 for the purchase of fire equipment from the Williamson County Volunteer Fire Services, revenues to come from fire protection privilege tax funds. Commissioner Webb.
Move for approval.
Herbert, second.
Commissioner Herbert, the second. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Did the Law Enforcement Committee hear this?
No, sir, I don't believe they did. It was just part of the budget process when they reviewed the public safety budget.
All right, thank you. Explanation, please, Commissioner Webb.
As you can see, this is allocating fire protection privilege tax funds for the equipment listed on the resolution.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, call the roll, please, Jeff.
Commissioner Aiello,
Hello, yes.
Commissioner Allsbrooks,
Allsbrooks, yes.
Commissioner Beal,
Bill, yes.
Commissioner Bethard,
Bethard, yes.
Commissioner Chalfont,
Commissioner Chalfant, yes.
Commissioner Herbert,
Herbert, yes.
Commissioner Hester,
Hester, yes.
Commissioner Hudson,
Yes.
Commissioner Dwight Jones,
Commissioner Dwight Jones, yes.
Commissioner Ricky Jones is absent, Commissioner Landry,
Landry, yes.
Commissioner Lawrence,
Lawrence, yes.
Commissioner Little,
Little, yes.
Commissioner Lathers,
Lathers, yes.
Commissioner Mason,
Commissioner Mason, yes.
all right, Commissioner Morton,
Morton, yes.
Commissioner Nations,
Nations, yes.
Commissioner Rainey,
Rainey, yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Smith, yes.
Commissioner Story,
Yes.
Commissioner Sturgeon,
Sturgeon, yes.
Commissioner Tunnicliff,
Tunnicliff, yes.
Commissioner Webb,
Commissioner Webb, yes.
Commissioner Williams.
Williams, yes.
23 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 7-20-14 will be a roll call vote. Resolution appropriating and amending the 2020-21 capital projects budget by $380,000 for the purchase of various parks and recreation equipment, revenues to come from recreation privilege tax funds. Commissioner Webb?
Move for approval.
Herbert, second.
Commissioner Herbert, the second. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please.
As you can see, this is recreation privilege tax funds, and this is expenditures for the items listed on the resolution.
Are there any questions? Commissioner Story?
Yeah, quick question. Are all the gyms open at this point? Open for use and from the community?
I'm checking to see if Commissioner, or excuse me, if Director Gordon is on the call, and I'm not finding him, but I do understand that it's my belief they all are open.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, this is Rogers Anderson, and request your comment. They are open on limited capacity with 6-foot spacing where we are. Some of the activities and programs are not being offered because we can't do that. But for the most part, they are open.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions? Seeing none, call the roll, please, Jeff. Jeff, call the roll, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Aiello,
Aiello, yes.
Commissioner Allsbrooks,
Allsbrooks, yes.
Commissioner Beal,
Bill, yes.
Commissioner Bethard,
Bethard, yes.
Commissioner Chalfant,
Chalfant, yes.
Commissioner Herbert,
Herbert, yes.
Commissioner Hester,
Hester, yes.
Commissioner Hudson,
Yes.
Commissioner Dwight Jones,
Dwight Jones, yes.
Commissioner Ricky Jones is absent, Commissioner Landrum,
Landrum, yes.
Commissioner Lawrence, Commissioner Lawrence.
Lawrence, yes.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Commissioner Little,
Little, yes.
Commissioner Lathers,
Lathers, yes.
Commissioner Mason,
Commissioner Mason, yes.
Commissioner Morton,
Morton, yes.
Commissioner Nations,
Nations, yes.
Commissioner Rainey,
Rainey, yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Smith, yes.
Commissioner Story,
Story, yes.
Commissioner Sturgeon,
Sturgeon, yes.
Commissioner Tunnicliff,
Tunnicliff, yes.
Commissioner Webb,
Commissioner Webb, yes.
Commissioner Williams.
Williams, yes.
All right, 23 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 7-20-15. Resolution of the intent to fund certain county general projects totaling $27,135,000 and a 2020-21 bond or note issue. Commissioner Webb?
Move for approval.
Herbert, second.
Commissioner Herbert, the second. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, Commissioner Webb.
As you can see, this is a future bond issue to pay for these general project capital improvements. And to Commissioner Bill's question earlier, this does include 25 replacement vehicles for the Sheriff's Department.
Are there any questions? Commissioner Beal?
If the sheriff is available, that's great, or Commissioner Webb, I'm happy to hear it from you. I don't mean to nitpick budget. I know y'all have worked very hard on getting this budget done. But having said that, is there any reason we're looking at 25 replacement vehicles this particular year during the middle of COVID for the Sheriff's Department?
We'll have to ask the sheriff to explain that, and maybe Director Graham can weigh in as well.
Commissioner Bill, if I may, I have to replace cars, and I've come down from 2 years ago. I think we got 42 cars to 32 cars this last year. If I don't replace cars, I get deeper and deeper in the hole.
Sheriff, I've never had reason to question your judgment before, but as far as this year goes, again, I don't mean to nitpick, but we don't know where our revenue's at, and quite frankly, we don't know what to expect for the rest of the year. Is there any possible way you could do without $250,000 and see if we could reduce that demand a little bit, just to show the people of this county that we're trying to do something to reduce this budget?
Commissioner, I'm probably the most conservative budget sheriff you've had, and I've worked and worked and worked to reduce this budget. I will do what the committee wants. I need cars to respond to calls for service. In the story. If y'all want to reduce it, that's up to y'all.
I'll agree with the sheriff. I do believe that he's one of the most fiscally responsible sheriffs we have. I'd like to amend from the floor that we reduce the budget by $250,000. One more time, quite frankly, I know it's a token amount, and I don't mean to slow this commission down, but to be completely blunt, I'm not quite sure during this time whether we need to be approving that much in new vehicles for the Sheriff's Department. I'd like to amend it to $250,000 down.
We have an amendment. Is there a second? Is there a second to the amendment?
Second, Nations.
All right, Commissioner Nations, a second. Discussion on the amendment to reduce the capital budget by $250,000.
How do I make a comment, Tommy?
Just have to let me, are you typing, or who is this? Go ahead and make your comment.
It's Jerry Rainey.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
I'd rather have plenty of sheriff's cars for $250,000 than to have $380,000 to replace the pool at the rec center and all of the various equipment. I'm not opposed to that, but I don't want to short our sheriff's department.
Thank you. Commissioner Story?
How many vehicles would that 200 and number represent out of the total pool that of vehicles that we have in the in service?
Ms. Nina, can you answer that?
Well, the cars are about 40. By the time you get them equipped, they're about 40,000 a piece. So that's what, my math, there's probably 5 or 6 cars.
That would be a total population of how many vehicles? Because I guess that's, from a rotation standpoint, Sheriff, you commented about how, you've got to replace them once they hit, more than likely, probably once they hit a mileage marker. And you stated you were behind that, so that would, I guess, what is the preferred best case scenario of rolling out new cars versus, and then how much, and if that's 5 or 6 cars that you're needing to replace around 10 each year, I mean, what is your total deficit right now if you were to be without that 5 or those 4 to 6 cars in vehicles that need to be replaced?
Hey, look,
we would have to catch up. We would have to catch up in the next couple of years. So.
I couldn't understand just all you were saying there, Commissioner, but we start looking at retired cars at 130,000. You got to realize a car that has 130,000 miles in its own, that doesn't count all the time that car is sitting there idling on traffic scenes and things like that. So I think they're saying for every 15 minutes it idles, that's like 5 miles on the car. So, I need cars. I've reduced the last 2 years.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Herbert.
I think there the average of the vehicles are $65,000. That is fully equipped. So that comes up to 3.8 vehicles for 250,000.
This is Commissioner Herbert. Sheriff Rhodes, I think you already answered my question. How many miles do you get on it before you retire? Did you say 130,000?
On average, like I say, depends on how they're run. Of course, we put the new cars in patrol and CID and warrants. And as they get older, we shuffle down to SROs and other divisions. But there you get to, I could have a car that's got 100,000 miles on it. It's costing $1,000 every week. Some maintenance issue.
Okay, you answered my question. Thank you.
Everyone, please mute your microphones if you're not speaking. We're getting a lot of echo. It's getting hard to hear. So please mute your microphone if you are not speaking. Okay, next that was Commissioner Herbert. Next we have Commissioner Williams.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Hey, just, I think we always try to be fiscally conservative during the budget process, and I trust that Sheriff Rhodes and the Budget Committee did that when putting this budget forward. Honestly, I think given the national backdrop with what, you're hearing with funding the police, I'll tell you, I am unwilling to reduce this budget any further, and I'm going to push to just fully fund the budget as proposed. And I'm not going to contribute to some storyline that's going to, because we're trying to save $250,000. So just my thought on it.
Thank you. Commissioner Osbrooks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To me, this is a safety issue. Cars need to be replaced to be safe for our officers as well as our community. I will not be voting in favor of this amendment.
Are there any other questions on the amendment? Not, this will be a roll call vote. Seeing none, call the roll, please, Jeff.
Commissioner Aiello.
And to be clear, this is the vote on the amendment, not the resolution as a whole.
Yes, sir.
Correct, just the amendment.
Aiello, no.
Commissioner Osbrooks.
Osbrooks, no.
Commissioner Beal.
Bill, yes.
Commissioner Beathard.
Beathard, no.
Commissioner Chalfant.
Chalfant, no.
Commissioner Herbert.
Herbert, no.
Commissioner Hester.
Hester, no.
Commissioner Hudson. Hudson, no. Commissioner Dwight Jones.
Mr. Dwight Jones, no.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Jones, it broke up. Commissioner Dwight Jones.
No.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Ricky Jones is absent. Commissioner Landrum.
Commissioner Landrum, no.
Commissioner Lawrence.
Commissioner Lawrence, no.
Commissioner Little.
Little, no.
Commissioner Lathers.
Lathers, no.
Commissioner Mason.
Commissioner Mason, no.
Commissioner Morton.
Morton, no.
Commissioner Nations.
Nations, no.
Commissioner Rainey.
Rainey, no.
Commissioner Smith.
Smith, no.
Commissioner Story.
Story, no.
Commissioner Sturgeon.
Sturgeon, absolutely no.
Commissioner Tunnicliffe.
Tunnicliffe, no.
Commissioner Webb.
Commissioner Webb, no.
Commissioner Williams.
Williams, no.
I got 1 yes and 22 no.
The amendment fails. Now we're back to the resolution as a whole. Is there any more discussion on the resolution as a whole? Seeing none, Jeff, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Aiello.
Aiello, yes.
Commissioner Allsbrooks.
Allsbrooks, yes.
Commissioner Beal.
Bill, yes.
Commissioner Beathard.
Beathard, yes.
Commissioner Chalfont.
Chalfont, yes.
Commissioner Herbert.
Herbert, yes.
Commissioner Hester. Commissioner Hester.
Hester, yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Hudson.
Yes.
Commissioner Dwight Jones.
Yes.
Commissioner Ricky Jones is absent. Commissioner Landrum.
Landrum, yes.
Commissioner Lawrence.
Lawrence, yes.
Commissioner Lawrence. Commissioner Little.
Little, yes.
Commissioner Little.
Little, yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Lathers. Commissioner Mason.
Commissioner Mason, yes.
Commissioner Morton.
Morton, yes.
Commissioner Nations.
Nations, yes.
Commissioner Rainey.
Rainey, yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Smith, yes.
Commissioner Story.
Yes.
Commissioner Sturgeon.
Sturgeon, yes.
Commissioner Tunnicliffe.
Tunnicliffe, yes.
Commissioner Webb.
Commissioner Webb, yes.
Commissioner Williams.
Williams, yes.
So 23 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. At this time, it is 9 minutes after 12. The chair will entertain a motion to recess till 1 o'clock.
Motion to read story, motion to recess.
Commissioner Webb, second.
Okay. Unless there are objections, we will be recessed until 1 o'clock. Thank you. I'll call the afternoon session to order of the County Commission meeting. At this time, I'd like to ask if Jeff would call the roll to see who we've got present.
Okay, Commissioner Aiello,
Aiello present.
Commissioner Alsbrooks, Commissioner Alsbrooks, Commissioner Beal,
Bill present.
Commissioner Bethard, Commissioner Bethard, I think you might. There you go.
Sorry, Bethard present.
No problem. Thanks. That's Commissioner Alsbrooks. No. Okay, Commissioner Herbert,
Herbert,
Commissioner Hester,
Hester present.
Commissioner Hudson,
Present.
Commissioner Dwight Jones,
Commissioner Dwight Jones present.
Commissioner Ricky Jones, Commissioner Ricky Jones, Commissioner Landrum,
Landrum here.
Commissioner Lawrence, Commissioner Lawrence, Commissioner Little,
Little here.
Commissioner Lathers,
Lathers present.
Commissioner Mason,
Commissioner Mason, present.
Commissioner Morton,
Morton present.
Commissioner Nations,
Nations present.
Commissioner Rainey,
Rainey present.
Commissioner Smith,
Smith present.
Commissioner Story,
Story present.
Commissioner Sturgeon,
Sturgeon, present.
Commissioner Tunnicliffe,
Tunnicliffe present.
Commissioner Webb,
Commissioner Webb present.
Commissioner Williams. Okay. And let's see, Commissioner Lawrence. Okay, so we have 22 present and 2 absent. The 2 absent are Commissioner Ricky Jones and Commissioner Greg Lawrence.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Next up, we have Resolution 7-20-16. Will be a roll call vote. Resolution requesting an intent to fund for $9,936,647 for the Williamson County Board of Education 2020-21 capital needs. Commissioner Webb?
Move for approval.
Hester
Herbert second.
Commissioner Hester, the second. The school board was 12-4-0 against. Education committee was 6-4-0 against. Budget committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, Commissioner Webb.
As you can see, this is authorization for intent to fund these items from the Board of Education, the schools.
Commissioner Beal. Commissioner Beal, go ahead.
Can y'all hear me? Sorry about that. Going to do the same request that I started earlier this morning. When this came before the committee, as we were going through parts of the budget, it would appear that about $750,000 of the budget of the school request budget was for to replace vehicles. I believe their threshold is about 85,000 miles. And again, I'm happy for Dr. Golden to speak on that, and also to maintain some automated things for the bleachers to make the bleachers come out. I'm going to say the same thing I did last time. The fact is that And I do, again, I made the amendment in budget. I think it was 3-2 against the amendment. I'm going to say the same thing last time. We're in the middle of a health crisis. The fact is that our budget has taken a significant hit. We don't know what will happen in the future and if our budget will continue to take a hit. This has nothing to do with Dr. Golden and his request. It is a fair request, and he is very budget conscious, just like the sheriff. But I think ultimately we have to take in the reality that if we don't try at least to cut something back, I think we're doing a disservice this year, and that's why I'm doing this. And with due respect to Commissioner Williams, it's not because I'm trying to defund the police or defund education or anything like this. This is a drop in the bucket to both of their budgets, but I think we have to at least take into consideration the realities of our time and look into seeing where we can reduce. These are our two biggest budget items. Dr. Golden, I'm more than happy for him to speak to it. I'm going to make an amendment from the floor that we reduce the school budget $750,000 and send it back to the school board to readjust their budget and help the commission out a little bit and give us a little lead. That's what I'm asking.
Commissioner Jones, second.
Chairman Little, your mic is muted.
Well, I gave that speech for nothing. We have an amendment and a second to reduce the education capital request by $750,000. Anyone wishing to speak to this amendment? Commissioner Beathard.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Beal on this one, and I agree where he was standing on the other as well. We don't know yet what the economy is going to look like. Most experts say that the hit from the closing of the economy in March and April will probably hit our economy in October through January. And if ever there was a time to try to tighten the purse strings and reduce the budget in terms of these capital needs, I feel like this is that time. In the 10 years I've been a commissioner, I've never asked for the school to reduce their capital budget. But I do agree with this one. Commissioner Beal brings up two solid points. Vehicles that have 85 to 90,000 miles on them. Personally, I drive a vehicle that has 85,000 miles on it. I think we could hold on to those for another year. And being that there likely won't be organized sports in our schools next year, these bleachers, which are still usable, but will have to be manually rolled out instead of electronically rolled out, I think that's another one that we can go without for at least 1 year to show our constituents, quite frankly, that we're aware of what the economy is looking like and where it might be headed, and we're doing our due diligence to protect their tax dollars in every way possible. So I support the amendment that Commissioner Beal has brought forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anybody else wish to speak to the amendment? Commissioner Story.
Yes. So I guess one of the questions is if it's reduced and then later in the year, there is a need above and beyond the budgeted request for capital, and the budget is fully or is meeting expectation and there's room, I would assume the school personnel can come to the commission and ask for the items that weren't funded but are now needed. Is that correct?
That they can bring something in the middle of the year if they have to. Yes, that's what you're asking.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Commissioner Osbrooks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for legal counsel. Mr. Mosley, we cannot decide what, if this passes, the commission could not decide what items would be. So the bleachers, for instance, we could not mandate that the bleachers would be cut. We can just mandate the amount, and then the school board actually gets to decide. Is that correct?
You do not have a line item veto, so it would be to the total amount. And I'm not sure which of the two debt funds that would come out of is the other question. But yes, a reduction of the total amount would have to go back to the school board and come back to you. But you don't have a line item, so you can't dictate cars and bleachers. It would be up to them to follow or not follow the commission's feelings on that.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I have a question for Mr. Golden.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If the amendment of the $75,000 is passed, what, if anything, recommendation would be made to the school board as to what would be cut?
Well, thank you, Commissioner. At this stage, I'm not prepared to let you know specifically what we'd recommend. If I may, I want to thank Commissioner Beal for inviting me to speak too. So if I can hit a couple of items real quickly, starting with the specific and then down to the general, that may answer your question. Number one, we don't have 85,000 as the cutoff. We actually use 100,000 as a metric for us to evaluate the vehicle to determine if there's been an issue with it mechanically that justifies replacing it. We actually go through a process very similar to what the sheriff told you earlier with vehicles. That's the specific. Generally, we've really cut our capital just as we have our others. So the process we went through with the board was such that we put off what we reasonably felt like we could. Now, I will tell you, generally speaking, even beyond that, I've had conversations with all our staff about the seriousness of this year's budget. A couple of weeks ago, I let our senior staff and our principals know, this was actually on July 1st, that we were in a new budget year. And while the commission hadn't reviewed or approved our budget finally yet, that we needed to know that this was a very serious budget year and that they needed to be proactive in communicating this with our staff. Likewise, in the capital side of this, we're going to double check and triple check ourselves before we actually spend this year, because I agree with what every commissioner has said. There is unpredictability and volatility in this. I do anticipate that with the unpredictability of this and our budgeting, the ops budget, we may need to come back to you at some point this year for some more serious requests than we traditionally do. So, like the sheriff said, make your vote. We'll have to make a decision individually. It's a little bit different for the schools because our board will have to go back and look at the total and make a decision.
All right. Thank you. Is that Commissioner Osbrooks? Commissioner Smith is next, but the mayor has requested to speak. Commissioner Smith, I'm going to let the mayor speak next, if that's okay.
That's fine. Thank you.
All right, Mayor, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, just to give you some historical data of what we ask all the departments to do, we basically said a status quo budget based off from last year, except for growth. Many of you know that. And we tried to do that same thing reflected in the operation of the budget. With your vote earlier before lunch, we actually were able to maintain our budget history or percentages on total expenditures and total schools to 66-33. And that's kind of the magic number that we try to hit every year, 63, 64, 65%. Last year was a little bit unusual in that Nina could correct me exactly, we had around $15 million on one-time money that we had to adjust. But with your budget reflected, with your vote on the total budget of 629,471, That split was 66-33. With that one-time expenditure not in there, that was last year, so it's held up. As far as your request, the comments early on in this process, and commissioners, I understand what you're saying. We would not, through the budget committee, have proposed anything we didn't think we could meet. Yes, there'll be some revenue adjustments throughout the year. And yes, Nina was very competent in telling people, no, we're going to save that money for last year. And that reflected in her opening remarks of a strong fund balance. I I have to tell you that with Jason and the school board, they did cut a great deal of money to get to this budget, or they cut a great deal of their proposed budget to get down to where we are today. And that's just a little bit of the historical perspective of that. And I can tell you, maybe Paul can reflect on that. The budget committee, made up of your peers, really drilled in hard on that throughout today. That doesn't mean you shouldn't vote in the way of what Robbie has proposed, or should not. But we would not have proposed this budget if we didn't think we could make it this year. And we may be off, but the fact of the matter is we've given you a good budget for today. That's it, Tommy.
Thank you. Commissioner Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Osbrooks and Mr. Mosley addressed the issue that I had with the amendment.
Thank you. I see Commissioner Lawrence has joined the meeting. I just want to follow up, make sure he knows that we are on an amendment. Is he caught up to where we are?
Which resolution?
Commissioner Lawrence.
Mr.
Yes,
Chairman?
we are on. Yeah, we're on resolution 7-16-20, and there has been an amendment proposed and seconded to reduce that by $750,000.
Okay.
And so that's what we are in discussion on.
Okay. Thank
So
you.
that you know where, all right, is there any other discussion on the amendment?
Do you follow up, Mr. Chair?
Yes, I'm sorry, you did say that. Yes, go ahead, please.
Sorry, thank you. Yeah, I had 2 points in my original comment that I forgot to add. The second piece. First was, yeah, if it was reduced later in the year, that the board could come back and request needed funds. But secondly, more importantly as well, is that if this was allocated towards cars or vehicles or gym equipment, I think Mr. Golden explained that the line or the items, because of how they get bid out, wouldn't happen until later in the year or next summer anyway. And so the question I asked of the school board administration was holding that spend. If it was passed, would they hold the spend until we verified funds were available, and then address that, in this time next year or whatever, they would know that they really don't have that money in the bank to spend, even though it was budgeted. So maybe if Mr. Golden can speak to that a little bit as well, just to kind of give both sides of the alternatives of, we don't fund it today and it still hits us in the face that we have to deal with later. We have that opportunity, but even if we do pass it, it may not, they aren't really going to pull the bill later in the year, correct, Mr. Golden?
Thank you, Commissioner Story. Generally speaking, that's exactly right. Many of our projects are summertime projects, and so we're really planning out in advance by a year. I will need to tell you that for vehicles, generally speaking, those are items that we can order early. And so in the event the commission makes a reduction in our budget, the next step we would have to do is go back to our board and have them review the total and make decisions on the line item, because that's within their authority. But you're correct. A large proportion of what we request in capital is really planning for the following summer. Just as the summertime work typically starts in May, when we do our annual budgeting, we have to go to way ahead of time.
Any other questions on the amendment? Call the roll, please, Jeff, on the amendment.
Commissioner Aiello,
Aiello, no.
Commissioner Osbrooks,
Osbrooks, no.
Commissioner Beal,
Yes.
Commissioner Beathard,
Beathard, yes.
Commissioner Chalfant,
Chalfant, no.
Commissioner Herbert,
Herbert, no.
Commissioner Hester,
Hester, no.
Commissioner Hudson,
No.
Commissioner Dwight Jones,
Dwight Jones, yes.
Commissioner Ricky Jones is absent. Commissioner Landrum, Commissioner Landrum, I think your mic's muted.
Commissioner Landrum, no.
Thanks, sir. Commissioner Lawrence,
Mr. Lawrence, no.
Commissioner Little,
Little, no.
Commissioner Lathers,
Lathers, no.
Commissioner Mason,
Commissioner Mason, no.
Commissioner Morton,
Morton, no.
Commissioner Nations,
Nations, yes.
Commissioner Rainey, Commissioner Rainey, I think your mic's muted.
Rainey, no.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Smith,
Smith, no.
Commissioner Story,
Story, no.
Commissioner Sturgeon,
Sturgeon, yes.
Commissioner Tunnicliffe,
Commissioner Tunnicliffe, yes. No, I'm sorry, I meant no. Apologize.
yes, sir. No, I got you. Yes, sir. Commissioner Webb,
Commissioner Webb, no.
Commissioner Williams, Commissioner Williams. I'm not hearing Commissioner Williams. I see him talking. Commissioner Williams.
Matt, try muting and unmuting again and see if we are not hearing you.
I'm still not hearing anything.
All right. Well, you now show muted. Now try.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Williams, yes.
Williams, yes. Okay. So that's 6 yes, 17 no.
The amendment fails. Now we're back to the resolution as a whole. The resolution as a whole, 9,936,647. Is there any discussion on the amendment as a whole? Seeing none, record the vote, please, Jeff.
Commissioner Aiello,
Aiello, yes.
Commissioner Osbrooks,
Osbrooks, yes.
Commissioner Beal,
Bill, yes.
Commissioner Beathard,
Beathard, yes.
Commissioner Chalfant,
Chalfant, yes.
Commissioner Herbert,
Herbert, yes.
Commissioner Hester,
Hester, yes.
Commissioner Hudson,
Yes.
Commissioner Dwight Jones,
Dwight Jones, yes.
Commissioner Ricky Jones is absent. Commissioner Landrum,
Landrum, yes.
Commissioner Lawrence,
Lawrence, yes.
Commissioner Little,
Little, yes.
Commissioner Lathers,
Lathers, yes.
Commissioner Mason,
Commissioner Mason, yes.
Commissioner Morton,
Morton, yes.
Commissioner Nations,
Nations, yes.
Commissioner Rainey,
Rainey, yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Smith, yes.
Commissioner Story,
Story, yes.
Commissioner Sturgeon,
Sturgeon, yes.
Commissioner Tunnicliff,
Tunnicliff, yes.
Commissioner Webb,
Commissioner Webb, yes.
Commissioner Williams. I think you may have lost connectivity. Commissioner Williams? Okay, I guess we'll do him as out. So that's 22 yes, 0 no, and 1 out. Commissioner Williams out.
All right, resolution passes. Resolution 27-20-17 will be a roll call vote. Resolution approving lease purchase agreements for Apple iMac computers for TV and film classes. Commissioner Webb?
Move for approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Hester, the second. The school board was 11 yes and 0 no. Education committee, I believe, was 5 yes, 0 no, and 1 abstain. Budget committee was 5 yes, 1 no as amended. And the education may have been as amended. I can't read my note. I'm sorry. Explanation, please.
As you can see, this is for the TV classes, where we teach TV at the schools. And then we do have this amendment that's shown on the resolution. Mr. Chair, do you want to address that now to change the name?
Yes, go ahead.
We have the amendment to change, replace the word Chromebook with Apple iMac in the now therefore it be resolved section. You'll see there that should be, we're replacing, these are going to be Apple iMac machines, not Chromebooks.
Is there a second for the amendment?
Thank you.
The amendment can be done by voice vote.
Okay, thank you.
Herbert,
Is there a second to the amendment?
Herbert, second.
Herbert, second. Any discussion on the amendment? All in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any opposed? The amendment passes. Now we're back to the resolution as a whole. Any discussion on the lease purchase of iMac computers? I am not seeing any. If you're ready to vote, call the roll, please.
Commissioner Aiello,
Aiello, yes.
Commissioner Alsbrooks,
Osbrooks, yes.
Commissioner Beal,
Bill, yes.
Commissioner Bethard,
Bethard, yes.
Commissioner Chalfant,
Chalfant, yes.
Commissioner Herbert,
Herbert, yes.
Commissioner Hester,
Hester, yes.
Commissioner Hudson,
Yes.
Commissioner Dwight Jones,
Dwight Jones, yes.
Commissioner Ricky Jones is absent. Commissioner Landrum,
Commissioner Landrum, yes.
Commissioner Lawrence,
Lawrence, yes.
Commissioner Little,
Little, yes.
Commissioner Lathers,
Lathers, yes.
Commissioner Mason,
Commissioner Mason, yes.
Commissioner Morton,
Morton, yes.
Commissioner Nations,
Nations, yes.
Commissioner Rainey,
Rainey, yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Smith, yes.
Commissioner Story,
Story, yes.
Commissioner Sturgeon,
Sturgeon, yes.
Commissioner Tunnicliff,
Commissioner Tunnicliff, yes.
Commissioner Webb,
Commissioner Webb, yes.
Commissioner Williams. He's trying to reconnect. Commissioner Williams? Okay, we'll have him. So we have 22 yes, 0 no, and 1 out. Commissioner Williams out.
Resolution passes. Resolution 7-20-18 can be unanimous consent. Resolution appropriating and amending the 2020-21 Register of Deeds budget by $150,000. Revenues to come from document recording fees. Commissioner Webb?
Move for approval by unanimous consent.
Herbert, second.
Commissioner Herbert, the second. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please.
As you can see, Mr. Chair, this is additional recording fees which will be used to buy equipment per the requirements.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. All in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Are there any opposed? Any opposed? Resolution passes. Resolution 7-20-19 can also be done by unanimous consent. Resolution appropriating and amending the 2020-21 county clerk's budget by $10,076. Revenues to come from reserve account. Commissioner Webb.
Move for approval by unanimous consent.
Herbert, second.
Commissioner Herbert, the second. The Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please.
As you can see, the clerk's office is in need of various computer and printing equipment, which will be used from their reserve.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Are there any opposed? Any opposed? Resolution passes. Resolution 7-20-20, also by unanimous consent. Resolution appropriating and amending the 2020-21 Circuit Court Clerk's budget by $50,000. Revenues to come from reserve account. Commissioner Webb.
Move for approval by unanimous consent.
Herbert, second.
Commissioner Herbert, the second. The Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Webb.
This is the circuit clerk's office, and they also are buying office equipment using their reserve fund.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any opposed? Resolution passes. Resolution 7-20-21 by unanimous consent. Resolution appropriating and amending 2020-21 Clerk and Master Chancery Court budget by $15,000. Revenues to come from reserve account. Commissioner Webb.
Move for approval by unanimous consent.
Herbert, second.
Is there a second?
Herbert, second.
Commissioner Herbert, the second. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please.
The clerk and master will be using their reserves for technology, computer software in this case.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? There any opposed? Resolution passes. Resolution 7-20-22 will be a roll call vote. Resolution appropriating and amending the 2020-21 Juvenile Services budget by $192,000. Revenues to come from state grant funds and authorizing the Williams County Mayor to sign a grant contract amendment with the State of Tennessee Department of Children's Services. Commissioner Webb.
Move for approval.
Herbert, second.
Commissioner Herbert, the second. The Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Webb.
This is a grant for education professionals on responding to trauma as part of the juvenile system here. And this is the original grant, which has been extended for 1 additional year.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. Call the roll, please, Jeff.
Commissioner Aiello,
Aiello, yes.
Commissioner Allsbrooks,
Osbrooks, yes.
Commissioner Beal,
Bill, yes.
Commissioner Bethard,
Bethard, yes.
Commissioner Chalfont,
Chalfont, yes.
Commissioner Herbert,
Herbert, yes.
Commissioner Hester,
Hester, yes.
Commissioner Hudson,
Yes.
Commissioner Dwight Jones,
Jones, yes.
Commissioner Ricky Jones is absent. Commissioner Landrum,
Landrum, yes.
Commissioner Lawrence,
Lawrence, yes.
Commissioner Little,
Little, yes.
Commissioner Lathers,
Lathers, yes.
Commissioner Mason,
Commissioner Mason, yes.
Commissioner Morton,
Morton, yes.
Commissioner Nations,
Nations, yes.
Commissioner Rainey,
Rainey, yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Smith, yes.
Commissioner Story,
Story, yes.
Commissioner Sturgeon,
Sturgeon, yes.
Commissioner Tunnicliffe,
Commissioner Tunnicliffe, yes.
Commissioner Webb,
Commissioner Webb, yes.
Commissioner Williams.
Williams, yes.
All right, 23 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 7-20-23 will be a roll call vote. Resolution authorizing the Williamson County Mayor to sign the Parent Education Mediation Fund grant contract with the State of Tennessee Administrative Office of the Courts and amending the 2020-21 Juvenile Services Budget by $1,000, revenues to come from state grant funds. Commissioner Webb?
Move for approval.
Herbert, second.
Commissioner Herbert, the second. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please.
This is a grant for court-ordered supervised visitation, and no matching funds are required from Williamson County.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, call the roll, please, Jeff.
Commissioner Aiello,
Aiello, yes.
Commissioner Allsbrook,
Osbrooks, yes.
Commissioner Beal,
Bill, yes.
Commissioner Bethard,
Bethard, yes.
Commissioner Chalfont,
Chalfont, yes.
Commissioner Herbert,
Herbert, yes.
Commissioner Hester,
Hester, yes.
Commissioner Hudson, Commissioner Dwight Jones,
Mr. Dwight Jones, yes.
Commissioner Ricky Jones is absent. Commissioner Landrum,
Yes. Commissioner Landrum, yes.
Commissioner Lawrence,
Lawrence, yes.
Commissioner Little,
Little, yes.
Commissioner Lathers,
Lathers, yes.
Commissioner Mason,
Commissioner Mason, yes.
Commissioner Morton,
Morton, yes.
Commissioner Nations,
Nations, yes.
Commissioner Rainey,
Rainey, yes.
all right, Commissioner Smith,
Smith, yes.
Commissioner Story,
Story, yes.
Commissioner Sturgeon,
Sturgeon, yes.
Commissioner Tunnicliffe,
Commissioner Tunnicliffe, yes.
Commissioner Webb,
Commissioner Webb, yes.
Commissioner Williams.
Williams, yes.
All right, 23 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 7-20-24 is a roll call vote. Resolution appropriating and amending the 2020-21 general sessions budget by $50,000 for Williamson County's participation in the electronic monitoring industry fund, revenues to come from unappropriated county general fund. Commissioner Webb.
Move for approval.
Herbert, second.
Commissioner Herbert, the second. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Webb.
This resolution appropriates money so that we can have the monitoring devices. This is now local government, us, Williamson County, to pay 50%, we state pay 50% if those funds are available.
Okay, if everyone could please mute your microphones again, we're having trouble hearing. Mute your microphones. Okay, are there any questions on this resolution? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. Call the roll, please, Jeff.
Commissioner Aiello,
Aiello, yes.
Commissioner Alsbrooks,
Alsbrooks, yes.
Commissioner Beal,
Bill, yes.
Commissioner Beathard,
Beathard, yes.
Commissioner Chalfont, I think you're muted, Mr. Chalfont. Commissioner Chalfont,
Yes.
thank you, sir. Commissioner Herbert,
Herbert, yes.
Commissioner Hester,
Hester, yes.
Commissioner Hudson,
Yes.
Commissioner Dwight Jones,
Yes.
Commissioner Ricky Jones is absent. Commissioner Landrum,
Landrum, yes.
Commissioner Lawrence,
Lawrence, yes.
Commissioner Little,
Little, yes.
Commissioner Lathers,
Lathers, yes.
Commissioner Mason,
Yes.
Commissioner Morton,
Morton, yes.
Commissioner Nations,
Nations, yes.
Commissioner Rainey,
Rainey, yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Smith, yes.
Commissioner Story,
Story, yes.
Commissioner Sturgeon,
Sturgeon, yes.
Commissioner Tunnicliffe,
Commissioner Tunnicliffe, yes.
Commissioner Webb,
Commissioner Webb, yes.
Commissioner Williams.
Williams, yes.
23 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 7-20-25 can be by unanimous consent. Resolution amending the 2020-21 Ag Expo Park budget by $1,918. Revenues to come from donations. Commissioner Webb.
Move for approval by unanimous consent.
Herbert, second.
Commissioner Herbert, the second. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please.
This is a donation for some facility improvements by the Franktown Open Hearts, a nonprofit here in the Williamson County.
Are there any questions on 7-20-25? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Are there any opposed? Resolution passes. Resolution 7-20-26. A resolution amending the 2020-21 Community Development Department budget and appropriating up to $250,000 for the creation of a regional growth management plan. Commissioner Webb.
Move for approval.
Herbert, second.
Commissioner Herbert, the second. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, Commissioner Webb.
This is where the Community Development Department is asking for money to work with the updated urban growth boundaries and to hire a consultant with the estimate of $250,000 for the consultant.
Are there any questions on the resolution? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. Call the roll, please, Jeff.
Commissioner Aiello,
Aiello, yes.
Commissioner Osbrook,
Osbrooks, yes.
Commissioner Beal,
Bill, yes.
Commissioner Beathard,
Beathard, yes.
Commissioner Chalfant,
Chalfant, yes.
Commissioner Herbert,
Herbert, yes.
Commissioner Hester,
Hester, yes.
Commissioner Hudson,
Yes.
Commissioner Dwight Jones,
White Jones, yes.
Commissioner Ricky Jones is absent, Commissioner Landrum,
Mr. Landrum, yes.
Commissioner Lawrence, Commissioner Little,
Little, yes.
Commissioner Lathers,
Lathers, yes.
Commissioner Mason,
Mason, yes.
Commissioner Morton,
Morton, yes.
Commissioner Nations,
Nations, yes.
Commissioner Rainey, Commissioner
Rainey, yes.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Smith,
Smith, yes.
Commissioner Story,
Story, yes.
Commissioner Sturgeon,
Sturgeon, yes.
Commissioner Tunnicliff,
Commissioner Tunnicliff, yes.
Commissioner Webb,
Commissioner Webb, yes.
Commissioner Williams.
Williams, yes.
23 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Before we get to the next resolution, 2027 has 5 sponsors. And the way we will work is that I will read the resolution. We'll have the motion, a second, and then the 5 sponsors will get the chance to speak. And then we will go through anyone who has signed up to speak for discussion. Just to give you a heads up. So 7-20-27 will be a roll call vote. Resolution to establish a task force for the purpose of evaluating revisions of the official Williamson County seal. Commissioner Beathard.
Move for approval.
Is there a second? Commissioner Morton, the second. Property Committee was 3-4-1 against. Budget Committee was 3-4-2 against. Explanation, Commissioner Beathard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This resolution, if passed, would form a task force. I believe there's already an amendment on the table. Do we want to address that amendment now?
Let's go through. We're going to have more than one amendment, I do believe. So let's go through explanations, and then when we get to the discussion, we'll let the people who make the amendments. Is that correct, Mr. Attorney Mosley? Is that the best way to do it?
Well, the sponsor could make an amendment at the end of his explanation if he so chooses, but it's up to him.
So if you want to make the amendment, then you can. If not, it'll be in the discussion for the individual to make the amendment.
Well, as you mentioned, there may be more than one amendment. I know Commissioner Landrum has one. I'll give a brief explanation of the resolution. The resolution came from the mayor's office. There have been a number of us who have signed off on it. Again, as the resolution points out, this would, if passed, create a task force. The task force would be made up of one representative of Williamson, Inc., who would also serve as the chair, one representative of 2 families who have lived in Williamson County for at least 3 generations. There's been some correction there that some people believed it was 3 years. Families that have been here for at least 3 generations, one representative of the Heritage Foundation, one representative of the African American Heritage Society, one African American business owner or manager or educational professional, one African American religious or community leader, and one representative of Williamson County Conventioner and Visitors Bureau, as well as our county historian.
Commissioner Morton, anything to add?
I'm proud to co-sponsor this proposal. This is a much needed change in my estimation. I've heard from this countless residents and citizens of Williamson County and believe this is simply the right thing to do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hudson.
Guys, I'm also proud to sponsor this. It was much needed change, especially since we had an overwhelmingly response from some of our constituents regarding removal of the actual seal itself, the removal of the, I'm sorry, I'm having difficulties. But one of the things I didn't want to go on television or the news to address my opinion about this. I wanted to address you guys as your colleague, how I personally feel about this as an African American and also as your peer and colleague. But as a father, I told my kid two things in regard to the battle flag. I told him if it's on a vehicle, stay clear because we don't want any trouble. It's kind of like having a bipolar friend. I don't know what message it's sending. I know it's condescending of hate, and some people claim that it's courage. But for me and for a lot of people that look like me, it's the same as a swastika. It has a similar meaning. Also, if it's displayed at a business, or if it's displayed as a business or an organization, I tell them to stay clear because they don't want you as a patron. Because anyone who presented that would not want you to make that choice of what it is today. What menu is it today? What is it? Is it hate or is it heritage? You don't know, so son, stay away. We all have to, like Mayor Anderson said, that it could be very emotional and it could be a very emotional vote. We want to try to keep that out of it. So one of the things that you have to do is research and learn about as much as you can about it, because I only know a couple of things in history. I remember coming out of Woolworth and the Klan was marching, and I'm from Mississippi in Brookhaven, and one of the first thing I saw was the battle flag. And I was a kid, and I'm like, wow, so that's my memory. So to erase that emotional, you have to research it. And then I come across William Tapton Thompson, who had to decide between three flags and said, as a people, we are fighting to maintain. This is the flag we need because it represents the supremacy of the white man over the colored race. So there's another. Now, in Jim Crow, during the episode when we had desegregation, Georgia protested desegregation by installation of the battle flag on their flag. Okay, so that was a protest. So one of the things that I do know about, in 1968, when our seal was designed, there was a court order, a federal court order for Franklin Special School District for desegregation. So what did we do in 1968? We installed the flag, or the battle flag, and we placed the school right next to it. So I didn't want to get on television and say this. I wanted to address it to everyone here, how I feel and how a great majority of the people feel that's in Williamson County. Like I said before, if it's in a business or an organization, you're sending a message that we don't want you here. So regardless, and if you can't see another person's opinion from a flag that has two meanings, then shame on you.
Thank you. Again, we're getting some echo. So everyone, if you are not speaking, please mute your microphone. Next, we have Commissioner Hester as a maker.
Thank you, Commissioner Little. I would like to yield to Commissioner Webb.
Thank you, Commissioner Webb.
I want to thank Commissioner Hudson for his comments. You know, we're in 2020. I think it's time for our community to talk about this. If you heard or read, you know, including not having a seal, it's not required. So that I think that should be on the table of the task force if approved. But, you know, everything, in my opinion, should have a look to be modernized and reflect the community in this case. So let's have the discussion. And then after the discussion, then we can look and see what we want to do, if anything. So that's what I'm here for, to have the discussion, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. That's all of the sponsors. First to sign up to speak was Commissioner Aiello.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At this point, I would like to introduce a proposed amendment to the existing task force resolution and speak a little bit about that at the same time, if I may. I have proposed.
Go ahead.
I propose an amendment to the task force as far as its creation of set members. And it's just been emailed over to you, and I'll try to send a copy out over this app as well. But essentially what it does is it addresses two concerns of mine with the creation of the task force. First of all, I'm very thankful that this is being approached in a democratic manner, being introduced as a resolution and starting a discussion that appears to need to happen, and I agree probably needs to happen. But two problems that I have with the existing framework deals with transparency on the selection process of the task force members themselves, as well as representation of as much of our community in Williamson County as possible. We're fortunate that we have many distinct entities within Williamson County, both geographically, socioeconomically, racially, all of the above. And with a 9-member task force as currently created, I fear that it cuts off having as broad a tent as possible to have a discussion that will include not having a seal, possibly changing the whole seal, whole cloth, and possibly just removing a quadrant or a portion of a quadrant. With the entirety of the seal being on the table, the goal in proposing the changes to this task force is not to limit the scope of the task force, but to bring as many people to the table as possible and to be as open and communicative with our community at large as is possible under the circumstances. This also gives the county commission oversight and approval of who those task force members ultimately are. Under the existing framework, presumably the chair will select the process of who those task force members would be under those 9 enumerated categories. Under this proposed new framework, the county historian would instead serve as chair of this task force and be charged with identifying and selecting stakeholders in a number not to exceed 20 to try to keep as many of these individuals involved as possible that can be reached. Once that's been selected, it's then presented to the commission for ratification and approval. And then at that point, the communication starts with the citizenry to bring discussion and to ultimately provide, under the existing framework, what recommendations this task force may have. It also sidesteps some issues I see with the designated categories themselves that don't seem to have any selection particular criteria. Certainly some of these categories that are identified, such as the Heritage Foundation or the African American Heritage Society, certainly can self-nominate from their organization a representative for the task force. But when you have gray areas like a representative of 2 families who have lived in Williamson County, or one African American business owner or manager or educational professional, there's not really an ability to self-nominate under those categories, and essentially would leave that selection process to the chair, Williamson Inc., to serve without any sort of oversight or ratification from the county commission. So for those reasons, I do think that amendment is necessary to give as much transparency and broad a scope as possible to bring to this task force, and would introduce that amendment at this time.
Story second, if a second's needed.
Oops. I'm sorry, I was muted. I'm sorry. Commissioner Story, did you second the amendment?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. We have an amendment on the floor and a second. We have several people requested to speak. We are now on just the amendment. So I'm going to go through the list. If you want to speak on the amendment, you may speak. If you want to reserve your time for the motion, we will go. Commissioner Landrum, you are the next up.
Okay. Let me get the screen on. Okay. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, good. I have an amendment that is in your packet. Spent a good bit of time on this amendment and feel very strongly about the amendment. And I just want to be real clear that the amendment before you is to look at the upper left quadrant of the seal that contains the Confederate flag and the cannon. And I want to be clear that this amendment that I'm proposing is not about advocating for or against the task force as it's drawn up. I'm simply stating that if the task force is appointed and is approved, its role should be limited to the quadrant containing the Confederate flag and the cannon, so that the integrity of the rest of our county seal is protected. That's pretty simple.
I'm going to interrupt you just a second because we have one amendment on the floor, and we need to either vote on. Hang on just a sec. We need to either vote on that amendment, or you need to amend his amendment to include yours. Now, Jeff, we're getting in the weeds there, but you can amend an amendment. So you either on yours, you either need to speak to his amendment, or wait with or propose your amendment on top of his, or wait until we vote on his.
I'll wait. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Commissioner Landrum, Commissioner Lawrence.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I was not going to speak on this, but you just gave me an idea. What I really wanted to do on this was to propose a deferral of this discussion. And Commissioner Hudson, I think, mentioned how much emotion is involved in this. And at this time in America, there is a lot of anger and bitterness in our country right now. We still have people protesting in the streets, and there's sort of a let's burn everything down mode that we're in. I mean, we're tearing down statues of George Washington, General Grant.
I'm not trying to cut you off, but we're speaking on the amendment to speak.
Okay, I'm proposing to add to this amendment a deferral of the vote on this amendment because I just think it might be better to wait until things calm down a little bit in America to have this discussion when we could be a little more maybe a little more reasonable and thinking in terms of as I think Commissioner Hudson did a good job of mentioning that we need to educate ourselves and give ourselves some time to do that.
So you're making a motion to
Mr. Chair, a motion to postpone definitely or to defer or to table are not appropriate on an amendment to the main motion and should be taken up separate from the amendment.
All right, so that can only be done on the main amendment or the main motion?
Correct.
Okay, all right then.
Okay.
I don't have to, I'm not going to speak to that. I will speak to that again, I guess, when it comes back to the.
Right, when we come back to the motion, I'll come back to you. Commissioner Lathers, you request to speak. Is it on the amendment?
No, sir, I wish to refrain from speaking until the main amendment discussion.
All right, Commissioner Bethard. On the amendment.
Yeah, my original request to speak wasn't on the amendment, but since I've been called upon, I do have a question regarding the amendment. I guess I'm trying to get my head around what the amendment is for. Could someone read it out verbatim as to what we're voting on with regards to the amendment?
Commissioner Ayala, it is your amendment. Do you want to read it or do you want the chair to read it?
I'll be happy to read it to the to the commission. The amendment
Yes.
in its entirety addresses essentially three areas on.
The request is to read the amendment in its entirety. Would
Correct.
you read your amendment into the record?
The amendment is stated as follows: amend the first, now therefore be it resolved, and first and second be it further resolved, to replace the existing language in its entirety as follows. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Williamson County Board of Commissioners meet in regular session this 13th day of July, 2020, hereby authorizes the county mayor to appoint a task force chaired by the county historian and consisting of citizens of Williamson County to implement a process for receiving input from citizens and other stakeholders, to conduct a study and provide a written report to the Board of Commissioners prior to its October 12, 2020 meeting. And be it further resolved that the task force shall be composed as follows: county historian serving as chair, who shall identify specific stakeholders to serve as representatives on the task force, taking into consideration the geographic, historic, socio-political, racial, economic, and other relevant factors representing the composition of the county in the selection process. These selected representatives shall not exceed 20 members in number and shall be full-time residents of Williamson County. The chair's selection of proposed representatives of the task force shall be submitted to the Board of Commissioners for ratification and approval prior to the September 14, 2020 County Commission meeting. Be it further resolved that such task force, once its representatives are ratified and approved by the Board of Commissioners, shall implement a process for receiving input from citizens and other stakeholders, and shall consider such input in developing its recommendations. And
thank you. Now, Commissioner Beathard. Yes, go ahead.
Well, I'm still trying to get my head around it, Commissioner Iola, and I apologize. What, in as much brevity as you can, what are you hoping to accomplish with this change? I'm still not clear as to what the scope of the amendment is trying to accomplish.
If I may respond, Chair.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Essentially three things. The first being the members of the task force are in fact Williamson County full-time residents, which is not enumerated in the existing resolution. Two, transparency in the selection process on who is to serve on this task force by providing the county commission oversight and ratification of the proposed members after selected and nominated by the county historian serving as chair. And three, to broaden the number of individuals who may serve on this task force to give a voice to the entirety of the Williamson County community, i.e. the geographic differences that we have between, for example, Nolensville, Thompson Station, Fairview, Brentwood, all of these areas which would, under our current framework, need to fit into a subsect or be excluded from the process of amending in its entirety, removing, or keeping the seal that represents the entirety of the county. So the goal is to give as broad intent as possible for this discussion process and to keep the remainder and spirit of this resolution intact via receiving citizen input.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Beathard?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Okay. Commissioner Smith?
I'll wait for my comments. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Landrum, you've already spoken. So Commissioner Tunnicliffe.
Mine was mainly a point of clarification, and that's been handled. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Lawrence, you have a question. Is it on the amendment?
I'm next.
Mason? Mr. Mason, I haven't spotted your name yet, but I see you waving. So I'm going down.
I was right after Tunnicliffe at 2:00.
Okay, all right, I see you there now. You have a question for the mayor. All right, Commissioner Tunnicliffe, All right, I'm at Mr. Tunnicliffe. Or you need to speak on the amendment?
No, sir. I had a point of clarification. It's been handled.
All right, Commissioner Mason.
Thank you, Chairman. This
Again,
goes
on the
to
amendment. We're on the.
Yes, sir. This goes to the
Yeah, sorry.
amendment. My question because the amendment basically addresses who will be members of the committee. And so my question for the mayor is, Mayor, how did you all, or what was the thought process behind the specific people that you selected, or not persons, but categories to be filled? And just to say, I'm in full support of forming a task force. It's just a question of who will serve on it. So I'm very interested, Mr. Mayor, in the thought process behind how you selected the individuals to be on it versus Chairman Aiello's kind of broadening it. And so I'd like to understand the process, because that's really what we're looking at on the amendment, as to who would serve on the committee.
Mr. Chairman, can I answer it?
Go ahead, please, sir.
So the long and short of it is, in helping to draft this, we wanted to keep it manageable. Manageable in a size quantum, not so much in the outcome, but the managing of the number of people. If I could, Commissioner Mason, is to back up and come forward. So we have received a lot of emails, phone calls, just as you all have since the last county commission meeting. And being in your shoes there as a county commissioner for many years, I was trying to take it and put it over into a task force whereby we would look at the main ingredient, which was we were getting questions like that focused entirely around the Confederate flag and the remarks that went with that. And so in coming up with the task force, talking with legal, how could we do that in such a way that would let people know that we're trying to address it and address it very quickly, and that being the next county commission meeting, which is today, and to get that back to you in September. And I have just seen Commissioner Al's amendment process. I thought it was paramount enough that in those different groups that we have picked, and we have not picked any one person. I think somebody last week during the budget asked, have we already picked them? The answer is no. We have reached out, and several people have called in or emailed wanting to serve on it and how do they get their name onto it. We kind of drafted a bio form, who you represent. So we have been, and we're compiling a list of names, but it was strictly a number that we arrived at looking at 9 people, an odd number. So we didn't come out, if we had 10, the vote could have possibly been 5-5. We looked at who was going to handle this because I thought, well, we need to get it out of the politics as much as we can. That's almost impossible, but to get that over to these groups of men and women that either serve organizations, but at the same time, when we say a representative of 2 families who have lived at least 3 generations, there may be some senior family members that aren't a member of any organization that would like to have input into that. So we tried to cover a cross section of them, try to be as transparent as we possibly can, but it was based on large numbers, requires lots of people, and it's an important issue. So that's how we arrived at it, Jennifer, and with no particular person, I just picked this chamber. We picked the chamber as the lead organization as chair. If you thought it was better to have Rick as the county historian, but I wanted Rick to be able to participate in the process because a chair is a little bit different. They're going to have to make some time and energy. Somebody's going to have to take notes. Somebody's going to have to make minutes. There's a lot of ingredients in going into a special task force such as this, and we've done them several times. Many of you have served on those. It's not just a matter of 20 or 9 people coming together or up to 20 people coming together. Somebody's got to be taking notes and et cetera, et cetera. And that's how we came at it.
Thank you, Mayor. And if I may, Mr. Chairman, it does. And I now have a follow-up question for Chairman Aiello or Commissioner Aiello.
Go ahead, please.
Commissioner Aiello, the way I read your amendment is really to kind of broaden the category as to who can be on this task force. Is there a specific, I mean, how did you come about your development as to who would be on the task force? Or what was your thought process behind it?
So the thought process in not delineating specific categories was to avoid essentially the gray area in simply stating that it needs to be, for example, one representative of representatives of 2 families that have been here for at least 3 generations, one of whom should be an African-American family. I think that's important to have that sort of representation on a task force, but this would give the chair more autonomy in selecting and involving as many different people in that process as possible, and then bring it to a commission. And the commission can ask that chairperson, you selected these sorts of individuals. What was your selection process behind them? What sort of applications did you receive? What was the process? That way, it's all open and part of that discussion for the creation of the task force. It was to broaden that umbrella, and especially when you're talking about not just modification of a quadrant of the seal, possibly abolishing the seal in its entirety, to have representatives from each of our districts in the county. We're a large county that has a lot of diversity across the board in a lot of different quadrants. And so when that whole encompassing discussion is taking place, the goal is to have it be as comprehensive as possible, but still manageable, keeping it under that 20 number. As you know, the Tennessee State Historical Commission had 23 members, in addition to having the governor serve on it as well. The thought was to somewhat mirror that process, not keeping it as large as that, but when this task force is tasked with providing a written report that presumably would then be presented to the Tennessee Commission, I think it's important to have as much backing as possible, certainly from the widest spectrum of Williamson County. If the commission task force decides that there's a substantial need to change the seal, say this is representative of what the county wants, and make this process as democratic as possible.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Smith on the amendment, then Commissioner Williams will be up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One concern I have on this amendment is we would be, as the county commission, asked to approve membership on the committee roughly the middle of September. That provides plenty of time to establish the members of the committee, but then they would be asked to provide a report on their findings to the commission in October, if I'm reading it correctly. My concern is that is probably not enough time to allow them to go through their process and arrive at their conclusions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Aiello, actually, there's several parts of your amendment that I actually like. I like the idea of the county historian being the chair. I think it provides some linkage on the historical front. I think my concern about it is the number of members. If you start bringing in 20, that's a very large number. You know, I want to steal some of the things you've done and start creating a little bit of sausage here, and it's going to be a little bit difficult doing this virtually. But you know, the 2 things, I like the idea of the county historian being the chair. I like the idea of the commission approving the members of the task force. I would prefer that the membership be no less than what is proposed in the original resolution. but then potentially increase the total numbers and give the county historian as the chair some leeway to potentially add an additional member or two onto it. I think 20 might be too much, but some lesser number above and beyond what the original resolution calls for creates a little bit of flexibility that as he deems necessary to add, and then ultimately we would have approval on that. That's kind of my thoughts on that. And I can propose the amendment for that. Somebody will walk me through the process on how we would do that. Because like I said, we're going to start creating some sausage here.
If you want to amend the amendment, that is what you would state. You would say, I would like to amend the amendment as follows, and then make your changes. And we would have to have a second. Then we would begin discussion on the amendment to the amendment, and the discussion would be limited to that. And then if that's approved, then we would go back to the amendment. And then if that's approved, back to the resolution.
So I can't see the original amendment. It's not up on the screen, but in essence,
hang on just a second. Let me get Jamie. Can you share that? Put it back up.
Yes, sir. We'll get it back up, but also it is in your email.
All right, there you go.
Tommy, this is Rogers. I'm going to jump in here a little while you're trying to size that to the screen. I think in making your sausage, y'all can combine that. But I do need for you to draw attention to what our commissioner said about business side. And we need to be sure to include our business community on this decision. That is very important as we look down the road, that future companies that may want to relocate here, or companies that are already located here expressing some concerns. I am not taking away from Rick or the county historian, because he's a good man, a hardworking man. But we need to be sure to have that, if you're going to create this new sausage ball, that you be sure to take into consideration the business community. And when I read this amendment, I'm sure you could add something to it, but they need to be a part of this because they're a part of our community now. Thank you.
All right. I see in the chat.
Would the commissioner be amenable to some assistance with his amendment?
Yes.
I think that you could take the amendment that Commissioner Ayala has, and the now therefore be resolved would remain the same, which would make the chaired by the county historian. Then it would be the second one, the be it further resolved, that would have to change, where it would say the county historian serving as the chair who shall identify specific shareholders to serve as additional representatives on the task force. And then in the second sentence, amended to say these selected representatives shall not exceed, and you'd have to change the number from 20 to whatever you wanted the cap to be.
I would like to place that at 13.
13.
And then the minimum members shall comprise of the ones originally put in the resolution. The only difference is the county historian would be the chair. So you've got a maximum of 13 and a minimum of the 9 as originally proposed.
Then I think you would insert the Commissioner Ayala's be it further resolved after the first be it further resolved, which would flip the county historian and the Williamson Inc. representative. And the additional be it further resolved that he has added here would be the second be it further resolved, which would have additional representatives not to exceed 13 total.
Correct.
This is Rogers. Commissioner Howard, have you reached out to Rick to see if he'd be willing to do this?
No, I have not.
We probably, before we all pass, I mean, it's great to make this sausage, Bob, but we need to check to see if he would run with this. This is a big task.
I was thinking the same thing, Mayor.
The other additional issue you have is you have some conflict between the now therefore be it resolved where the county mayor appoints a task force and what would now be the second be it further resolved where the county historian appears to be nominating the additional members beyond those that would have theoretically been chosen by the mayor. So you need to clarify who is actually making the appointment for confirmation by the county commission if you choose to go this route.
Mr. Chairman, this is Diane. I typed up what I believe Commissioner Williams' amendments addresses, with the exception of what Attorney Mosley just pointed out, is that Commissioner Williams would need to identify who's appointing the other members and need him to clarify if that is his amendment.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Williams. Do you see what she's put up?
I have. And then Diane, real quick, what do you need clarity on again?
Attorney Mosley noted that the you need to decide if the task force is to be appointed by the county mayor or by the historian. The remaining 7 members.
Pull up the original amendment from, because I think Commissioner Aiello's amendment addressed that.
His amendment states that the chair, the historian, will serve as chair and shall pick the other stakeholders. And you want to stay with
the first paragraph. The first paragraph, now therefore be it resolved, authorizes the county mayor to appoint the task force. So
yeah,
that's where the conflict comes in.
No, I'm good with the county mayor appointing the members.
And I'm not trying to beat a dead horse here. So there, then in Commissioner Ayala's amendment where it says the county historian serving as chair shall identify, will that be shall identify for the county mayor to nominate to the commission, or does it go straight from the county historian for these additional members?
Okay, so in that amendment, they conflict each other in that amendment already.
Correct.
Yeah, we need to fix that. I would like, in my world, if the county mayor, I would like to appoint the original task force members. The county historian, I would like to have the ability to appoint any additional members above and beyond the task force, the minimum number on the task force.
Before we move on into,
I was going to say, I think if you add the word additional to county historian serving as chair shall identify additional specific stakeholders, then that would be in addition to the original 9. So the mayor would appoint those 9. County historian shall identify additional stakeholders. And then it would say the total selected representatives shall not exceed 13.
And then it has to come back to the commission for approval.
Correct. And that would still leave with a report in October under this amendment.
The only thing that I would not be certain on, and again, if I'm out of line as chairman, just speak up, is what happens if the historian is not willing to take on chairmanship?
Mr. Chairman, this is Commissioner Lathers. May I speak to the amendment? I think I was next and it's kind of going. I can speak to Mr. Warwick if I could. I call Mr. Warwick.
We don't have the amendment on the floor yet, but I'm going to say yes, go ahead and speak, and then we'll see where it goes.
And I just want to say I'm in support, obviously, of the task force. I'm in support of both of these commissioners trying to sausage it. The only thing I would say is my first phone call was to Rick Warwick, our county historian. I worked with him immensely on our Nolensville history book. He is a voice that needs to be heard on this committee. I think it's great if he could have influence on additional members, but I actually agree with the mayor that if the chamber person is the mediator, moderator, that's just to keep that conversation going. I don't know that Mr. Warwick would want to chair it, but would want to be a voice, but I agree with everything else that's been discussed. And then lastly, I called Williamson Inc. representation, and I understood it was their intent with the task force to have some democratic input sessions that would be given information to the task force. So I don't think it's clear to the whole commission that that would be part of this. It looks it's just going to be a task force by themselves. That was the question I had about the amendment and what the mayor's intention was with that.
All right, so we're back to, we have the amendment, which is, I think, has been ironed out. Do we have that? And if it is, we would need a second to that to move forward. Do we have a second to Commissioner Williams' amendment to the amendment?
Would Commissioner Williams please clarify that what I have typed is correct on his amendment before we try to get a second?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
All right, so what we've got is amending that revised from 20 members down to 13 to include the original 9 selected by the mayor, an additional 4 selected by the historian. And this still states that the historian would serve as chair. That's what the amendment states. So do we have a second to that amendment?
Herbert, second.
All right, second, so the amendment to the amendment. So now we are on the amendment of Mr. Williams amending the original amendment. Do we have discussion on that? And this has gotten long, so Lathers just spoke. I see Commissioner Hudson has requested to speak. He has not spoken on the amendment.
I just wanted to let you know that I will not be supporting the amendment as written. I think that, to be honest, I think that we're trying to contain an issue and not really deal with an issue in hopes that the issue will come to play how we hope it would be. I think that we have to deal with the elephant in the room. And I think that Williamson Inc., especially when we talk about businesses and we talk about the impact of the seal and how it will deal with businesses and possibly future businesses. I think that we need to allow Williamson Inc. to be the mediator and deal with, and I agree with the smaller task force. A number of 20 would be too large, but I will not be supporting this amendment as written.
Commissioner Little, you are muted.
I'm sorry, I was muted again. I keep forgetting to look at that. Okay, so I'm going down the list. I think I am back to Commissioner Aiello on the amendment to the amendment, from what I can see.
I certainly agree with Commissioner Williams' position on wanting to include certainly a number of these identified in the original task force, especially business representatives and commerce, and addressing this issue head on and involving those voices that could act as a mediator. One of the issues that was presented to me by a constituent was the issue that might be presented by a county body classifying someone as African American or not. And so part of the reason for removing some of that language from this task force enumeration was to avoid that issue that was presented to me by a constituent. And to me, I don't know if that's appropriate for a county or any representative to participate in that sort of classification. That's part of the spirit of why that language was removed in my
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on the amendment to the amendment?
Yes.
Chad, I know you had wanted to speak about an amendment. Now, I'll throw it out there. Go with.
Yeah, I really wanted to jump in front of this earlier, and I'm asking to before we got too far down the road, because kind of a little bit to what Commissioner Hudson spoke to. You know, there's kind of a singular issue here that I wanted to address. Can I give you 3 points that frame my proposed amendment, and then we can throw it out one way or the other? But I think it would be more direct to this process if everybody's on board. Is that something I can go with, or do I need to wait?
Jeff.
Point of order, we need to vote on the amendment we got on the table.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to.
Well, that was the point. I asked to talk before the amendments actually even got moving, because it would be a heck of a lot easier for me to ask this question, which is a foundationally different approach and more direct approach that gets handled pretty close to today versus all the other pieces. So I just hate to go through all this effort and turn around and throw mine out there, which is totally different.
Yeah, well, by rule, we have to get the amendments off the floor before we can open up to more amendments. And you did request to speak, but the amendments were already out there before you requested. So we will have to clear the amendments before we can take up anything else.
Let's do that. Thank you.
All right. All right.
Chairman Little, is there any way we can suspend the rules to allow Chad to speak at this time?
If there are more, if there are 2 objections or more, then you cannot suspend the rules. You could suspend the rule, but again, it's not going to be, if it's relevant to the amendment or the amendment of the amendment is the way that it is contemplated. But if you want to go beyond that, you could suspend it, but 2 objections would keep that from happening.
It pertains to the amendment. It just changes the process. So,
Commissioner Little, I propose that we suspend the rules to allow Commissioner Story to speak.
Chairman, I object.
Commissioner Osborne, object.
Dwight
All right, we have. All right, well, let's see. Let me look. All right, so we've had 2 objections, so we can't do that. Request to speak. I've got Alo, Landrum. I guess I've got you up next, and then if there's no other discussion, we will vote on the amendment to the amendment.
Okay, you ready for me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, my concern is, what if Rick declines to be the chairperson? It's a very simple question. That's my statement. I mean, I just feel like if Rick's going to chair it, he sure needs to be on board to chair it. And I don't want to make this, then we have to come back and do it again. So, could you hear me there, Tommy?
Yeah, I did. I don't have an answer. So
Well, I don't know. It'd be great if he'd already agreed to be be the chair. We could work through this quicker, but that's my concern. I mean, if we're going to burden him with this, which I know we'd be glad to help, but if he want to take full chairmanship, I think that's his decision. But I don't want to delay anything. Time is kind of important. Jeff, help me.
Well, we can't amend the amendment to the amendment. We're 2 amendments deep. That's as far as Robert's will let you go. Theoretically, if you were to vote in the affirmative on both of these amendments, you could then offer an amendment to say that the task force could elect its own chair if the county historian refused the office. But you can't do that until you get rid of these amendments. Otherwise, it would have to come back to you in September to appoint a new chair, which then, could theoretically push this further down the road.
Yeah, and that's not what I'd like to see happen personally. I think it's imperative that we get something on the table today. So, anyway, I've made my statement.
okay, we're back to the. All right, thank you. Are there any other questions on the amendment to the amendment? Now, on this, I think we need to do a roll call vote.
Tommy.
Complexity. Yes, sir.
Tommy,
Yes, ma'am.
I put my name on the list. Maybe it's just not showing up. I just would like somebody to read the amendment to the amendment, because after all this discussion, it's a little confusing. I'm not really sure what the amendment to the amendment is.
I'm going to try to state it and see if I have it correct. Now, y'all can correct me. The amendment keeps that now, therefore, be it resolved, and then chaired by then the second further be it resolved will make the change from 20 to 13 with Commissioner Warwick selecting the additional, identifying and selecting the additional task force members. If the historian can select the remaining 4 is the way it basically is. So what we are, and it would still be ratified by the commission, and everything else would, I think, would basically stay the same. The mayor would appoint the first 9. Rick would appoint 4 more, and Rick would serve as the chairman. The commission would ratify it, and they would bring it back to the commission in a month. That's how I understand it. Am I close?
Yeah, this is Commissioner Williams. Just one clarity, just for point of clarification. The historian is not required to select 4, but he has the ability to add 4 additional if he deems more representation across the county needs to be included.
Thank you.
And then we would approve the list when it comes back in September.
Now then, are there any other questions on the amendment to the amendment? Now, Jeff, do we need to do a voice vote, or do we need to do a roll call vote?
I would recommend a roll call vote.
That's kind of what I was thinking. Call the roll, please, Jeff.
Commissioner Aiello.
Aiello, no on the amendment to the amendment.
All right. Commissioner Alsbrooks.
Alsbrooks, no.
Commissioner Beal.
Bill, yes.
Commissioner Bethard.
Bethard, no.
Commissioner Chalfant.
Chalfant, no.
Commissioner Herbert.
Herbert, yes.
Commissioner Hester.
Hester, no.
Commissioner Hudson.
No.
Commissioner Dwight Jones.
Commissioner Jones, no.
Commissioner Ricky Jones is absent. Commissioner Landrum.
Landrum, no.
Commissioner Lawrence.
Yes.
Commissioner Little,
No.
Commissioner Lathers,
Respectfully, no to the amendment to the amendment.
Commissioner Mason,
Commissioner Mason is a no, simply because we haven't verified if they will take the chair position, and that is my concern. So for that reason, I'm a no.
Commissioner Morton,
Morton, no.
Commissioner Nations,
Nations, no.
Commissioner Rainey,
Commissioner Rainey, no. This has turned into a Chinese fire drill.
Commissioner Smith,
Smith, no.
Commissioner Story,
Story, yes.
Commissioner Sturgeon,
Sturgeon, no.
Commissioner Tunnicliffe,
Commissioner Tunnicliffe, yes.
Commissioner Webb,
Commissioner Webb, no.
Commissioner Williams.
Williams, yes.
6 yes, 17 no.
Tommy, your mic is muted.
The amendment to the amendment fails. We are now back to the original amendment, which would be 20 members with the historian as chair. And selecting, well, it still have the conflict of who's selecting in there, but we are back to the amendment. Anyone wishing to speak on the amendment? Commissioner Story.
Thank you. Like I said, I wished I thought I responded earlier on to get this out here. And but we'll see if I have a more direct route. Like I said, I've got 3 points, if you'll indulge me, and then I'll make it as quickly as possible. From all the emails that I've received regarding all of this aspect of what's going on and the opposition and why the flag was put there. And after I've talked with historians and many other people, lifelong residents and the creator of the seal, I didn't find any evidence to support the claim that the flag was put there purely out of response to anything. The purpose of the flag being on the seal was based on a memorial of the many lives and struggles that people endured during the war. So unless there was any evidence contrary, we need to maybe have a little more constructive dialogue and not conjecture in terms of what the purpose and intent was. With that being said, I think there was the seal itself has 4 principles and ideals that we see. Yes, the county was heavily impacted by the war. Moreover, today a large part of our tourism and economics are based on preserving and sharing that history with the people who come here from all over. 2, the education is another bedrock and principle of what, and is something that has been proven to be a leading indicator of the ongoing success of this county. 3, the faith and community that the beacon is a beacon of light and is peace and truth and love for our neighbors. It's pretty simple as that. And lastly, the symbolism of agriculture, which was the leading economic driver for the county for generations. And when I would personally look at the symbol, I see it more so based on the economic and prosperity aspect, not just purely agricultural. So with all that being said, I mean, I think we really truly need to preserve the seal, because the seal was a product of generations of people working and thinking about and crafting what the county meant. And that's part of what we deal with today. Is this county is changing, and a lot of people think it's changing, in a much different direction than they want. But with all that being said, we've got a specific symbol that we're basically debating. We've got a symbol on the seal that everybody's having an issue with, and that's causing so much division on one side or the other. And quite frankly, I think we can bypass all this and not have to bring the state historical commission and all the other byproducts into this. If we just if I move, and as I'm moving here, I move to just remove the flag from the seal. Leave the seal and the symbolism and the intent behind the original seal alone, but just remove the flag and with, another cannon, another item, to represent the war, or the historical nature of that piece. But at the end of the day, I just make a motion to remove the flag as it is on the seal today.
Are you proposing then an amendment to the amendment that the total amendment be just to remove the flag?
Just to remove the flag from the top left quadrant, and my intent is to not have to go through all the other processes, because if we change if we open up the process of looking at the seal and it comes back anything different than what it represents today, we then have to go to the State Historical Commission for approval as well. If we just remove the flag, we don't have to go through that process. And we directly address the initial, what the problem is that so many people have emailed me about.
All right, Jeff, comment, please.
Well, one, I'm not sure I agree with the statement that removing the flag doesn't have to go to the Historic Commission. I believe it does. It is, in fact, the one item that gets it in front of the Historic Commission. And so removal of the flag, I believe, would have to go to the State Historical Commission. Now, other than that, if you are attempting to amend the amendment to add, be it further resolved that the task force is limited to the discussion of removal of the flag, that would be an appropriate amendment of the amendment. But it would, but I don't think you can get around the State Historical Commission simply by removing the flag. In fact, I think that is the object that gets it in front of them.
So I mean, I think part of it is, as I read the statute, it indicated historical wars, and it listed all the historical wars, that the U.S. has been engaged in. The flag is just another symbol of the Civil War.
Can before we continue, can we see if there is a second to the amendment? Because if we don't get a second, then discussion is mute.
Gotcha.
So do we have a second to the amendment? And if I understand it, you're going to take. All right, hang on. Okay, so we have a second. Now let's make sure we understand what we are seconding and I'm not trying to, but the amendment would be let it be resolved that how do we do this, Jeff? Because what he's wanting to do is not have a committee. He just wants to remove the flag from the seal with no committee. He just wants to vote to move it. I don't know. Can we do that inside this resolution?
Commissioner, is that your intent to do away with the task force?
I would like to remove the task force and remove the seal, because that was basically what the task force is ultimately. If I had to throw an assumption out there and an end result, the end result is to see what you do with that seal, and a major part of that is to remove the flag. So if we remove the flag, we don't have to discuss what needs to be done with the seal, because we're addressing the whole reason why we're looking at that seal in the first place.
And Commissioner,
so if I can.
The problem you have with that amendment to doing away with the task force is you still have to generate a report for the Historical Commission that the commission would have, the county commission would have to send to the State Historical Commission with a change to the county seal that affects the item on the seal that is commemorative of that war, which is the flag. So doing away with the task force means that if the county commission voted to do that, it would still have to generate a report to go to the Historic Commission, the State Historic Commission, and therefore somebody's going to have to do that. And this, if you take away the task force, your amendment here is actually a defeat of the amendment of Commissioner Aiello, and takes his amendment off the table. So I'm thinking it's getting to a point where it's getting outside the scope of the amendment. If you leave the task force but limit their scope to whether the flag should be removed, I think that can be an amendment to this amendment. But anything further than that, and I think you've gone beyond it.
Okay, so two quick points. A, I understand that the need to generate a committee that can create the report to submit it to the task force at the state to review and approve. Okay, I'm on board with that. But on the flip side, you're the lawyer, I'm the lowly IT guy in terms of process and understanding of law. But if there's symbols there that represent the actual conflict, the war, the historical war, why would that matter? Is it just because when it was created, these 1, 2, 3 items represented X, and any change in those 1, 2, 3 items totally negates the whole purpose behind what the initial the initial reasoning behind it? Because if you put two candidates.
The reasoning's irrelevant. The reasoning's irrelevant to the statute that created or that gave the historical commission jurisdiction. All it says is if you're going to alter, remove, or replace that historical item, artwork, plaque, etc., then it has to go to them for a 2/3 vote. The reason is largely irrelevant.
Okay, so then I guess my amendment needs to be, I amend to remove the flag, the Confederate flag, and then relegate the purpose of the commission to validate the need or the approval, the just approval of such thing.
Can I interject just a second?
Please.
All right, we have an amendment which establishes a task force. The amendment to the amendment is almost contrary to the task force. I think we would move better if we were to vote on this amendment, vote it up or down. Then we know, then we've got a basis. From there, we can make adjustments to whether it's just the flag. We will know what the committee is going to be made up for. From that point, we can make amendments to what that committee is supposed to do. Is that a correct assessment, Jeff?
You'll have to restate that. It confused me.
I am thinking rather than take up the amendment to the amendment, which is basically changing the whole makeup of what the committee is doing, that we vote this amendment up or down. Once that amendment, if it's passed, then we know what the committee is made up of, and we can address Chad's issue as to what the committee is supposed to do. If we vote it down, then we're back to the original motion, which has a committee. Then Chad can make his motion for that committee then to work on from that point. But I think we need to get this amendment up or down one of the way or the other before we move on.
Commissioner Story amendment is not dependent on the composition that Commissioner Ayala is changing. You're correct.
Okay.
So I would like to, even though you have a motion and a second, I would like to request that Commissioner Hudson remove the second and that you remove your amendment, and let's get this first one up or down and then go from there.
Agreed.
Commissioner Hudson, do you agree to that?
Yes, agreed.
I rescind.
All right, Commissioner Story. All right. So now the amendment to the amendment has been withdrawn. We are now back to just the amendment proposed by Commissioner Ayala. Is there any more discussion on that amendment? Please type your name in now. I'm not going to go back and look up and see who's requested to speak when. Any more discussion on that?
Please read it again.
I'm sorry?
Please read it again.
All right, this would be the original. This would be the original amendment that was sent in the email and put on the screen with no changes. Be a commission that the mayor would appoint a task force, the county historian would be the chair, and that there's a conflict in there that says he would have select members of the task force. I will still have to resolve that, I guess. But that would be, committee would be approved by the commission and in September and then report back to us in October. That's it in a nutshell. So are there any other questions on that amendment? All right, Jeff, call for the vote on Commissioner Aiello's amendment, please.
Commissioner Aiello, Commissioner Alsbrooks,
Osbrooks, no.
Commissioner Beal,
Bill, no.
Commissioner Bethard,
Bethard, no.
Commissioner Chalfont,
Chalfont, no.
Commissioner Herbert,
Herbert, no.
Commissioner Hester,
Hester, no.
Commissioner Hudson,
Hudson, no.
Commissioner Dwight Jones,
Commissioner Dwight Jones, no.
Commissioner Ricky Jones is absent. Commissioner Landrum,
No.
Commissioner Lawrence,
No.
Commissioner Little,
No.
Commissioner Lathers,
Respectfully, no.
Commissioner Mason,
Commissioner Mason, no.
Commissioner Morton,
Morton, no.
Commissioner Nations,
Nations, no.
Commissioner Rainey,
Rainey, no.
Commissioner Smith,
Smith, no.
Commissioner Story,
Story, no.
Commissioner Sturgeon,
Sturgeon, no.
Commissioner Tunnicliffe, Commissioner Tunnicliffe, I can't hear him. I'm not sure if anybody else did. Commissioner Tunnicliffe, Chairman, did you hear a vote from Commissioner Tunnicliffe?
It appears he's.
I
saying
did not.
no.
He's trying, I'm sorry, he's trying to say what?
No.
His mouth is being covered up with his name. No, I got you. I can see it now. Commissioner Webb,
Commissioner Webb votes no.
Commissioner Williams.
Williams, no.
All right, so that's 1 yes, 22 no.
Fails. Now we need to go back. So go back to the original list, and I hate to do this to you, Chad, but Commissioner Landrum had a request for an amendment before I think you had one to request. So I need to go back to David Landrum now on his amendment that he wanted to propose. That was in the package. Am I correct, Jeff?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Landrum.
I've lost my picture here. 1 second. Well, can you hear?
Sure's gone. All right, have we lost David? His amendment was actually in the packet while David tries to get back online. Is there anyone else that would like to propose his amendment in his place, or we can move on to somebody else? All right, are you hearing me? Okay, so I am being heard. All right, I hate to pass David because he waited a long time.
He has texted me that he is on the line and he is speaking, but you all are not hearing him, Chairman.
He may need to log off and log back on.
Tommy, and this is Commissioner Hester, can you tell us how to log off and then log back on? Is it as simple as you're making it sound, sir?
I think he's back. David, can you hear us? We still can't hear you.
He's muted right now.
Now you're muted.
I'm here.
Now you're not muted.
Good.
Anybody here see me?
Yes. Have you back? You may now you're not muted. We could hear you, and you've got the floor. Can you hear us, David?
I hope this is the last meeting.
Yeah, I'm getting
Anybody hear
requests,
me?
and yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Can anyone hear me?
Yes.
I
Yes,
should be
David,
on. I
we
have no
definitely
volume.
hear you.
Yes.
Mr. Rain, somebody,
We got you, David.
I am here. Okay, but I can't, the video will not come up. I cannot hear back from anyone.
We hear you.
Amendment or somebody nod or
Ready for you to
something.
make. All right. I tell you what. Let's
Okay,
take a 5-minute
I just can't
recess.
comment on what happened.
Let's 5-minute recess, and if you've got Diane, if you've
Just
got
gonna do
David's
it.
number, if you give him a call and direct him on how to log out and log back in, and then we will reconvene. Let's say it's 3:07. Let's take a recess and come back here at 3:15, and go from there. Is that agreeable?
Yes.
All right. 7-minute recess. I will call the meeting back to order. And at this time, I believe Commissioner Landrum has the floor.
Thank you, and I apologize for the inconvenience there. That was a tough deal. Yeah, to Commissioner Story's point, you have seen my amendment. It's been there before, and I'll say this again. I want to be clear that this amendment that I'm proposing was not about advocating for or against a task force. So that's still open. Yes, I'm just saying and simply stating that if the task force is appointed, its role should be limited to the quadrant with the cannon and the Confederate flag, the one quadrant, so that we can keep the integrity of the rest of the county seal and it is protected. That's simply stated of what my amendment says, only to address the one quadrant, only one quadrant, if there is a task force formed, is how it reads.
Do we have a second?
Story second.
All right, Commissioner Story, the second. Commissioner Lawrence requests to speak.
Yes, I like this amendment Commissioner Landrum has brought because it does speak to the issue I was concerned about earlier. I think changing the seal at this time would be very difficult to get consensus on what we would change that to. So if we limit it to this quadrant, this is the one quadrant that's the only quadrant that any of us have gotten emails about. I haven't heard any objections to any other portion of the seal but this one. So we will deal with the issue that's controversial, but we'll leave the rest of it alone. I think it's going to be difficult to get consensus on the upper quadrant, as to whatever you're going to change that to, which is probably why, we heard from Rick Warwick earlier, he wasn't really interested in being the chairman. So, but at any rate, at least we will deal with the controversial issue and not leave the rest of the seal alone, which I think would be appropriate.
Sorry, I was muted again. Commissioner Williams. Commissioner Williams on the amendment. You're not. Still can't hear you. Don't you love technology? Still nothing.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. This is a question for Commissioner Landrum. In your amendment, if they're relegated to only that quadrant, could they also consider potentially relocating that quadrant elsewhere on the seal? So say top left to bottom right.
Commissioner Landrum, you're muted. You're muted again. There you go.
I would be opposed to that as long as the context of the amendment stayed as is. And if you'll read the amendment, it pretty well specifically says, I use upper left because that's where it is now. But if we're talking about that direct quadrant that has the flag and the Confederate flag and the cannon, I wouldn't be opposed to being a different segment of it. I just assumed it would go back in the top left corner.
Thank you. Does that answer your question, Commissioner Williams?
It does. I might come back here in just a minute.
All right, Commissioner Beal.
I like Commissioner Landrum's proposed amendment. I'm going to speak to it very briefly and then perhaps maybe attempt to amend the amendment. But I think we're all in agreement that the seal does not reflect necessarily who we are. The fact is that none of us here are espousing, none of us here are espousing an intent by leaving this flag on or removing it or otherwise. None of us are here and are espousing an intent to make anyone uncomfortable or to secede from the Union or to promote the ideas of the Confederacy or otherwise. The fact is that we no longer have one-room schoolhouses. None of us are espousing the idea that that's where we need to return. God bless the family farms that remain in this county, but it's no longer that economic engine it once was. There are many deities prayed to in this county, um, uh, not just the Christian God, and some choose not to pray at all, and that's fine. A county seal is, respectfully, a county seal is not to reflect who we are, it's to reflect where we've come from. If we want a county seal to reflect who we are, perhaps we need a big cash symbol and a picture of Cool Springs Mall. I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, we reflect on our seal to see where we are, where we were, hopefully how far we've come, and quite frankly, to try to decide how much farther we need to go. And I think that's the historical perspective that's important here. And I so appreciate Commissioner Hudson, his being here, his thoughts, and I want to take his thoughts into account. But he did say one thing that resonates. I mean, the fact is that he looks upon the flag with one viewpoint. Others can look upon the flag with another viewpoint. He can look on the flag with absolute revulsion, while someone else can look upon the flag with some reverence. That flag may make some people in our community, it may make their skin crawl. That same flag may make some people in this community, their heart fill with pride. And that's okay. The great thing about history is that we can experience all of those feelings. And in fact, we can experience all of those feelings at the same time. We can be proud to be an American and focus on its achievements, but we can be mortified that we took it away from Native Americans. We can be proud of our founding fathers and that they believed so much in human rights to incorporate it into our Constitution, but we can acknowledge that when they said all men created equal, they didn't mean it back then. We can be proud of our role in World War II and our defeat of fascism, but ultimately we can still begrudge the fact that perhaps we shouldn't have chosen Hiroshima, Nagasaki, and Dresden as appropriate military targets. Everything in history, we can be proud of and ashamed of, all at the same time. We can be proud to be Southern, but we can be revolted by the idea of slavery. So I want to go back to correcting the problem that I see. And I know it doesn't take away the pain of some members of our community. But I'm not sure we want to take away that pain. I want to feel that. I want to see that. I want to reflect upon that as well as my heritage of a Southern. So respectfully to Mr. Landrum's amendment, I believe in his amendment and I like his amendment. And along the same lines as Mr. Story, I would appreciate making an amendment that basically just says that this committee is limited to choosing the placement of the American flag along with the Confederate flag to demonstrate to everyone that may see it that we are not about wanting to return to the Confederacy, that we are not about promoting racism, that the only thing we wish to acknowledge is that a great battle occurred here and that it is part of our history. My amendment is that we limit the committee's discretion to basically placing the American flag somewhere in that quadrant to demonstrate what I've just said. That's my amendment.
Second, Commissioner Jones.
We have a, I'm sorry, I was muted again. Do we have a second to that amendment?
Commissioner Dwight Jones, second.
All right, so we have an amendment to the amendment to not only limit, that would not only limit it to the upper left-hand quadrant, but it would add an American flag to that quadrant and keep the Confederate battle flag. Is that correct? Commissioner Beal, is that the correct assessment of the amendment?
Yes, sir, it is. Thank you.
Okay, so now that we're on the amendment, let me go through the list. Things are popping up too fast. Let's see, Greg Lawrence had requested, have you spoken yet? Did I get you? Yes, I was to Beal. Commissioner Tunnicliffe, all right, I was down to Commissioner Beal. Was there, so Mr. Tunnicliffe, do you wish to speak to the amendment to the amendment?
Yes, I do.
All right, go ahead, please.
I have several concerns since we started this part of the call concerning this amendment. I've had instant messages coming across from 2 constituents that do have a problem with the Christian symbols on there. So I am opposed to anything that does not look at the whole seal as an item, as a whole.
Give me some water. Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Tunnicliffe. Commissioner Bethard, you are next. Is it on the amendment to the amendment?
Yeah, with a question for council first.
Go ahead.
Mr. Mosley, if this commission were to decide today on its own to forego the task force and vote with a majority to remove the flag, the part of the equation that would have to go to the State Historic Commission by way of a request, could that not be drawn up in the mayor's office or from the mayor's office as opposed to creating a task force to do it?
There is no requirement for a task force. There is a requirement for a report to go to the State Historical Commission to state the compelling reason for the change to the historic item. So yes, it could be generated either by the county mayor, a committee of the county commission, by an individual delegated with that authority. But of course, you would have a situation where you're not sure what's in that report unless you require it to come back to the commission for approval. So I'm not sure how comfortable you are or are not with that. But yes, the answer to your question is it could come from the mayor's office.
Thank you. As a follow-up, I'm just thinking back on Commissioner Story's appeal to just do away with it here now today. And I think that it kind of also goes along with, and I don't want to speak for him, but Commissioner Landrum, who I believe his purpose is to focus this on the flag, which is primarily where our emails have stemmed from. And so I'm wondering if Commissioner Landrum would be agreeable to removing his amendment if he knew that another amendment was going to come suggesting that the commission would utilize our responsibilities as elected officials.
We have an amendment to the amendment on the floor that has to be cleared first. As a point of order, I want to check with Commissioner Beal with what Diane has typed up. You are not wanting to replace the flag. You're wanting to add the American flag to the Confederate flag, or are you wanting to replace it?
Add the American flag, basically to say, using Mr. Landrum's further resolve that the scope of such study and report shall be limited to review of the upper left quadrant of the seal and shall specifically address putting in historical context the addition of the U.S. flag.
Okay, so it would be to add the flag, not replace the flag. Just wanted to make sure everybody was clear on that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Mr. Tunnicliffe, Mr. Bethard, Commissioner Williams to speak on the amendment to the amendment.
Yes. First, just I want to thank Commissioner Hudson for some powerful words earlier. I don't know if I've deliberated on something as long as this task force, as long as I've been on the commission. And, it seems I've just got these conflicting philosophies that kind of come into play with it. The truth is, I've kind of boiled it down succinctly for myself, where I think truthfully, we're dealing with some remnants and some vestiges of Reconstruction. We're 155 years removed from the war, and it's still an emotional issue for everybody on all sides. The second is that context matters, right? And I've tried to look at the seal from different perspectives. I mean, if you're somebody from Wisconsin who has no context of what's happened here, who our community is, and you look at the seal, it's a Confederate flag in the top left corner above everything else, right? And really, at the end of the day, that's what I believe is wrong with the seal, right? Is that it's missing context. And the reason I speak up now is because, I think we all recognize the seal's going to change. It needs to change. It's not reflective of what I believe the original intent was. It's supposed to be representative of the history of this community. I think really what the debate is, and what we're all chiming in and trying to figure out is what's the right way to do it. And so really at the end of the day, the seal is guilty in that its representation of history is singular in nature, right? Only the Confederate flag. In my opinion, adding a historically accurate American flag, a period correct American flag, crossed with and in front of, and you could even drape that other flag on the ground, however, that adds context to it, and it speaks to what Commissioner Bill was bringing up. I share the same opinion, that it adds the context that's needed, keeps the integrity of the original design that's been around for 52 years today, right? My other thing too is I think too that quadrant needs to move to the bottom right, right? It's history's we're always aware of where the history is, but it shouldn't necessarily be up front to the left. It's symbolic in nature. We need to be cognizant of that. That's my opinion. I'm not going to let my opinion stand in front of. I want a task force to come in and take a look at it. I think I would also support Mr. Bill's recommendation. I support Mr. Landrum's recommendation. At the end of the day, if either of these fail, I'm still going to support the task force taking a look at the whole seal. Because at the end of the day, it needs to change. The way it's represented today is not the intention of what I believe the original intent was. So, for Commissioner Bill, I'll support that amendment on top of Commissioner Landrum's amendment. And should it fail, I'm still going to support, the task force creation and taking a look at the seal. I think at the end of the day, we're just trying to do this the right way. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Commissioner Aiello, on the amendment to the amendment.
Yes. Like it or not, this commission does not have final say on what happens to our seal. The way this legislature is drafted is that state historical commission has that final say. We can make recommendations, we can make a proposal to that commission. My concern is that if we make this argument to the state commission, you want to make the strongest argument with the most support. And so the question I have is, will it propose an issue to this task force or individual who is going to be tasked with writing a historical reason to argue to this commission that there is a clear and convincing evidence that there is a substantial and unique need to change this seal and not a generic need. If we start from a point of this is the result you need to reach, now craft this support that reaches that conclusion, does that weaken the ultimate argument to the historical commission on whatever that change is going to be? So I think that the establishment of a task force is vital because you only want to go through this process once. You don't want to bring this to the state commission and then say, sorry, you didn't do your job thoroughly, or there's enough that we need to find that there is a specific and unique need to change this historical remembrance. Because the only thing worse than going through this once is going through this twice and telling us that we cheaped out on some of those necessary steps to give whatever the commission wants to do after the input from the citizens the strongest support that it needs on the state level to make done what our community wants. So for those reasons, I don't think that the proposed limitation or addition to the flag itself can come from the commission. It needs to originate from a task force that has full community input to give us that strong foundation and base to make that presentation to the state that has ultimate say.
Thank you. Commissioner Lathers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that I echo Commissioner Williams' sentiments, and I think it's perhaps understandable that when an issue arises that creates a lot of conflict and discomfort, just to want the emails to stop and for it to go away. And I confess to feeling that way about this issue at first also. But then I realized that if we're going to be an authentic community, we need these conversations to continue. And I do not wish to dishonor or devalue the early founders of our county and presume upon their motives for what a flag means to them as they memorialize their family members who fell beneath it. But I also do not wish to dishonor or devalue the descendants of early Black settlers who also crossed the Cumberland Gap, most against their will, who equally contributed to the successful founding of our county while treated unequally. I hear what the symbol as it appears by itself with the cannon can mean to them. I think that we could be here till midnight, and I honestly believe there is value in the task force and ongoing community communication and hearing our neighbors and our friends. It's uncomfortable, but let's keep the conversations going. And I think at the end of the day, I support the original proposal. Thanks.
Thank you. I think Commissioner Hudson is next.
Agree with Commissioner Lathers. I'm not going to support the amendment to the amendment. And I agree that we have a rich history in this county and history needs to be preserved. However, we are a county. We bring in businesses and we're not who we were 52 years ago. Entities rebrand themselves all the time. And they rebrand themselves for who they are and who they want others to see them. And in regards to Commissioner Bill's statement, so in my opinion, draping the American flag next to the battle flag, and I call it the battle flag because it was never a true flag of the Confederacy. Draping the American flag over the battle flag is no different than draping the swastika over the Star of David, in my eyes. We're trying to deal with an issue that we're hoping to contain and not dealing with the real issue. And let's deal with the real issue.
Thank you. Commissioner Story.
Yeah, I'll kind of echo what Commissioner Hudson hit on at his last comment. Let's knock out what's been basically the topic of discussion for 90% of the conversations and emails that have come my way. In fact, one of the comments when I was speaking to one of the family members of one of the originators of the seal, who created the seal, there's strong opposition to just the symbolism of adding a Union flag to try to balance the Confederate flag because again, historically, one of the major reasons why people continue to join the Confederate side was because of how their land and their landscape was being destroyed during the war. And so they started to fight more so out of protection than it was of anything else. So historically, today it would potentially help balance it out, but historically it paints a different picture. And as we all said, it changes. Everybody has their own viewpoint, right? So I think the biggest issue is, again, the other point that we have to realize is that any change, we've got trucks and letterhead and symbols of the seal at the courthouse and all over this county. So what happens is once this gets passed, one way or the other, if there's any changes, there's costs and effort and process involved to phase out whatever we have floating out there today. Love to know what that is, what that number is, what that impact is, and how and that might be part of what, I don't know if the commission even has the ability to understand what the impact is, but just the seal itself, it's not a graphic that we can go back and grab the original artwork on a Mac somewhere and start making changes. And I think that's one thing that we have to realize is when we're looking at the symbolism, we can either A, have somebody graphically, outline the exact seal, or you can B, take the feel of what the seal represents and relay it to today. So instead of having the one room schoolhouse, you replace it with the Williamson County school system seal. Replace the bull and the horse, or add the bull and horse and something. It just that's part of the conversation where I'm now kind of thinking of from a committee standpoint. If we open this up to all encompassing potentials, one of the main things that we keep fighting with in this county is the change in a lot of people's eyes are detrimental to the trajectory, to the quality of life, and to all that stuff that people who move here for that character and feel. And then the next day, we start trying to change what made the founding principles of those characters and character and feel. So that's kind of the concept that I look at. Is let's not. I mean, I feel like we've got to remove the flag because it's always going to be there as a sticking point, even though it really hasn't been raised as an issue for historically over the last 60 years as a major issue. Companies have moved here from all over the world under this seal. And I think part of the issue is some folks have generated outrage because it's there, that it harbors some sort of ill will. I don't see that, but I do recognize the fact that this flag has been flown by so many people with nefarious ideals and principles that it has desecrated the flag to the point to where it's hard to justify. So that's again part of the reason why I'm for removing the flag, keeping the symbolism of the history of what it's there. But it's not as simple as just you take an eraser to the flag. The entire seal has to get digitized and altered. So what does that look like, and how does that happen, and then how do you implement it once a decision is made? That's part of where I'm at. So I'm going to contend that once we're done with this discussion, I'm going to make an amendment to remove the flag and have the committee validate the request, and then take it to the historical commission to review. So, thank you.
All right, Commissioner Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This whole conversation that we've had most of the afternoon, I think, begins to lead me to Commissioner Webb's suggestion that we just do without a seal. I think Mayor Anderson's resolution for the task force was a good response to this issue. With all the conversation that has gone back and forth, I wasn't sure exactly where to jump in to speak to this. But the task force does allow respected parties to examine the issue thoughtfully and deliberately, and hopefully absent from some of the emotions of the moment. I knew Ms. Bowman and know some of her family, and I was acquainted with Mr. Armstead. They're both respected historians, and I don't attribute any ill intent to them. This conversation has come up before in the county. My home state, Mississippi, is dealing with it concerning their state flag, and they have addressed that. I've supported economic development and tourism development since I've been in public service, 30 years or so. Symbols such as our seal have created some discomfort among our audience, potential businesses and tourists. And over the years, I've become more and more uncomfortable with public displays of the flag. I do want to say this, though. I think we in the county have done a good job dealing with all sides of our local history, good and bad. I don't want to erase all the representation of the single most important event in our history, the Battle of Franklin. We make a change to the seal, and I'm all for that. We need to keep some representation of that history as part of the design, but not something that is so hurtful to many in our community. I've heard, like y'all have, from a lot of our residents, newcomers, and people that have been here longer than I have. You know, we can't change our history by looking at the design of the seal, but we can change how people view us and the way we address our history. And asking this county commission, as they're attempting to do, to design a new seal is not a good idea. We need to allow the task force to work on it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. All right, I think that exhausts the list. Are there any other comments on the amendment to the amendment? Okay, roll call vote, please, on the amendment to the amendment. The amendment to the amendment is to add the American flag over the top of the Confederate flag in the upper left quadrant of the county seal. Is that correct, Commissioner Beal?
Well, to add the American flag in the quadrant as the committee deems appropriate, as the task force deems appropriate.
Everybody understand what we're voting on? All right, call the roll, please, Jeff.
Commissioner Aiello,
Aiello, for the prior reasons given, no.
sorry, Commissioner Aiello, I couldn't. Commissioner Aiello,
Aiello, no.
thank you. Commissioner Osbrooks,
Osbrooks, no.
Commissioner Beal,
Beal, yes.
Commissioner Bethard,
Bethard, no.
Commissioner Chalfant,
Chalfant, no.
Commissioner Herbert,
Herbert, no.
Commissioner Hester,
Hester, with respect, no.
Commissioner Hudson,
No.
Commissioner Dwight Jones,
Commissioner Dwight Jones, yes.
Commissioner Ricky Jones is absent. Commissioner Landrum, Commissioner Lawrence,
Lawrence, respectfully, no.
Commissioner Little,
Commissioner Little, no.
Commissioner Lathers,
Respectfully, no, supporting the original, excuse me, the original proposal.
Commissioner Mason,
Commissioner Mason is a no. I think we've had a lot of good conversation today, but that just, to my mind, cements why we need a task force to have these conversations. So I support the original resolution. Thank you.
Commissioner Morton, Commissioner Nations,
Nations, yes.
Commissioner Rainey,
Rainey, no.
Commissioner Smith,
Smith, no.
Commissioner Story,
Story, no.
Commissioner Sturgeon,
Sturgeon, yes.
Commissioner Tunnicliffe,
Mr. Tunnicliffe, no.
Commissioner Webb,
Mr. Webb, no.
Commissioner Williams.
Williams, yes.
Those 5 yes and 18 no.
The amendment to the amendment fails. Now we're back to Commissioner Landrum's amendment, which basically limits discussion to just the upper left-hand quadrant. Is there any more discussion on the amendment? All right, call the roll, please, on the amendment.
Commissioner Aiello,
Aiello, no.
Hang on just a second. Commissioner Landrum, or were you wanting to speak before we vote? All right, I'm sorry. That popped up and I just now saw it. So Commissioner Landrum.
I did. And what I did want to say, it's clear that I am fully supporting the task force. I think that needs to be understood, that this will go to the task force the way I envisioned it, the way the original proposal was made, resolution was made. This just identifies the choices they can make, not narrowed down to kind of what Commissioner Bill said. They have choices to remove, et cetera. So I just want that to be clear. Thank you.
All right. Any other discussion?
Oops, I've got that on.
I'm sorry.
All right, call the roll, please, Jeff.
Commissioner Aiello.
Aiello, still no.
All right. Commissioner Osbrooks,
Commissioner Osbrooks, no.
Commissioner Bill,
Bill, yes.
Commissioner Bethard,
Bethard, yes.
Commissioner Chalfont,
Commissioner Chalfont, no.
Commissioner Herbert,
Herbert, no.
Commissioner Hester, Commissioner Hester, okay. Commissioner Hudson, I'm sorry, Commissioner Hudson. I saw you speak, but I didn't hear you.
No.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Dwight Jones,
Commissioner Dwight Jones, yes.
Commissioner Ricky Jones is absent. Commissioner Landrum,
Yes.
Commissioner Lawrence,
Yes.
Commissioner Little,
Commissioner Little is no. One I really have to think about.
Commissioner Lathers,
No.
Commissioner Mason,
Commissioner Mason is a no.
Commissioner Morton,
Horton, yes.
Commissioner Nations,
Nations, yes.
Commissioner Rainey, Commissioner Rainey, muted, I think.
Rainey, yes.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Smith,
Smith, no.
Commissioner Story,
Story, yes.
Commissioner Sturgeon,
Sturgeon, yes.
Commissioner Tunnicliffe,
Tunnicliffe, no.
Commissioner Webb,
Commissioner Webb, no.
Commissioner Williams.
Williams, yes.
And Commissioner Hester, I think you spoke afterwards and I just didn't hear you. So Commissioner Hester.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
My vote was no, please.
No, yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow.
11 yes, 12 no.
The amendment fails. Now we are back to the resolution as a whole, the resolution to establish the task force. Commissioner Dwight Jones.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll make it short and sweet. For the process of changing the seal and changing everything in the courthouse, the pieces of paper, every logo on every truck, my recommendation is we don't need a task force. We need to do away with it. I'm not going to support spending more money later on changing marble in the courthouse. So my recommendation is I make a motion, we do away with the seal altogether. We're not required to have it. Thank you.
Okay, as a point of order, are you making an amendment to change the resolution from a task force to just do away with the seal? Or are you making a separate motion?
I'm making an amendment to do away with it, to change the whole resolution. Yes, sir.
All right, do we have a second?
Second, Commissioner Hester.
Commissioner Hester, the second. Now, Jeff, am I correct then? What our amendment then is completely replacing 6-20-7 to simply state remove the county seal, removal of the county seal. That still has to go to the Historic Commission or not?
I believe it would. You're still removing a historical item as defined by the statute.
And I'm fine with sending it to them, Tommy. It's just,
So, all right, you're all right. So, it's with that case we would. All right. So, is your motion then going to be that we send it to the task force to study removing the seal, or do you want to? I'm trying to just understand what we're doing.
no, not at all. All I'm trying to do, if Jeff says it has to go to the historical commission, then we got to do what we got to do. My motion is just strictly, let's remove a seal that we don't have to have. We can eliminate all these problems at one time. No sense in spending more money on telling.
Okay, that doesn't address who makes a report, but all right. So we have an amendment on the floor then just to do away with the seal. Commissioner Tunnicliffe, I think you're first in line.
Yes, my comment is to not, I'm in total agreement with doing away with the county seal. My challenge with this is, do we need to, would it have to go to the state if we just choose not to use it, not to do away with it?
It would still be the county seal. So, I mean, if you said that you were not going to use it, place it on letterhead, et cetera, that would be your choice. It would not remove it from the county seal. It would remain the official seal of the county. As a practical matter, I don't think that the commission, the state historical commission, has jurisdiction over whether or not you have to use it or not, just if you're going to remove it.
Chairman?
Go ahead.
So then is there, and beyond that now, because we're on an amendment of an amendment, correct?
No, we're only.
No, we're just, no, the amendment, we are on just an amendment now. We have one amendment on the floor.
One more point of clarification. Do we have the ability as the county commission to state that the county will not use the county seal in public locations or on anything official?
I'm trying to think through that question right now, Commissioner. I'm not sure if you have an official seal and if an executive or department of the executive branch decided to use it. I'm not sure if you could prohibit it other than through your power of the purse string. But I don't know that you could ban it from use by those departments. I'm trying, to the degree it's property, you have controlled property of the county. So it's a little bit of a gray area to me, quite honestly. I would guess that if the county commission voted not to utilize it in any official correspondence or on any official vehicles, shirts, et cetera, that those wishes would be respected. The question would be how you would enforce it if somebody decided they weren't going to, but that would be up to the executive to enforce your resolution.
Thank you. I was trying to find a way to not have to go to the state and just to put all this behind us. Thank you.
Commissioner Williams.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I've contemplated the option of just removing the seal entirely. You know, in talking about just conflicting philosophies, you know, to me, it's no different than kind of what we're seeing across the country where, you know, the easy answer is always just to remove something that is hard, is difficult to deal with. I don't think that's the right answer, right? We're not elected to always take the easy route. Let's do it the right way, right? I don't see anything wrong with letting a task force take a look at the seal and redesign something that we've been using for 52 years, right? To me, it's not the right answer. I mean, we have a seal. I can't tell you how many constituents I talk to that when a random white truck pulls up outside their driveway and people get out and there's a seal on the door that identifies it a county, it's a safety factor. They can identify that vehicle as ours and they trust it. If you just got a random white truck that pulls up and there's nothing to identify it there, then there's an issue with that, especially out here in some of these remote parts of the county. So, you know, I would rather opposed to just do away with the seal, which is an easy answer, is always just to remove whatever it is, appease everybody. Let's open it up, take a look at the seal, and let our task force redesign it and come back with something that we can be proud of.
Okay. Commissioner Tunnicliffe has requested to speak a second time, but I need to see, is there anybody else that wants to speak on the amendment before we go back to him? Not saying anything else. Go ahead, Commissioner Tunnicliffe.
Yeah, I just want to address the fact I did not want to leave a truck blank white. Not my intent at all. A county logo of letters and words would be non-offensive to anyone and just as recognizable over time.
Chairman,
All right,
Chairman, if I could
Go
have
ahead.
one clarification earlier. Commissioner Tunnicliffe asked me about the commission prohibiting it, and my answer was really limited to the executive branch of the county. I think there would be additional problems with prohibiting fee office holders in particular who were elected directly by the citizens from utilizing it if it remained in existence. I think that would raise an additional question that would be, it's not black and white, but I tend to think you cannot limit their use of it if it remains in existence. When I say fee office holders, I'm talking about the sheriff, county clerk, those that are elected directly from the population.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner Lawrence.
Okay, I think back to one of the statements I made earlier, if you're going to send this seal over to the committee to change the whole thing, I think it's going to be very difficult for them to come to a consensus on what a new seal is going to look like. So we may be saddling them with an almost impossible job. I don't know who would want that job as a chairman. So my question is, council, can we get back to Commissioner Story's original idea of just addressing to the committee as maybe an amendment to this amendment that we would like to have the flag removed, but to keep the rest of the seal intact, but to deal with the flag. Is that a possibility?
You can make an amendment to the amendment. That the amendment we have right now is to remove the seal. You could make an amendment to the amendment that states not to remove the seal, but to remove the flag from the seal.
Okay.
Am I correct, Jeff?
Let's make that.
You can do that unless that amendment has previously been voted on in another form. But if it is substantially the same, you would have to reconsider the prior amendment, I believe. In other words, you can't keep having the same vote on the same idea just because it's in a different amendment.
And someone
brought it up once, but he withdrew it. I don't think we ever voted on it.
Okay, then you can have that amendment.
All right, Chad, is that your Do you wish to make the amendment?
Yes, I do. I'd like to make an amendment for this body to request the commission to, I guess, formulate, document, and provide the proposal to the Tennessee Historical Commission for the approval to remove the Confederate flag from the Williamson County seal.
Do we have an?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that was Commissioner Lawrence the second.
Yeah.
All right, so we have amendment to the amendment. Anyone wishing to speak to the amendment to the amendment? Commissioner Beathard.
Just to be clear, Commissioner Story, because otherwise I think this is the same exact amendment that Commissioner Landrum put forth. The difference with you, if I'm right, is that this would not go to a task force. There'd be no task force. We would simply vote on having the mayor's office submit this request to the Tennessee State Historical Commission.
Well, based on what Jeff had stated, this, in order to make this change, and again, I'm not a lawyer, but when I'm reading the statute, I just don't see the difference between, just because if in 1968 when the seal was created, if we make a change to something that symbolizes an event, we just change out a symbol or remove a symbol, but the premise of the intent is still the same. I just don't understand how it would have to go to the Historical Commission for something that isn't changing in the intent, it's just changing in one of the items that is displayed designating the event, the historical event.
The problem you have is the state changed the law in 2013. So it wasn't in place in 1968.
Yeah.
Certainly, but so then the question becomes to remove an item on a piece of art, plaque, property, etc., that is specific to those armed conflicts has to go to the commission. And that's where we get hung up. And to do that, you can request it, but you need to accompany that with a report. And that's why you get to the, and it doesn't have to be a task force that writes the report. It can be somebody else. That's not, this is just the way that the resolution was drafted.
And in that case, I mean, I guess my original, what I hope I said still stands. We're asking the commission to document and validate the request to remove the Confederate flag from the seal so we can submit to the Tennessee Historical Commission. If in fact we have to include, their recommendation.
And again, to my question, it would be without a task force, correct?
No, it would have to be apparently with the task force. That's what Jeff is saying, is the task force is there to, validate and document, because it has to go to the historical committee. We're using this task force to create the documentation to send to the task force, correct, Jeff? Ish.
And again, it doesn't have to be a task force, but somebody has to generate a report to go with the request to change the historical item.
So we as a board, as a commission, or as a mayor's office could draft such a document, or we can include, we're always going, we're never going to end this if we don't stab it in the heart right now. Because if it comes back in anything different than, marginally different than what we have today, we're having another 5-hour conversation on this. Let's kill the dragon. Let's stab this thing in the heart today, and remove the daggum flag, and either task a task force to document that for us, or we do it ourselves. So I'd hate to make it one way or the other, and and somebody like the task force, and they're voting against it because they want the task force. But then I don't.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. I believe if the task force is included in this amendment, is it not the same amendment we've already voted on that David Landrum proposed? I think the only thing that separates this amendment is the separation of the task force itself. If council is correct and the
Commissioner Landrum's amendment was to limit discussion to the upper quadrant.
Okay, understood.
Upper left quadrant. He didn't mention removing the flag. Chad proposed this one time before, and it was seconded by Commissioner Hudson. Then they both withdrew that. So we withdrew that amendment. So now that amendment has come back. So it would be changing then. The original amendment was to do away with the seal. And then this changes that to being not to do away with the seal, but to remove the flag from the seal. Am I explaining it correctly?
Yeah.
I believe so, and I stand corrected if it doesn't match Commissioner Landrum's previous amendment. So then all I need now is clarification as to what this amendment would call for, a task force or not a task force.
Somebody has to draw the report. It's whether you want the task force to do it or do you want someone else to do it.
Commissioner Story, I have it typed on the screen as your amendment is to request the task force to request to the Tennessee Historic Commission to remove the Confederate flag from the Williamson County seal. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry about that.
Well, maybe you can bring Jeannie into this and she can help fix this. So.
Follow-up question then, Mr. Chairman, if I'm still online.
You are, go ahead.
Would the task force not have anything to debate then? We would simply be giving them their task and asking them to fulfill it?
Maybe, again, you start opening up the scope, and then, like I said, we'll never get anywhere. If they want, like I said, the seal has to be changed one way or the other, whether a flag is gone or whether the entire thing is changed or whether or whatnot. You know, any changes is going to require some amount of physical change to the seal. So removing the flag would basically mean leaving the intent of the acknowledgement of the historical event. What that means is up to the committee, but the committee is to draft. Their charge would be to remove, to document and validate the need to remove the flag.
As a follow-up, Commissioner Story, would this verbiage suffice, that we are creating a task force whose sole purpose will be to look at the Confederate flag as it pertains to the Williamson County seal and make a determination as to whether or not it should remain or be removed? And then take that request, if it is to be removed, to the Tennessee State Historic Commission.
Yes.
I could support such a amendment, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, Jeff, are you offering a friendly amendment to the amendment to the amendment? Because he had said he would accept it, so that's essentially what it would be, and that's getting deep in the woods there with Robert's rule.
I'm agreeing with what Commissioner Story's intent was. I believe what his intent was, and if he is phrasing it the same as or similar to what I just phrased, then that's something I could support.
I'll accept the wordsmith.
Who had the second on this?
I think Commissioner Lawrence.
Lawrence did, I believe, yes. All right, now we've got some requests to speak, but I got to figure out where we are. So are we sure on what the amendment is stating?
No.
All right. Jeff, can you state what you, I'm going to let Jeff, can you state what you think, you state what you have got us as the amendment is, and then let's go from there.
As I heard the amendment, and Commissioner Bethard's wording was good. I don't know if he typed that up. If he did, he can send it to everybody or repeat it. But what I heard is that the task force would determine whether to remove the flag from the county seal, and if so, issue a report to make that request to the Tennessee Historic Commission. Is that correct, Commissioner Bethard?
That is correct.
Okay.
Is that correct, Mr. Story?
I can live with that. Yep. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, in addition to that, there's going to be a cost associated with that. I think the commission should know what the cost would be if we change our seal. I think that should be part of the amendment.
Well, this whole resolution is for them to bring a report back to the commission to vote on, to send to the Historic Commission. So it's going to come back to us to vote on.
Yes.
And then, so that's what this whole thing is. I mean, we still get the final say.
So the only question here is the scope of what the task force is doing. And they're making a recommendation to you as to whether or not, under this proposed amendment, whether or not to remove the flag from the seal. That would come back to you, and you would have to determine then whether to accept it and forward it as a report to the Historic Commission. You would look at the cost and any other incidental you wanted to at that time before you made that final decision. But that would be your vote in September when it came back to you if they made that recommendation.
All right, so is everything clear as mud? So we have an amendment to the amendment. And Chad's amendment is how Jeff just stated it, that we're asking the Historic Commission to consider, I think I'm phrasing this right, to consider removing the flag from the seal and bring that report back to us.
Yes.
All right, are you ready? Let's see. I see Mr. Commission, I got Allo to speak. Have you spoken yet? I don't remember. I'm getting confused.
Is not.
But I think Commissioner Smith is next. First. I'm sorry, I think Commissioner Smith is actually next. Excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm in a situation where I certainly approve of the amendment that's being discussed. On the other hand, I'm not so wedded to a seal created 50 years ago to want to limit the task force to just that issue. Now, others may disagree, but I'm reluctant to limit the work of the task force in taking a look at the seal. So that's my comment. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Lawrence, did I get your chance to speak on the amendment to the amendment?
Yeah, well, I just wanted to say I think it is important to keep the seal because I like some of the points Commissioner Williams made, and as he was saying that, you notice he's got the Marine Corps emblem behind in his backdrop behind as he's speaking, and by the way, I think he gets the award for the best backdrop of any of us. So symbols matter, and the Marine Corps emblem is a symbol that is very important, especially if you're a Marine. But it has a very significant. It makes a very significant statement. I think a historic symbol, needs to be preserved as much as possible, and this particular part of it needs to change. But the rest of it, I would like to. I think we just need to leave it as is because it is a historic symbol. to remind us of the history of the county.
All right. Looking back, I have skipped Commissioner Lathers, who made a request to speak a long time ago, so I need to pick her up. Then we will get back to Commissioner Jones. Let's see. Commissioner Lathers, go ahead, and then I'll figure out who's next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I mainly have questions at this point because I'm a little bit newer on the commission, which I acknowledge. I'm hearing some good things about a logo versus a seal, expense of changing our seal. If we change it now, what if we get addressed in the future to change something else on the seal and the expense that would come with that in the process? So my question is for maybe our county mayor or council, like how many counties have county seals? Is that the norm? Or do some counties have logos? I just don't know.
I don't know the answers. To Mayor or Jeff, can you give us any idea?
I don't have any information on counties that have or have not. I would point out the only reason this has to go through the Historic Commission is outside of your total control is because of that flag. Well, the representation of the war. So, I mean, if that were removed, you would be able to do what you want with the seal in terms of changing things or not, if it were not a reflection of that armed conflict. Now, removing the flag itself and leaving the battlefield may still leave you with the question of having to at least take that change back to them in the future. But certainly, if you had a seal that did not have anything reflecting the Civil War on it, then you don't have to worry about the Historic Commission, so to speak.
Anything else, Commissioner Lathers?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. I'm trying to think of who have I got next. Commissioner Mason, have you spoken? Commissioner
No, I have
Aiello,
not.
All right, Commissioner Aiello is before you. Have you spoken? Because I've kind of lost track.
I have not yet.
All right, so I think you're next then.
I think it's important that we put the task force a tool chest that gives them a wide range of tools to use on this question and issue. By giving them a black and white question of remove the flag or do not remove the flag, I suspect everyone in this room knows what that answer is going to be. What you are preventing this task force from doing, that is made up of some of the paramount individuals in our community that know the community's history, have valuable and diverse input on this, you are precluding them from coming up with perhaps a better idea of what could be in that position to better represent the Battle of Franklin or the history of the county itself, and then be able to provide that supportive reasoning to the Historical Commission and say, we're not just removing something carte blanche, we are examining it in its entirety in a giant picture, be able to say, this may not be the best representation of the Confederate battle flag representing the Battle of Franklin, because you know what? This is a better representation. And let me tell you that compelling interest why. To provide that historical documentation. This is the opportunity that the task force will have with these individuals who are qualified to make those sorts of historical assessments, to represent who and what the county is, and provide a basis for the community to also be involved in that process. For those reasons, I don't think it's appropriate to simply give a black and white hamstringing type task to a task force and someone to come up with an answer that we already know what it's going to be.
Thank you. Commissioner Mason.
Thank you, Chairman. I really want to kind of piggyback on Commissioner Aiello. At this point, I look at it as we either have a task force and we allow them to take this task and come up with something great, something similar, something different. They modify what we don't have, but that's what we're tasking them to do. Or if we simply water it down to Commissioner Story, which is to remove the flag, why do we need a task force? Why don't we, as the commission, make that vote today and be done? So we either create a task force and give them the task, or we do it ourselves. If we're only voting on whether or not to remove the flag or not, we prepare the report and send it to the Historical Commission. So I think that's kind of where we're at. We either want a task force to look at everything, or we're just going to vote on removing the flag. But we need to decide and pick and move on.
Commissioner Tunnicliffe.
Question for council. If I read this correctly, the seventh whereas, I guess it'd be the last whereas, all we're really giving the task force the ability to do is determine if we can even alter the seal, right? They're giving the approval to alter the seal, if I read that correctly. They're not altering it.
No, they're not altering it. They're making a recommendation to you as to whether it should be altered and a request made of the State Historic Commission. It's only a recommendation. It comes back to you as drafted in September. You would then make that decision of either accepting their recommendation or not. You wouldn't be limited to a straight up or down vote on it. You could modify it at that time, I suspect. But in order for the report from the task force to act as the basis for your request to the Tennessee Historic Commission, obviously you'd have to agree with their recommendation. Otherwise, you'd have to come up with something different.
But as I'm reading this, it doesn't give them carte blanche to go in and change the seal. It just gives them the right to say we should alter it.
Right.
And then
it's a recommendation only.
All right. And then we have to, at that point, if I remember your comments earlier, in order to go to, earlier meaning weeks ago, in order to go to the State Historic Commission, we might have to have another seal designed to take to this, to replace it with?
If you are removing the reference to the historic, the battle, then you would not have to have the replacement at the time you go to the state, because you would have control of the seal afterwards. If you are going to leave something that is commemorative of the Civil War, then I think you probably will either have to at that time have it, or would have to go back later to alter it to show what you were doing. So you might have a second process to go through at the Historic Commission if you didn't have it at the same time.
So the only way we avoid the Historic Commission is if we leave the flag and the cannon on there.
I think that's right.
Okay, I'm just checking. So I make sure I'm right. They only have the ability as a task force to request that we alter the seal. They don't get to determine how it's done or anything else. Just, here, County Commission, we recommend you alter the seal.
Yeah, I think the intent in drafting was not to ask them to artistically determine what it should be as much as it was, should this be altered? Should a request be made of the Historic Commission? And the reasons for that, so that you would have the basis for whatever the request was as required by statute.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions on the amendment to the amendment? Commissioner Landrum.
Yes. My question is to Commissioner Story. So I'm real clear on this. Why wouldn't it just be a simple time now to say, let's remove the Confederate flag, leave the seal as is, other than removing the Confederate flag, and do it in-house? When you limit somebody that much, I don't really know what the task force brings to the table.
Yeah.
I just think that would be a simple, the more I've listened, I think everybody here thinks the flag probably needs to be removed. It's a tough vote. I respect everybody on here, but it may be time just to leave the seal as intact, remove amendment. I'd really appreciate it and support it.
I would love to, the end result that I'm looking for is to get the thorn out of the side that everybody's itching at the moment. What we're arguing about is semantics, how to make that happen. And so, and who should be involved. And every turn we make opens up, views to 7 other doors that we have questions about. And this is case in point of why I'm fearful of the scope of a committee that we really don't have purview on who and how and what motivations are when it's appointed, to provide a recommendation back to us that we may be doing this all over again 3 months from now. And I'm trying to kill that, trying to stop that from happening. So, on one hand, we crafted the current amendment based on what it sounded like some folks would approve and go along with. I'm totally fine with bringing it in-house to where we create the documentation that we send to the Historic Commission, and then and then devise, because this goes to my earlier comment. Do we have to put a one room schoolhouse as the indicator of, as the symbol of education? I don't know. How much can we deviate to it? I don't know. That's where it just gets so dicey. But at the end of the day, what I'm bedrock on is the fact that for generations, what the seal represents was a culmination of generations of people at work to create what symbolizes what this community meant to them and to this county. And if we just wholesale change it, the eraser starts. We always talk about slippery slopes, and people always talk about, ridicule people who talk about slippery slopes until we're at the bottom of the hill. And then we wonder what the heck happened. So, so at the end of the day, I'm good either way. And I think if we want to take the responsibility of taking on this task, I'm all for it. But I also think people want people to be a part of the process outside of this commission. I want something to pass, and I don't know what the majority is going to join on with. And I guess that's that's the impasse I'm at the moment.
If I can interject, and it may need the mayor to speak up, but my understanding, the point of this resolution was to get a task force that was outside just the county commission to bring us a recommendation on what should the seal be changed or not. And it's a community based, and then that gives us a basis of action to take to the State Historic Commission. That's the purpose of the task force. Yes, we could just, if I'm getting to the point of discussing the resolution, Jeff, and out of place, let me know. But yes, we can vote to just change it. But then that is 24 members taking a vote with we've got all our emails as backup. But I'm thinking that the point of the task force was to give us the impetus to go to the State Historic Commission asking for the change or not. Mr. Mayor, am I assessing that fairly correctly?
Okay, let me try to. I was just looking at data here. Where it says after resolved, we asked them to implement a process for receiving input from citizens and stakeholders and consider such input in developing recommendations, and that it be further resolved that the study and the report shall be in writing and shall include an evaluation of the financial, the social, the public interest, the tourist side, business impacts of either altering or not altering the seal, and shall include a recommendation back to the Board of County Commissioners regarding, one, where there is a material and substantial need for the seal to be altered, and two, if so, the specific historical compelling interest that supports such a need is required by state law. So the task force was an effort on my part of taking it out of this 4 or 5 hour conversation that we've had, because you will get the same opportunity in September, whether you agree or disagree with this task force. But ultimately, that vote's yours. Now, I should say, Mr. Chairman, for everyone, while we've sat here today, just for your information, there have been 758 COVID tests taken today in our 4 hour window. We had 176 new positive cases today in Williamson County. And while we've been debating this for the last 7 or 8 hours, some of you may agree or disagree, but California is ratcheting down with some 3,000 more cases today. So I appreciate what you're dealing here. You're trying to get to the bottom, but I do believe you need to come to a vote. Let's get this thing going, because you still got several other resolutions.
Thank you, Mayor. Chairman Little, can I make this parting comment, and then I think we need to bring this to vote.
Yes, go ahead.
Let's move forward with it as is, because I think it's from all my feeling of where I've gauged where my heart is and where I've heard the comments from what everybody else. If you leave it carte blanche to where the entire seal is up for debate, it's going to create issues. I just stand on the side of let's change what's the thorn in the side. We've had we've had a county that has grown and prospered and has been welcoming for everybody from across the globe to come here. So this seal isn't hurting anyone other than the symbolism of this one piece. So I stand by what we've put together, and let's call this thing to a vote and figure out where we stand.
All right, Commissioner Landrum, you had a request to speak. I don't think you've spoken on the amendment to the amendment, or have? Yes, you did. I think you did. And all right. So Commissioner Hudson, you're next.
A little confused because initially, Commissioner Story, when you brought this to the table, you wanted to bring it to the table as a vote to eliminate the flag from the seal altogether. Yeah. I'm partial to Commissioner. I'm sorry. I'm partial to the point where that we need to just vote on it. And what's the point of a task force if we vote on removing the flag? If we give them the alternative to remove or keep it, then we're just giving them, we're holding their hands. But if we take the vote today and we can write up anything we need to the Historic Commission, we don't need a task force to write that. We just need to vote, and it eliminates everything. We don't need the task force. We vote whether we want to keep it or to delete it. That needs to be the amendment to the amendment, not to have a task force to play around with the idea. Let's do what you initially said you wanted done.
And I'm good with that. I was just going back and forth with the desire and the temperature of everyone wanting to have community involvement. So, I mean, you've hit where I'm at. I was just trying to gauge the barometer of what's going to get passed. So at this point, oh God, and I hate to say this because what's going to bring up more discussion. Let's go to the amendment that clarify task force on whether or not to request the okay. So I guess the amendment would be for the Williams County Commission to unilaterally request or remove the Confederate flag from the Williamson County seal, and as a body create the documentation to present to the Historical Commission.
Are you trying to change your amendment? If you are, then you're going to have your second withdrawn, and you withdraw the amendment and then remake it. And we have the amendment. On the amendment, again, I'm going to get back to where I was a while ago. I think if we need to withdraw your amendment, vote on if Commissioner Jones is going to stand with his amendment to do away with the seal, vote that up or down, then we're back to the original task force. And at that point in time, you can change that resolution to be just to remove the seal and not have a task force. Yeah. It would be simpler to do it that way. We can go through this process, but it's a lot of votes to do.
Yeah. We just need to get rid of it.
With agreements.
We need to move.
Tommy,
yes.
If I would withdraw my amendment altogether, that'll save us a vote. How's that?
All right. Well, we've got to withdraw the amendment to the amendment. We got to withdraw the second, the amendment to the amendment, then the second to the amendment, and withdraw the amendment. Get
This
back to the original resolution.
Commissioner Hester, I will withdraw my second to Commissioner Jones's amendment.
All right, well, hang on, we've got to get to Commissioner Story made an amendment to the amendment that I think Commissioner Lawrence seconded. So Commissioner Lawrence would have to withdraw his second first, then Commissioner Story, then Commissioner Hester, then Commissioner Jones. Commissioner Lawrence, will you withdraw your second, or do you want us to vote on this? You're muted. We're not hearing you. Go ahead.
Okay, so Commissioner Story you want to remove it, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'll remove my second then.
All right, Commissioner Story, do you want to remove yours?
Yes.
Post your amendment. Okay.
Yeah.
Commissioner Hester, do you want to remove your amendment to second to Mr. Jones's amendment?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Little.
Commissioner Jones, and you withdraw your amendment.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we are back to the base resolution. Now, Commissioner Story, this is where we were 3 hours ago. You can make the amendment just to change the seal, to replace this commission, to replace the task force with just a change of the seal.
Yeah, if you go back 4 hours ago, you saw where I was asking this before all this mess started. So yes, I propose an amendment for the county commission to remove the Confederate flag from the Williamson County seal and provide the documentation to the Tennessee Historical Commission, required documentation to the Tennessee Historic Commission for review.
I have a point of order from Commissioner Osbrook, who was requesting to speak on 20. What is your point of order?
It wasn't necessarily a point of order. I was requesting to speak as to the main motion, but I assume Commissioner Story now has the floor.
All right.
Second that.
I missed you earlier. I apologize. So go ahead, Commissioner Story. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, I think I can't. Did Commissioner Hudson second my motion? Is that what I heard?
I think so, yes.
Okay. So
we have a motion now to amend the resolution of creating a task force to be just to remove the Confederate flag from our county seal. Is that correct?
without yeah, and the intent is for us as a commission, as a body, and as an office to provide the documentation to the historical commission for review and approval.
And Commissioner Hudson, that's what you're seconding.
Sir.
That you are seconding his. All right. So now we are at Commissioner Osbrooks. Do you wish to speak to that?
To speak to the original motion.
All right. Don't let me forget you when we get back to the original motion. All right. We have the amendment on the floor is to do away with the task force and just do away with the flag. Any discussion on that?
There's still design, right? I mean, there's still a slight bit of design work that we as a county would have to do one way or the other. And then that once we get approval from the commission, we can create the seal minus the flag, and there, and whatever. Yeah. So.
All right, Commissioner Aiello.
Just wanted to again speak on what I see to be the importance and need for a task force in order to support whatever action the county takes with respect to the historical commission. You're going to be setting yourself up for failure if all it is remove the flag and then come up with a reason to support it or through its own body creating those paperwork to take with it. We should be focusing on the preservation of the democratic process, which The task force, yes, I suppose proposes an amendment to those makeups of those individuals who would serve on it, but it serves as an important venue for the citizenry and those individuals whose life work is preservation, is this county, to have a voice and to make that heard, and to present that information to us, to give us what the commission needs to succeed at the historical commission to support either way. If the intent is to vote yes or no on the Confederate flag, why not put it to a referendum to the people? Therefore, you'd have the entire county voting on it and not just 23 individuals today. That support that's needed in order to make those recommendations to the historical commission. As currently presented, this presents a huge problem of arguing that there is a clear and convincing evidence of the substantial need for change that is unique to our particular county and not just the flag as a whole.
All right, thank you. I'm getting on these, I'm getting some requests. Commissioner Osbrook had requested to speak on the resolution. And I don't want her to be left out because we've got an amendment on the floor. And if we pass this amendment, it's going to significantly alter the resolution, but then we're back to the resolution. So, Commissioner Osbrooks, we've gone all the way around the world. Several people have spoken, and you have not. So I would like to give you the opportunity to speak. And if I'm out of order, Jeff can let me know. But and from what I'm hearing from some of the others, it's important that you be heard. So go ahead, please.
I appreciate you giving me the opportunity. I don't wish to speak now. I wish to speak as to the motion itself.
Okay. So, all right. So I've got Commissioner Bethard request to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To my colleague, Commissioner Iola's point, which I do respect and I know where he's coming from, I take a completely opposite stance on this, though. Some of our constituents have egregiously told me that they are disappointed that this commission doesn't have the gravitas to make this decision on our own, that they see a committee as being something we're forming as a scapegoat. As to your recommendation of a referendum, our council has told us that that cannot be done. I think that was the first course of action that our mayor also thought would be beneficial. Realizing that that couldn't be done, a second stepping stone to that was this committee. My personal thought is, and I know this has already been said, is that a committee would be would have too much to tackle if they're looking at the entire seal. If the thorn in our side, as Commissioner Story has aptly put it, is the flag, and if we are resolved that that definitely needs to be removed, then I stand with Commissioner Hudson and Commissioner Story with this amendment that would simply would simply give us, would have us taking our own responsibility as elected officials to do what's right and do what we know our constituents have elected us to do in the first place. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone that wishes to speak on the amendment? Commissioner Sturgeon. Let's say Paul. I guess.
Yes,
all right.
Mr. Chair,
Paul,
you
are
coming to
requesting
me?
to speak? Yes, I mean, she was raising your hand. You're on the list, so I just now saw it.
All right, I will do this one quickly because I asked the question and I got a couple of answers, as we can see on the chat box. But it appears that the amendment so significantly changes 720-27 that we don't have much use for it, and so it makes it redundant. So I'm going to side here, as I have with others. Commissioner Bethard said that some people think we're taking a cop-out on that. We're not, because we ultimately have to vote to send this forward and to make any changes. So this will come back to us no matter what, as well as the financial implications. So I'm very interested in hearing what our community thinks about this whole issue, and a task force is a good way to get community input And then whatever they come up with, we will see it again, and then we will have further input. So I think Commissioner Allo has made a good point, and I want to support him in this. I just wanted to express that opinion, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sturgeon.
Yeah, I guess I was asking to speak to the wrong entity. I didn't realize. But I just want to clarify, if we take this amendment, then there's still a task force to figure out what it will cost to change the seal, right? That's correct?
No, the amendment does away with the task force and just removes the flag from the seal.
But then how do we know what the impact is of that change, like financially?
So the task force would have to come to the county one way or the other, the staff, and they're not going to know what the impact of that would be. So we would have to. It's going to cut that those numbers come from our county office one way or the other.
I thought the committee, the task force, was to study changing the seal, what it would cost included.
But they would have to come to the county to find out how many places the seal is located.
Right.
And how much, they won't know that information. So we're
Yeah, but you're saying the amendment is removing the task force completely.
All right, we don't debate back and forth. I'm sorry to be picky, but it's getting long and but we come back to the chair back and forth rather than back and forth. But I think the original resolution goes into the fact of studying all aspects of the change, does it not? And so if we do away with the task force and we won't have all of the study that it encompasses, we would just be making the change. And I see Jeff raising his head, shaking his head. So,
Mr. Chair,
is there any other? Yes, somebody.
To that question, this is Commissioner Webb. To that question, the mayor just read that the last be it further resolved on the first page of this resolution. The mayor read that to us, and it addresses the financial, social, the things that are being addressed. We are asking the task force to gather that. I think that's the couple of questions been asked. I just want to get that, and I see that somebody else wants to take a break.
Yes. So, all right. So we're back to I'm sorry. Is there any other questions on the amendment? Commissioner Lathers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I find that I'm as confused as probably everyone because I have my personal feelings about where we may end up in this whole process. But I believe that we have done public notice on this resolution as is, whether or not to form a task force. And I think that we may have to do more of a public notice, in my opinion, I'm not an attorney, in terms of changing that process. I am supportive of making a change, but I look at what has been publicized, what people are looking forward to. It says inside the resolution that the task force is going to implement a process for receiving input from citizens and other stakeholders and shall consider such input in developing its recommendation. I would argue that moving the needle in people's hearts and minds to talk about things and talk to their neighbors and fully endorse any potential change is as important of trying to just get this over with. So I'm very much in support of a change, but I would like to do it in the process that has been published. And that first stage is for that task force to be formed. Thank you.
Are there any other questions on the amendment? Jeff, call the roll, please, on the amendment. Do I need to restate the amendment? All right. I see a shaking of heads. The amendment is to replace the task force with just removing the Confederate flag from the seal. And he's shaking his head yes. So that is what we are voting on. Not to have a task force, just to remove the flag. So call the roll, Jeff.
Commissioner Aiello,
Aiello votes no, so to be in favor of a task force.
Commissioner Osbrooks,
Osbrooks, no.
Commissioner Beal,
Bill, yes.
Commissioner Bethard,
Commissioner Bethard, yes, as I feel it is incumbent upon us to make this decision.
Commissioner Chalfant,
Chalfant, no.
Commissioner Herbert,
Herbert, no.
Commissioner Hester,
Hester, no.
Commissioner Hudson,
Hudson, yes.
Commissioner Dwight Jones,
Commissioner Dwight Jones, yes.
Commissioner Ricky Jones is absent. Commissioner Landrum,
Yes.
Commissioner Lawrence,
Yes.
Commissioner Little,
Little is no.
Commissioner Lathers,
Commissioner Lathers is no for the original task force with recommendations.
Buddy asked that.
Commissioner Mason,
Where'd she go home?
Commissioner Mason, Commissioner Morton, Commissioner Nations,
Nations, no.
Commissioner Rainey,
Rainey, no.
Commissioner Smith,
Smith, no.
Commissioner Story,
Story, yes.
Commissioner Sturgeon,
Sturgeon, no.
Commissioner Tunnicliffe,
Tunnicliffe, no.
Commissioner Webb,
Commissioner Webb, no.
Commissioner Williams.
Williams, no.
And back just to make sure I didn't miss her, Commissioner Mason. Okay, so 8 yes, 14 no, and 1 out. Commissioner Mason out.
Original resolution.
Start over, Chairman Little, you were muted.
I said, I'm sorry. I said the amendment fails. So we're back to the original resolution. There is a request to make a 5-minute recess. Do we need to take a 5-minute recess before we go?
Yes.
All right, let's take a 5-minute recess and we will come back to the original resolution. And have we got everybody back? I see a lot of faces gone. But I do call the commission back in session and request to speak. I've got you, Dana, as a request to speak, but I'm going to let Jennifer speak because she did not get to make her vote. So I was going to let her speak for the record.
Thanks, Chairman. Just for the record, apparently I was having technical difficulty, and during the last vote, nobody could hear me. And even though I was yelling at my computer, my vote was going to be no, because I do believe we need the information from the task force in order to validate any decision we may make to the Historical Commission.
Thank you. Commissioner Osbrooks, finally.
As to the original motion, I call the question.
Question has been called. Is there a second?
General Mason, second.
All right, Commissioner Mason, the second. This requires a 2/3 majority, I believe. So call the roll, please. Commissioner Lawrence, Commissioner Jeff, excuse me. Long day.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Ayala,
Yes.
Commissioner Allsbrooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Beal,
Yes.
Commissioner Bethard,
Yes.
Commissioner Chalfont,
Yes.
Commissioner Herbert,
Yes.
Commissioner Hester,
Yes.
Commissioner Hudson, Commissioner Dwight Jones,
No. Commissioner Dwight Jones, no.
Commissioner Ricky Jones is absent, Commissioner Landrum,
Yes.
Commissioner Lawrence,
Yes.
Commissioner Little,
Yes.
Commissioner Lathers,
Lathers, yes.
Commissioner Mason,
Commissioner Mason is yes.
Commissioner Morton,
Morton, yes.
Commissioner Nations,
Nations, no.
Commissioner Rainey,
Rainey, yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Smith, yes.
Commissioner Story,
Story, yes.
Commissioner Sturgeon,
Sturgeon, no.
Commissioner Tunnicliffe,
Commissioner Tunnicliffe, yes.
Commissioner Webb,
Commissioner Webb, yes.
Commissioner Williams.
Williams, yes.
Okay, so 20 yes and 3 no.
Was muted again. All right, the call for the question has passed. We are now ready to vote on the resolution. Call the roll, please, Jeff.
Commissioner Ayala,
Ayala, yes.
Commissioner Allsbrooks,
Osbrooks, yes.
Commissioner Beal,
Bill, yes.
Commissioner Bethard,
Bethard, yes.
Commissioner Chalfont,
Chalfont, no.
Commissioner Herbert,
Herbert, no.
Commissioner Hester,
Esther, yes.
Commissioner Hudson,
Yes.
And yes.
Commissioner Dwight Jones,
Commissioner Dwight Jones, yes.
Commissioner Ricky Jones is out. Commissioner Landrum,
Yes.
no, yes, sir, thank you. Commissioner Lawrence,
No.
Commissioner Little,
Little, yes.
Commissioner Lathers,
Lathers, yes.
Commissioner Mason,
Commissioner Mason, yes.
Commissioner Morton,
Morton, yes.
Commissioner Nations,
Nations, no.
Commissioner Rainey, Commissioner Rainey.
Rainey, yes.
All right. Commissioner Smith,
Smith, yes.
Commissioner Story,
Commissioner Story, yes.
Commissioner Sturgeon.
Sturgeon, no.
Was that no, Commissioner Sturgeon is breaking up?
No.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Tunnicliffe,
Commissioner Tunnicliffe, yes.
Commissioner Webb,
Commissioner Webb, yes.
Commissioner Williams.
Williams, yes.
So 18 yes and 5 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 7-20-28 takes a roll call vote. Resolution authorizing the Williamson County Mayor to execute an interlocal agreement with the City of Franklin for the joint cost and sewer infrastructure for the new Animal Center. Commissioner Webb.
Move for approval.
Smith, second.
Commissioner Smith, the second. Property Committee was 4-0 against. Budget Committee 5-0 against. Explanation, please.
The new animal center is being built, and this is for us entering a joint agreement with the City of Franklin for the sewer infrastructure.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. Call the roll, please.
Commissioner Aiello,
Aiello, yes.
Commissioner Osbrooks,
Osbrooks, yes.
Bill.
Bill, yes.
Commissioner Bill was no. Is that correct?
Yes, please. Bill, yes.
Yeah, okay, gotcha. Commissioner Bethard,
Bethard, yes.
Commissioner Chalfont, Commissioner Herbert,
Herbert, yes.
Commissioner Hester,
Hester, yes.
Commissioner Hudson,
Yes.
Commissioner Dwight Jones,
Commissioner Dwight Jones, yes.
Commissioner Ricky Jones is absent. Commissioner Landrum, I think you're muted, Mr. Landrum.
Yes.
Okay, yes, sir. Commissioner Lawrence,
Yes.
Commissioner Little,
Little, yes.
Commissioner Lathers,
Lathers, yes.
Commissioner Mason,
Commissioner Mason is yes.
Commissioner Morton,
Morton, yes.
Commissioner Nations,
Nations, yes.
Commissioner Rainey,
Rainey, yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Smith, yes.
Commissioner Story, Commissioner Story, sorry, I didn't hear
Story, yes.
you. Commissioner Sturgeon,
Sturgeon, yes.
Commissioner Tunnicliffe,
Tunnicliffe, yes.
Commissioner Webb,
Commissioner Webb, yes.
Commissioner Williams.
Williams, yes.
23 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 7-20-29 can be by unanimous consent. Resolution authorizing the Williamson County Mayor to sign a contract with the State of Tennessee Department of Children's Services for the provision of juvenile detention services. Commissioner Webb.
Move for approval by unanimous consent.
Herbert, second.
Commissioner Herbert, the second. Budget Committee was 5-0 against. Explanation, please.
This is authorized the mayor to sign an agreement with the state of Tennessee for taking care of the children of the juvenile detention services.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any opposed? Resolution passes. Resolution 7-20-30 is a roll call vote. Resolution revising certain personnel policies as required by mandate of the United States Supreme Court. Commissioner Webb?
Move for approval.
Second.
Is there a second? Commissioner, who is that? I'm sorry.
Jones.
Commissioner Dwight Jones, the second. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please.
As you can see, there's a recent Supreme Court case that changed the way we have to do our HR manual, and so this brings us into compliance.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. Call the roll, please, Jeff.
Commissioner Aiello,
Aiello, yes.
Commissioner Osbrooks,
Osbrooks, yes.
Commissioner Beal,
Bill, yes.
Commissioner Bethard,
Bethard, yes.
Commissioner Shalfat,
Yes.
Commissioner Herbert,
Herbert, yes.
Commissioner Hester,
Hester, yes.
Commissioner Hudson,
Yes.
Commissioner Dwight Jones,
Commissioner Dwight Jones, yes.
Commissioner Ricky Jones is absent. Commissioner Landrum,
Landrum, yes.
Commissioner Lawrence,
Lawrence, yes.
Commissioner Little,
Little, yes.
Commissioner Lathers,
Lathers, yes.
Commissioner Mason,
Commissioner Mason, yes.
Commissioner Morton,
Morton, yes.
Commissioner Nations,
Nations, yes.
Commissioner Rainey,
Rainey, yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Smith, yes.
Commissioner Story,
Story, yes.
Commissioner Sturgeon,
Sturgeon, yes.
Commissioner Tunnicliff,
Commissioner Tunnicliff, yes.
Commissioner Webb,
Commissioner Webb, yes.
Commissioner Williams.
Williams, yes.
23 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 7-20-31 by unanimous consent, can be by unanimous consent. Resolution to reduce the speed limit along Wilhoit Road in Williamson County. Commissioner Webb?
Move for approval by unanimous consent.
Bethard, second.
Commissioner Bethard, the second. Highway Commission was 4-4-0 against. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Webb or Commissioner Hester.
I'll call Commissioner Hester, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Webb. Commissioner Herbert and I have a constituent who lives on Wilhoit Road and has lived there for at least 3 generations. And she has asked for the speed limit to be lowered from 30 miles an hour to 25 miles an hour. Across the street from her in a subdivision, the speed limit is already 25. So I appreciate your support. Thank you.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. If you are in favor of the resolution, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Are there any opposed? Any opposed? Resolution passes. Resolution 7-20-32 will be by roll call. Resolution authorizing the Williamson County Mayor to execute a memorandum of understanding for the distribution and accounting of grant funds in response to COVID-19 pandemic. Commissioner Webb?
Move for approval.
Herbert, second.
Commissioner Herbert, the second. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please.
This allows the mayor to execute an agreement so that we can make sure we get reimbursed for COVID-19 pandemic funds.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. Call the roll, please, Jeff.
Commissioner Aiello,
Hello, yes.
Commissioner Allsbrooks, Commissioner Allsbrooks,
Osbrooks, yes. Osbrooks, yes.
yes, ma'am, thank you. Commissioner Beal,
Bill, yes.
Commissioner Bethard,
Beathard, yes.
Commissioner Chalfont,
Commissioner Chalfant, yes.
Commissioner Herbert,
Herbert, yes.
Commissioner Hester,
Hester, yes.
Commissioner Hudson, Commissioner
Yes.
Hudson, thank you, thanks, sir. Commissioner Dwight Jones,
Commissioner Dwight Jones, yes.
Commissioner Ricky Jones is absent. Commissioner Landrum,
Landrum, yes. Landrum's yes.
thanks, sir. Commissioner Lawrence,
Lawrence, yes.
Commissioner Little,
Little.
Commissioner Lathers,
Lathers, yes.
Commissioner Mason,
Commissioner Mason, yes.
Commissioner Morton,
Morton, yes.
Commissioner Nations,
Nations, yes.
Commissioner Rainey,
Rainey, yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Smith, yes.
Commissioner Story,
Story, yes.
Commissioner Sturgeon,
Sturgeon, yes.
Commissioner Tunnicliffe,
Commissioner Tunnicliffe, yes.
Commissioner Webb,
Commissioner Webb, yes.
Commissioner Williams.
Williams, yes.
23 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Late filed resolution 7-20-33 is a roll call vote. Resolution to authorize the county mayor to sign a license agreement with DMA Events Incorporated to celebrate women's suffrage and the ratification of the 19th Amendment to the Constitution. Commissioner Lathers?
Move for approval.
Osbrooks, second.
Commissioner Osbrooks, the second. Did not go to a committee. Explanation, please. Let me, before you start explaining, there was a fact sheet on this that was emailed to everyone yesterday afternoon. If you didn't receive it, let us know and we can resend that to you. But or if you have any questions, but Commissioner Lathers, the explanation, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Little and I are sponsoring this for a mural to commemorate women's right to vote. It's not a political image, it's a floral image, but this program has originated from DMA Events that is helping to promote and create these murals all over the state. And they're going to be promoted heavily and marketed for folks to come by and take their photograph. We have 100% support from the Board of Mayor and Aldermen, a lot of other leaders. I think that's all on your fact sheet. And if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them. Thank you.
Do we have any questions? Seeing none, I assume.
Commissioner Little.
Wait a minute, I see it. Commissioner Mason.
Thanks, Chairman. I just want to make sure I'm clear when I looked at everything. The reason this is coming before the county commission, because you're asking for the mural to go on a county building, but it's not the rec center. It's an actual outbuilding that's not attached to the rec center. Is that correct? Kind of in a playground type area, so it would match the area, but it's not on the actual rec center. Is that correct?
That is correct. It is right next to the trails.
All right, thank you.
Correct.
Commissioner Herbert.
I'm just going to ask this question of Commissioner Lathers. Have you had anybody that has sent you an email or spoke to you that was against this?
Beth, you're muted.
I beg your pardon. There has been no negativity for this, the community raised the money. I think the community was always discussing location, and there was a lot of different opinions on that. But I think everybody seems, including the town government, the Historic Zoning Commission chair, and so forth, everyone's really pleased that it's going to happen. I think we even have Ellie Chin here, who's with the Williamson County Convention and Visitors Bureau Board, if she would care to speak at all. But it's really meant to be a positive thing, a beautiful piece on our Greenway Trail, but also be something that we hope that people would like to get their photo with, because many of us on this commission 100 years ago could not vote, let alone run for office. So it's a nice way to add art and also celebrate a big anniversary.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Osbrooks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say thank you to you and Commissioner Walters for championing this. I'm very excited. I can't wait to see it. And I appreciate your work on this. So thank you very much. I will obviously be voting in support.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Sturgeon.
Yeah, I got an email that had a picture of the building that it would go on, but I haven't seen the design of the mural, which I think I heard was done. Did I just miss that, or do we have a picture of the mural?
Yes, Commissioner Sturgeon, with the package to the Parks and Rec Director, the facility manager, there is a visual. There's two visuals for the county mayor to select from. They're floral. If you want to see them, I can hold them up, but really the authority is with the county mayor to pick between those. Trying to think of any, I think you saw the building, even in terms of what side of the wall it's on, that's under discussion that would be authorized by the county mayor.
Sure, I'd like to see it.
Okay, sure, I'll hang it. So this was actually a draft that was on a different building initially, so you got to visualize it on that side wall, but it is a floral. Can y'all see it? Up. There's one, but it would, smaller, but it's got a buttercup for Nolensville. That's one option. And
Hold up, show it again.
do it again, okay. So on the wall, this is one possibility. If not, the county has final say, so they can always make tweaks or whatever. That's up to the mayor. But this is what was submitted before to Nolensville. That's one. And this was a second one that an artist did a rendition of. It's a floral. And like we currently have a floral mural on the building at the Leapers Fork Hillsborough Rec Center that was done by Girl Scouts. The only difference is that this one is done by a professional artist, and the money is all raised by the community.
Very nice. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you.
Chairman Little, you're muted.
I'm good at doing that. Ellie Chin, I think, is online and has some information about the tourist impact from this. So, Ellie?
Yes, hello, good afternoon, everyone. I just wanted to make a couple comments. We've worked with Commissioner Lathers and the business community in Nolensville for about the past 6 months, where we've created a 31A shopping trail to give yet another reason why our visitors should go visit Nolensville. So I think the addition of this mural would be a great addition to it's right on the 31A shopping trail. We know from our research that visitors look for murals, they go to find them, and they want their picture in front of them so they can tweet that out or put that on Instagram. So murals are a nice draw for our county as a whole. We're in the middle of COVID-19. As you all know, tourism has been hit very hard by that, and to be able to launch yet another reason to come see us, whether someone is following the statewide trail of murals that's in honor of the anniversary of the suffragette movement, or they just want to come to Nolensville and get this really great picture, I think would be overall to the county.
Thank you. Are there any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, may I just add one thing? Is that okay?
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to do a shout out to thank, there's been a couple of local organizers in Nolensville that have really championed this. And without their heavy lifting, this wouldn't happen. And I also just want to mention on behalf of the DMA that not every mural on a greenway has to be floral. Just happened to put that in a lot of the descriptions because it is floral. But anyway, I just appreciate those who really did the heavy lifting on this. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Call the roll, please, Jeff.
Commissioner Aiello,
Aiello, yes.
Commissioner Alsbrooks,
Osbrooks, yes.
Commissioner Beal,
Bill, yes.
Commissioner Beathard,
Beathard, yes.
Commissioner Chalfant,
Chalfant, yes.
Commissioner Herbert,
Herbert, yes.
Commissioner Hester,
Commissioner Hester, yes, yes.
Commissioner Hudson,
We'll get and watch that.
Yes.
Commissioner Dwight Jones.
Dwight Jones, yes.
Commissioner Ricky Jones is absent. Commissioner Landrum,
Yes.
Commissioner Lawrence,
Lawrence, yes.
Commissioner Little,
Little, yes.
Commissioner Lawther,
Lothers, yes.
Commissioner Mason,
Mr. Mason, yes.
Commissioner Morton,
Yes.
Commissioner Nations,
Nations, yes.
Commissioner Rainey,
Rainey, yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Smith, yes.
Commissioner Story,
Story, yes.
Commissioner Sturgeon,
Sturgeon, yes.
Commissioner Tunnicliffe,
Commissioner Tunnicliffe, yes.
Commissioner Webb,
Commissioner Webb, yes.
Commissioner Williams.
Williams, yes.
All right, 23 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Is there any other business or announcements to come before the commission? I think this is officially the longest meeting that I have been at since I've been a commissioner.
Amen. Move to adjourn, Commissioner Chair.
Second.
Without objection, we are adjourned.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Bye-bye.